Shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding Monday night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs, and struck out 7 in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win. That stops a 4-game losing streak. A 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win. And here was manager Tory Lavell after the dub.
Solid win. Set up by what Nelly did for us. He went out there and was driving fastballs at the top of the zone as effectively as I've seen him in a long time. Mixed in some secondary stuff, got in a really good rhythm with Hosey. At the end of the day, when you take him out of the game, you gotta feel really good about what he did.
Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong tonight at Chase. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed a EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday that feels like a Thursday. Woohoo! One of the great weeks in the calendar, right?
It is this year.
It is. Well, that is true. It is this year. So what's going on outside? Because Jared Carlin, sometimes he gets so bemused and fascinated by weather happenings. What's going on outside, Jared?
It's just very windy outside, but it was sort of in connection with the sun rising.
Okay.
So it looked a little ominous.
It looked very ominous.
I thought it was like a storm of brewing, but I think it's just the combination of the pink sky as the sun's rising with the wind.
Sammy asked me on the way into the building today, is the world ending today? Because that's how it looked.
Well,
that could happen.
Yeah,
I mean, that's always a
that
problem.
wasn't a hypothetical.
Right. That could happen.
That was
any
real
day
stuff.
now.
Nothing to do with the color of the sky.
You mentioned it's one of the best weeks of the year, but it's July 1st today. And July, despite the month when everyone goes on vacation, but it's almost connected to that, the worst month of the year, right, in Arizona?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's August.
August is pretty bad, too.
August is really bad. It's really hot, but at least you see the fall coming, you know what I mean? You get the beginning of like training camps and all that stuff.
I'm kind of vibing with that, Jared. Yeah, I kind of agree. July, if you don't have a good vacation planned and you're stuck here for the majority of it, it feels very desolate and bad.
July 1st also marks, for me, it's a pet peeve day on the sports calendar. Because it's Bobby Bonilla Day. Every year people bring up Bobby Bonilla Day. I'm so sick of hearing about Bobby Bonilla Day. It's like that news story that pops up every year. And then the obligatory news stories, and it's always by news outlets that do this, when the NCAA tournament starts, the spike in vasectomies.
Oh, yeah, that story.
Those two stories drive me up a wall.
Get yourself some frozen peas.
Grab some room on the couch.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Those are a couple things. Exactly. I don't like either of those either.
It drives me crazy. So lazy.
All right, finally, it's been quite an athletic year for France, right? You had the, it's been a period of time. You had the Olympics. You've had a couple of basketball players hit big. There's a dude at Wimbledon who uncorked a 153-mile-per-hour serve yesterday. See that?
Yes, and he lost the point.
Taylor Fritz returned it like it was nothing. Like it was nothing.
Well, yeah, and they're playing this morning, right? They're finishing, I think.
Oh, okay, so they didn't finish their match yesterday. Okay.
It was on like court 1, and it was 2-2, a great match, and they had to come back and finish this morning, and I guess Taylor Fritz and the fans were livid that they couldn't finish it.
Wow.
What's the fastest serve you've ever received? Would you know?
No.
Have you ever experienced anything
I don't think
over
Vic
100?
and I ever played at the level where they have radar guns.
No, we never did. I was actually fortunate enough to play in some tournaments where there was actually like a chair umpire.
Really?
Which was really bizarre. It's really a good thing, too, because when you play satellite tournaments as a youngster and you have to call your own lines, you run into a lot of dudes cheating. It's a real issue. But, I've never we've never played at that level.
Because I wonder what the difference actually is between 100, 120, 150 mile an hour serve. Like if it's so noticeably different even at that level.
153 miles per hour is redonkulous.
Yeah.
When you think the hardest hit baseball in the StatCast era is like 122 miles per hour.
Wow.
What's the speed? What's good speed off a golf club? A driver.
There's two different things. There's clubhead speed and ball speed.
Ball speed. Yeah, like 170.
Yeah, some guys can get it up to 190.
Yeah,
but about 170.
But nobody's returning that.
No,
right.
no.
But like in baseball, like the difference between 95 and 102 is unbelievably tremendous. 7 miles an hour. So I wonder what the difference between like 130 and 150 is.
I remember when guys were hitting 120 mile an hour serves, and the tennis world was freaking out.
Yeah,
Philip tacked on 33
miles per hour.
Philippoussis or something.
Mark Philippoussis.
Wow. Wow, Jared, you actually do pay attention to sports.
He dominated that senior tournament out in Surprise one year. It was almost unfair. He was in so much better shape than everybody else.
Yeah. All right, start the show, Jared. Let's have some fun today.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs back in the W column of the 4-2 victory over the San Francisco Giants to open up a 4-game series at Chase Field. Geraldo Perdomo's RBI single in the 7th scored Alek Thomas, broke a 2-2 tie. Gino Suarez added a solo home run in the 8th. Ryan Nelson, to quote Dan Bickley, was outstanding. Charged with 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 2/3 innings. Didn't get the win, though. We'll get into that. D-backs snap a 4-game skid. They're back to 500 at 42-42. Series continues tonight at Chase Field with the Diamondbacks sending Zach Gallen to the mound against San Francisco's Hayden Birdsong in a battle of right-handers. First pitch, 6:40. Catch all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. The NBA's free agency period opened up yesterday. Before the fun started, it was reported that point guard Colin Gillespie agreed to re-sign a standard 1-year contract with the Suns when the moratorium ends on Sunday. Shams Charania of ESPN pushed that news out Monday morning. Gillespie played the 2024-25 season on a 2-way contract, got into 33 games, 9 starts as a starter. Gillespie averaged 9.6 points, 4.1 assists, shot 47.5% from three-point range. Suns also looked overseas for a free agent forward, signing Nigel Hayes-Davis to a fully guaranteed 1-year deal. Hayes-Davis has spent the last 3 seasons in Turkey, just led Fenerbahce to the EuroLeague championship in May, was named the EuroLeague Final Four MVP. He was also a part of 2 Final Four teams at Wisconsin in 2014 and 2015. Phoenix also officially announced the acquisition of center Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for the draft rights to the 29th pick Liam McNeely, a 29 first-round pick, and Vasa Micic. The Suns will also receive a second-round pick in 2029. And our own John Gambadoro reporting the Suns will not bring back Cody Martin for this season. Set to become fully guaranteed on Monday. Instead, he becomes a free agent. Martin came to Phoenix in a trade that sent Yusuf Nurkic to Charlotte in February.
Hell of a trade.
It was a big-time trade.
Nurkic and a first-round pick.
Yeah, now Martin and Micic are both gone. Lots of action around the league on the opening day of activity. Jaren Jackson Jr. got paid. 5-year contract worth $240 million to stay in Memphis. Atlanta signs Nickeil Alexander-Walker 4 years, luring him away from Minnesota. Brook Lopez heading west, the veteran center, leaving Milwaukee. 2 years, $16 million with the Clippers. Former Boston center Luke Cornett on his way to San Antonio, 4 years, $41 million. So many deals to get into. We'll get into them in the course of the morning. Can't list them all here. The Nuggets and Nets did get together on a trade. Denver sending Michael Porter Jr. to Brooklyn, along with an unprotected 2032 first-round pick for former Suns forward Cam Johnson? He's not the only former Sun on the move. Tyus Jones not coming back to Phoenix. He's going to Orlando, 1 year, $7 million deal. Center Mason Plumlee going back to Charlotte on a 1-year contract. And Ty Jerome gets a 3-year, $28 million deal with Memphis. Jazz buying out the contract of veteran Jordan Clarkson. He's a free agent expected to sign with the Knicks. In tennis, two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz needed 5 sets to outlast 38-year-old Italian Fabio Fognini in his first-round match at Wimbledon. Alcaraz won the 5th set 6-1. So he's 38 years old. Fognini, I don't think, had a win on tour this year and took him to 5 sets.
Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz, he doesn't lock in all the time. He's like the Diamondbacks.
Kind of plays with his food sometimes.
Yeah.
Top seed Yannick Sinner of Italy, his first-round match today against Luca Nardi. 6-seeded Novak Djokovic, who's won this event 7 times. He opens up his Wimbledon stay against France's Alexander Muller. On the women's side, 2nd seed Coco Gauff opens up play this morning against Diana Yastremska. 3rd-seeded American Jessica Pegula, already on a plane headed back to the States. Ousted in straight sets by Italy's Elisabetta Cocciaredo. WNBA announced plans to add 3 more franchises, bringing league membership to 18 teams in time for the 2030 season. Portland's on the way into the league, and then Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia will be added in the next 5 seasons. The soon-to-be reborn Pac-12 nailed down its 8th football member on Monday. This is big stuff, Bick.
Mm-hmm.
When I think Pac-12, I think San Marcos, Texas. Texas State joining the conference for 2026.
So sad.
Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State, Utah State, and Washington State.
So it's that 5 teams that are actually on the Pacific, 4 on the Pacific?
Oregon State, San Diego State, Washington's not even on the Pacific, but they're kind of on a Pacific bordering state. Nsatu Sabally of the Mercury named a WNBA All-Star starter. She'll be part of the player pool for captains Caitlin Clark and Nafisa Collier, who will draft teams playground style. The 2025 All-Star Game will be July 19th in Indianapolis. There you go. There is your splash for a busy Tuesday, the first day of July. Coming up next, it was a slower day 1 of free agency than in recent years, but the Suns did make some moves. We'll talk about them and what's next. Next, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to LundMortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's LundMortgage.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The other thing that you have to do is you can't force stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you may want it, and you may think it's the best move, but if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, if it puts you in a difficult position down the road, then you got to have some patience too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think we're going to show that. We're going to be very organized in everything that we do. We're going to be very intentional in everything that we do. Because we want to get this thing right.
That was Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns, on with Burns and Gambo last week here on Arizona Sports after the draft. Man, they could have used that thinking back before they made the trade for Bradley Beal. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would have come in handy, right? I still want to know who did that.
Yeah, because they're still trying to get out from underneath it. Free agency.
And all the same people are still there.
That's what I'm
They're just
saying.
all mixed around.
That's what I'm saying. Although I don't know if James Jones is there anymore. It's July 1st.
It is July 1st.
Yeah, is that something we could hear today?
I don't know if you're going to hear anything.
I don't know.
It's just going to go off into the ether?
Maybe.
The last time James Jones's name was mentioned by anybody involved with the Suns was at Brian Gregory's introductory press conference.
Uh-huh.
Since then, it's been crickets.
Wow.
Free agency gets underway yesterday. We weren't expecting the Suns to be big movers and shakers because they really can't be big movers and shakers right now.
No.
As currently constructed, of course, the Bradley Beal situation could change all of that, but there were some moves. We'll start with the first one that came out yesterday, the Colin Gillespie news. He will be signing a standard one-year contract with the team. He is really the only point guard on the roster right now.
Mm-hmm.
Will he be the only point guard on the roster?
That's a great question. I hope the answer to that is no. I hope he's the backup point guard. I'm glad he was rewarded for the hustle and the grit that he brought to the team last year. The effort in which he played at really kind of stood out, and it really showed how a lot of the dudes around him in his company weren't playing at that same kind of, frenetic pace. So I'm glad he got rewarded. That's kind of archetype they're looking for.
Heading into free agency, there were some rumblings that Tyus Jones might be in the future plans for the Suns to come back on another deal. To me, didn't make sense for the team. Made less sense, in my opinion, for the player. He's not coming back. He's going to Orlando. And for what was really, by not all fault of his own, a nightmarish season for Tyus Jones, he still cashed in. He went from $2.3 million last year for the Suns, got a $7 million deal with the Magic. I mean, obviously not ideal, but a much better situation for him.
A much better. And he's going to a team, I think Orlando is one of the teams, if you were going to target teams that have had a very, very productive offseason, I think you'd have to list the Rockets, you'd have to list the Orlando Magic.
Do you blame the Tyus Jones failure on he wasn't what was advertised? They didn't use him right? He wasn't the right roster for him to be a part of?
The Suns pivoted so strongly because of the lack of a point guard in the previous season. They went to Tyus Jones. They handed him the starting job. It was promised to him.
I know.
That was one of the conditions of him signing here late in the game for the figure that he did. The personnel, it just turned out the offense that they were running with the personnel, they didn't need a point guard. And Tyus Jones actually became a really adept catch-and-shoot three-point guy, but that's not what he was brought here for.
No, and you couldn't have a catch-and-shoot guy with his size who's a liability on the other end of the floor. If you had Tyus Jones as the game manager and the ball's in his hands and he's facilitating and he's establishing a pace and that kind of thing, then maybe you live with the defensive deficiencies. But it was not at all what Tyus Jones signed up for. Now, again, that happens in sports. A lot of times athletes go to places expecting A, being promised A, and then they end up with Z. And so it's not unprecedented, but I felt bad for Tyus Jones, and it's part of the reason why, and you and I agreed on this yesterday, Vinny, that we just didn't see Tyus Jones coming back here based on how bad it turned out for him last year.
Because the roster construction in the backcourt is the same. If you're just switching out Jalen Green and Bradley Beal.
It's really it's even more crowded right now. Had the Suns not acquired Jalen Green in the Kevin Durant trade, I think there would have been an opening for Tyus Jones.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
To be more of a traditional starting point guard, but that didn't happen. The other move that the Suns made, and I think this is an interesting move. They go overseas. They get the guy from the Turkish League in Nigel Hayes-Davis. You may remember him. He was on the Final Four teams with Wisconsin. He was a starter on that second team that made it all the way to the championship game. He got a cup of coffee in the NBA, but went overseas. He's become one of the best players in Europe over the last couple of years. There was an article from Heavy.com that the Celtics were hot and heavy for Nigel Hayes-Davis, and that Joe Mazzulla was actually at the Turkish League Finals in May after Boston got bounced from the playoffs. Wow. That's how much interest the Celtics had in him. He comes here on a one-year deal, and he's a veteran. He's 30 years old. He's been around the block a few times. Not expecting all-star status, but I think this is an interesting signing for a team that needed, that kind of, we were all, very happy when the Suns got Rasheer Fleming on draft night.
Right.
He's kind of that ilk. Not the shooter that Fleming is, but kind of a bigger body with a huge wingspan.
Okay.
I like this deal.
All right, good.
Do you see him as actually being a big contributor? Like in the rotation as your power forward? Or
Jared,
the bench guy?
Possibly.
Hard to say. Too hard to say.
I don't think he's a starter, but I think he's probably going to get a chance at the rotation. Otherwise, why bring him in?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But, Jarrett, you also have to kind of calibrate what exactly are you expecting from this basketball team next year?
Less and less. Seriously, I keep having this flashback realization to those Dragon Bender, Marquise Chris, Josh Jackson teams with the way I'm looking at the roster right now. That the second best player on the team is Jalen Green.
This team is way better than those.
Thank you, Sammy.
No, but I know what Jared's
Devin
saying.
Booker is better than he was then.
I think what Jared is saying is you're drafting young kids and you're immediately putting them into live action and hoping for the best. Now, we're not saying that's what's going to happen, but I
think Malawach isn't going to start. Fleming's not going to start. Oso Ighodaro might not be on the team. I mean, Devin Booker, in those teams, Devin Booker, there was no argument for Devin Booker to be a top 10 NBA player on those young teams. He was the best player of a really underwhelming bunch.
Well, I'm just saying if those guys aren't going to start, then you're essentially replacing, Nurkic and Kevin Durant with Jalen Green and Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a better team than last year, which wasn't good anyway?
There's other things that go into it.
I know.
I'm glad you put that out there because I want to circle back around to that at 7 o'clock. We're gonna talk about that again.
Okay.
It's still early, but the expectations for the Suns moving away from this era, if you will. Coming up next, Diamondbacks get back in the win column with a series opening victory over the Giants and a great pitching performance from Ryan Nelson. We'll tell you more about it in D-Backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Where does your mind go first when I say, does an Arizona Cardinal reach the top 100?
Buda Baker, to me, you're not going to find a better football player than Buda Baker. It's impossible. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of guys that have actually played the game of football. And yet nobody plays it better than Buda because of how he plays. Trey McBride he is stepped on stage, has he not, as one of the finest tight ends in the football universe. So Trey McBride, where he's going to be, I don't know. But those are the first two guys that I think of.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Another success story courtesy of Life Changer Loans. So one of our listeners, he's a fireman. His wife's in education. They had an interest rate that was below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, both of their vehicles as well in just over 6 years. Proof again of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That's what folks are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to wake up one day down the road, that house, that mortgage payment going to be gone. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that house. You also get 24/7 access to your equity. Lots of great things that come along with the Life Changer Loan. It can save you a ton of money, but you've got to be a good fit. Highly recommend if you're in the market to buy a new house, if you're looking to refinance, give them a call first, because if you're a good fit, I guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding Monday night. He went 6 2/3, gave up only 2 earned, and struck out 7 in a 4-2 D-backs win. That now stops a 4-game losing streak. A 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win. Today, Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong at Chase Field. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed a EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to recover from their disappointing sweep at the hands of the Miami Marlins over the weekend. They would welcome the struggling San Francisco Giants to town. San Francisco got to town losers of 5 of its last 6 games against the Marlins and White Sox. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Ryan Nelson on the mound for Arizona against San Francisco ace Logan Webb. Both pitchers on their games early. Game remained scoreless until the bottom of the third. Alek Thomas led off the inning for the D-backs with a hustle double. That brought up Jose Herrera.
Let's see if the D-backs can take the early lead. A bunt by Herrera on the first pitch. It's picked up by Bailey, and he throws low. It can't be scooped out by the first baseman. Here comes Thomas to score. 1-0 Diamondbacks. Some sloppy defense by the Giants gives Arizona the early lead.
Chris Garagiola on the call. Nice to be the beneficiary of sloppy defense for once, huh?
Yeah, how about it?
D-backs grab a 1-0 lead. They would not tack on, though, with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Webb struck out Gino Suarez to end the frame. Nelson was rolling. He had a 1-2-3 fourth inning, another 0 in the 5th as he stranded Tyler Fitzgerald at second after a 2-out double. Webb just as effective. He struck out Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte in the 5th with a runner at second. Nelson up to the challenge in the 6th. He would get Daniel Johnson, Christian Koss, and Rafael Devers in order to the bottom of the 6th. 2 outs, bases empty. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., the hitter against Webb.
1-0, there's a swing and a high, deep drive out towards left center field. Ramos is back. There it goes. A solo shot for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. His 11th, and it doubles the Diamondback lead.
They got a 1-0 sweeper sent at 409 feet over the left center field wall. 2-0 at that point, Diamondbacks in front. Nelson would come out to start the 7th. Dominic Smith delivered a 1-out double. Then Willie Adames got on via infield single. Nelson would get Jung-Hoo Lee to fly out to center. Despite his dominance, and despite the fact that he had thrown 88 pitches in the 7th inning, Tory Lavell went to the bullpen, called on Juan Murillo to face Tyler Fitzgerald. Yeah.
And the first pitch is swung on and lifted to deep right center field. Thomas racing, diving, it's off the end of his glove. He can't catch it. 1 run will score. Right behind him is Adames, and 1 pitch out of the bullpen. It's a game-tying double, and we're square at 2 here in the 7th.
1 pitch. D-backs lead was gone. So was Nelson's chance at a win. Murillo would get Patrick Bailey to foul out to third to end the inning. Webb still on in the 7th. For San Francisco, Thomas and Herrera delivered back-to-back 1-out hits. Runners on the corners for Geraldo Perdomo.
Now he swings, tries to scoop it into left center. That's going to fall. Thomas comes home to score, and the Diamondbacks retake the lead. It's now 3-2.
Yeah, Perdomo didn't hit it hard, but it counts the same. 1-run lead. In the 8th inning, John Curtis out of the Diamondbacks bullpen facing Christian Koss, who came really close to tying the game.
There's the 2-0 pitch. There's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Going back is Tawa to the track, to the wall. Leaping effort, and it's gone, but it might be fan interference. And yes, immediately fan interference is signaled by the second base umpire. And now the umpires are going to come together, and Tory Lavell signaling here to challenge.
Oh, he's calling him out.
And now they're calling him out. And Bob Melvin with a few 4-lettered words that he's sending out towards Adrian Johnson.
The call on the field is overturned. There was no interference. However, during the review, it was ruled that the ball would not have left the ballpark. The batter runner is awarded second base.
Yeah, there was a lot going on during that play.
Yeah.
Tawa was not going to make the play. The fan was over the wall, but they did. The correct call was a double. So
I can't wait to talk about that fan.
Curtis then struck out Devers. Lavell would call on Shelby Miller to face Elliot Ramos.
1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Got him with a fastball, and the inning comes to an end. What a job by Shelby Miller. He strikes out Ramos, and the Giants strand the tying run at second.
3-2, bottom of the 8th. Suarez leading off against the unorthodox Tyler Rogers.
Swinging a high fly ball out towards left field. Ramos back out of room. A solo shot for Suarez, number 26. And some valuable insurance here in the 8th as it's now a 4-2 Diamondback lead.
Yeah, 2-run lead. Miller on for the 9th. He struck out Smith looking, got Adames to ground to first. Giants' hopes were down to Jung-Ho Lee.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field, Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A masterclass by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
Yep, good win. Tory Lavell thought so as well.
Solid win. Set up by what Nelly did for us. He went out there and was driving fastballs at the top of the zone as effectively as I've seen him in a long time. Mixed in some secondary stuff, gotten really in rhythm with Hosey. At the end of the day, when you take him out of the game, you gotta feel really good about what he did. He let us get our footing. We went out, took a lead, scored some runs against a very stubborn pitcher. You beat their number one. And
So Lavello giving credit to Nelson, but what everybody's talking about, there's two things they're talking about. The fan interference, we'll get to that.
Right.
But the decision to take out Ryan Nelson in the 7th inning, here was the explanation from Tory Lavell.
I know that I was the most unpopular man in the entire state of Arizona when I took out Ryan Nelson, but he exceeded his pitch count. I ran him out there as far as I could, and like I keep telling you guys, I know what Ryan Nelson deals with. I know what he wakes up like tomorrow. And we went above and beyond this pitch count. I know that you guys are going to probably ask me questions about why there is a pitch count. Maybe in chapter 13 of my book that I'm never going to write, I'll tell you why I follow the pitch count. I believe in it, and I want to protect these players. I want to protect these individuals who are like my children, and I just got to make sure that I keep Ryan Nelson healthy for the entire year. And I was willing to sacrifice what happened, knowing that there was a darn good chance it could happen. I'm not an idiot. I wanted to leave him in the game as bad as everybody else wanted me to leave him in the game. So I hated myself for doing it, but I had to.
There's so much to react to from that.
Yeah.
Why this just complete faith in the pitch count? It's
yeah.
obviously not working.
That's where I land, Vinny, because if you listen to that explanation in a vacuum and you didn't know anything that's happened on the periphery to any Diamondbacks players, you would say, wow, that's really, really cool that a manager cares that much about his players, that he's willing to sacrifice short-term good and short-term success, his own success. He's willing to allow himself to be the most unpopular guy in the state of Arizona to protect his players. But it hasn't worked. And once again, this is not a program developed by Tory Lavell. Now, he admitted in that soundbite yesterday that he 100% believes in what they're doing in managing these arms. But it isn't working, or it hasn't worked to date. When I listened to Tory Lavell say that, my initial thought was, what's Ryan Nelson dealing with? When he said, I know what Ryan Nelson's dealing with, I know how he feels when he wakes up in the morning, it was like, okay, is this dude dealing with some issues after the game? Ryan Nelson just said, no, it's just bumps and bruises and this and that. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's anything more to the Ryan Nelson component of this. But look, you saw the way the fans reacted when he took the ball from him last night.
You weren't happy.
You heard the way they reacted.
Because these fans know what's coming.
Yes.
Didn't expect it to be one pitch and the lead evaporates in one pitch.
Right.
But anytime you go to the bullpen, and that was a season high of pitches, 88 pitches. And he is on a pitch count.
Mm-hmm.
But the question there is why?
Yeah.
That was his 18th appearance this year, his 8th start. It was June 30th.
Yeah. You would think by now, by now I would have assumed he'd be capable of getting to 100 pitches. And more to the point, situationally, Jared brought this up jokingly, but he's right. Do you count throws to first base? Do you count
or warm-up pitches or pitches in the bullpen?
Yeah, all that stuff.
I'm sure they probably consider all of that.
Situationally, that moment in time was very, very important, as evidenced by what happened once you took him out of the game.
Yeah, because it was that rare occasion, because we just saw it over the weekend with Eduardo Rodriguez, who was pitching well.
Mm-hmm.
His pitch count was through the roof. He threw 108 pitches in 5 1/3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
You really had no choice but to go to your bullpen there. And Eduardo Rodriguez has been on the injured list this year, and he's throwing 108 pitches. Last night was that rare luxury of, wow. And there was even jokes about it. The Diamondbacks did an appearance at a Chick-fil-A, drumming up support for Ketel Marte And Tory Lavell joked about it before the game that the advice he got was, leave your starting pitcher in longer. And they were laughing about it. And then that happened the same night.
Yep.
Everything with this, even when they win, it's frustrating.
How about it?
When it would have been different if he was like getting through these innings, like kind of stressful and like this, that, the other. But he was dealing.
Yeah.
Dealing.
Like,
yeah.
And once again, for the second straight year, Ryan Nelson is becoming the Diamondbacks' best pitcher. It's crazy.
Oh, I'm sure they'll get him demoted to middle relief next year. That'll be his reward.
Text Firework to 620. Listen starting at 7 a.m. for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals. This 4th of July, we're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours through Wednesday. So don't miss your chance. Text Firework to 620 right now. Coming up next, a slower day one of free agency than in recent years. That's not what I wanted to read. First day of NBA free agency brought some interesting deals and an intriguing trade. We'll discuss the big moves around the NBA next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Diamondbacks baseball. 2 outs. Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and your windows will tell you specifically when it is time to replace them, and here are some of the signs. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, age, as in if your house is between 10 and 15 years old, and there is my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that prove my windows are shot. So if you have noticed your summer electrical bills going through the roof recently, it might be your windows. I'm going to tell you why Advanced Window Products is a great option for you. They're a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're also co-owned by former Utah legend, former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. Sports fans might remember him. And they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. Because of their high volume of business, they get preferred pricing from their glass and vinyl suppliers. They pass those savings on to you. They also have their own factory in the valley, which means they're the manufacturers. There is no middleman. They build your windows specifically on account of Arizona's climate. They install the windows, then they guarantee them for life. And during the summer, they're running a great special right now. Order 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. Again, $2,500 off a purchase of 10 or more windows. Find out more by calling 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be. Do not disturb. Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealers for details.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
This is a big move for Denver. This is the biggest transaction they've made in years. Cam Johnson was pretty much the most coveted wing on the trade market. Teams have been trying to get Cam out of Brooklyn for a year now. He is a high character guy, plays both ends of the court, shoots the three well. And if I'm not mistaken, and Bobby Marks can back me up, I think he makes a salary that potentially would give them some wiggle room, which is one of the reasons why I think they paid a first-round pick here in addition to Michael Porter Jr.
Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson?
Yes. Cam Johnson, now a member of the Denver Nuggets.
That is never not funny. Never.
We've been riding that one for a while.
Oh
now.
yeah,
that's like 6 years in the making.
That
was the biggest trade that went down yesterday. That was agreed to anyway. Michael Porter Jr., who the max player, going from Denver along with a 2032 first-round pick, unprotected, to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. I have so many thoughts. I'm a huge Cam Johnson fan.
Yeah, we all are.
I'm not a Michael Porter Jr. fan. But I think Michael Porter Jr. is getting kind of a bad rap in all of this. Now, he does lower the payroll for Denver with him moving on.
Makes twice what Cam Johnson makes, essentially.
About $18 million more per year going into this year.
All right.
But the knock on Michael Porter Jr., he's always hurt. He's had some injury history, no doubt. Had some serious injury history in college and early in his NBA career. I think he's missed 6 games the last 2 years total. Cam Johnson actually gets hurt much more. He played 58 games 2 years ago, 57 this year.
Okay.
Cam's a better shooter, better defensive player. He's actually 2 years older than Michael Porter Jr. Now the question becomes, is this move along with the Bruce Brown signing? Bruce Brown was a key component to their championship team. He was one of the players they let get away, because now it's all about appeasing Nikola Jokic, especially after Josh Kroenke's comments that he brought up the possibility, the hypothetical of trading Nikola Jokic. Is that enough to keep him happy? We shall see.
Well, listen,
I kind of like the trade for both teams.
Okay, yeah, I think a lot of things as well. Cam Johnson to me, and we talked about James Jones. This is a very important day in sort of the legacy of James Jones, because we're all assuming that his contract is now up and he's no longer with the organization. Cam Johnson might have been peak James Jones, a draft pick that people were, well, you just heard, Cam Johnson. And he turned out not only to be an excellent two-way player, but just a great dude, high character, as high of a character dude as you're going to find in the NBA, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And so the fact that he's been off playing on the East Coast, I think, has been the separation anxiety, and I think some of it applies to Mikal as well. Now he's back in the Western Conference. Now he's going to be part of a Nuggets team that's going to be in front of the Phoenix Suns. So that's going to hit a little bit differently. But I also do like this signing for Denver because, as we know, guys like Cam Johnson, they bring an intangible to a team. If you're a really good dude who's in it for the collective and you're selfless and you exhibit all those traits, Cam Johnson does. He's a culture positive for a basketball team, whereas a guy like Kevin Durant, you might argue, he's a culture negative in the wrong situation. Mm-hmm. So I think that. Yeah, I think it's a good move for both teams.
But on the flip side of it, and what I don't like about Brooklyn, we're now almost 3 years removed from the Kevin Durant trade to the Suns from Brooklyn, and they got a king's ransom. They got a king's ransom when they spun Mikal Bridges to New York.
Yeah.
They have stockpiled draft picks. They became the first team in the history of the draft last week to have 5 first-round picks, and they kept them all. And they really don't have much to. There was a lot of dice rolling going on with some of those picks in the first round by the Nets. I mean, you trade Kevin Durant 3 years later, you should be a lot better than the Nets are right now.
They should be like what Oklahoma is.
They're going to be the worst team in basketball next year.
It's the weirdest thing when you get teams like that are. I feel the same way about the Utah Jazz. They've been collecting picks, it seems like, forever.
Yeah.
When do you ever try to convert that and try to be a good team?
Yeah. And hey, the key to that trade was a draft pick that is right now 11 years old. Wow. 2032, he's probably 11 years old right now.
That's what happens, though, in sports. Sometimes when you trade all your stars and get a bunch of picks, sometimes you become like the Houston Astros did, but sometimes you're the Colorado Rockies or Washington Nationals, and you just have nothing, years later to show for it.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a fine line between acquiring all those assets, because you're right. It wasn't only what they got for the KD; it was spinning off Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
What was that? 4?
4, and then 5 for Bridges to New York.
Yeah, 4 there, then 5 to New York.
So 9 first-round picks.
Crazy? Yeah. But it's manifested itself to nothing. So
I told this to Jarrett too. I was shocked. I even told you this off the air, that Jarrett Sports Kebab on Friday had nothing about the Brooklyn Nets drafting back-to-back Jewish players in the first round.
You let us both down. Were you even aware of that?
I thought the whole kebab was going to be about.
Were you busy watching wrestling?
I missed it. I missed it, but I just don't know how some Jewish players are going to fit in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But they already had a player named Irving for a while there. So.
Oh boy.
Famously not Jewish.
Yeah, right. Famously not Jewish. All right, so it's very, very early on. I don't know if things are going to spike, but early on they're saying Rockets big winners, Lakers big losers,
Hawks winners.
Hawks winners.
Hawks. Forgot about the Hawks. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Denver's being put on the winner list.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. We'll have a lot more on the first day of free agency as the morning continues. Text fireworks to 620, and then this hour, be listening for your name. When you hear it, that's your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 4 o'clock hours today and tomorrow, so don't miss your chance. Get qualified. Text firework to 620 now. Coming up next, are the Suns about to make a splash at point guard by bringing back an old favorite, or will they just stand pat? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now?
Obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yes.
Second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years?
I'm going to say Malawach. So who are you picking right 3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old. I'm going to go wild card here, Gambo. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay. Who's the second best player on the roster?
It's Mark Williams, like if I get 60 games of him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green, because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75 plus at the bare minimum.
Right. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park.
Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye, and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after, and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding for the Snakes last night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs and struck out 7. and Shelby Miller got a 4-out save in a 4-2 Diamondback win. That stops a 4-game losing streak. A 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win. Today's Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is also in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It is the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
He wants to play at least another year. Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
Chris B. Haynes on NBA TV yesterday talking about the future of Chris Paul. We know he's a free agent after he started 82 games for the San Antonio Spurs. There's been rumblings that maybe there could be a return to Phoenix. Gambo's been shooting it down, saying
they don't want him.
Look, they don't want
They
him.
don't like him.
He's no Colin Gillespie.
They don't want him.
The Suns did make a maneuver yesterday. They're signing Colin Gillespie to a standard 1-year contract. He is the point guard on the roster. Is there room for another one? I have a lot of thoughts on this. I would love to see Chris Paul end his career with the Phoenix Suns. His best years of his career weren't spent in a Suns uniform. They were good.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's more known for his stint with the Clippers. But I think it would be, after what's been a rough couple years since he's been gone, it would be a nice bone to the fan base to watch Chris Paul go out right off into the sunset wearing purple and orange.
We mentioned the James Jones dynamic earlier. That wouldn't that be ironic for James Jones to be leaving the organization just when Chris Paul's coming back? When Chris Paul was like his master stroke, the player piece that made it all happen.
Yes.
After he nailed the coaching component in Monty Williams. I would love to see Chris Paul return. Unlike Kevin Durant, I really enjoyed Chris Paul's time here. You and I were in agreement. There were nights we'd come in and we just marvel at what he would do for basketball teams and how he had that team and the game on a string for a while. Those rip moves that confounded the entire NBA. He was just 2 steps ahead of everybody.
Absolutely, it was jaw dropping.
Yep.
My experience. From my vantage point, getting to watch Chris Paul play every night, you knew he was an all-time great point guard.
Yeah.
But watching him operate on a day-to-day basis through the routines, how he took care of his body, how he interacted with people, what he did on the court, and basically whatever it took to win a basketball game, that was in his bag of tricks.
Yeah, that was it.
It was such a pleasure to watch.
That was it.
And I know people are saying, well, you guys wanted Chris Paul out of town at the time. When he left, it was the right time for him to go. Now, the deal that they made, it's egg on the face. We know it. And they're trying to work their way out from under it. But the parameters have changed. Chris Paul's no longer a big money player. He can come in on a very affordable contract.
Yes.
Would a player or young players like Jalen Green, could he benefit from having a Chris Paul around?
Goodness.
Probably.
And not only that.
How about the centers?
That's it. Chris Paul's, he's got a great reputation for a lot of things, but more than anything is developing a young big in terms of the point guard center relationship and the pick and roll components and the rim running, all that kind of stuff. He is fantastic at helping mentor everybody. So as a culture piece, I would love for them to do this. I don't know what Chris Paul feels about it, but I do know this. Chris B. Haynes, he has a line to Chris Paul. We know that for a fact. He was the one who reported about Chris Paul being unhappy with Isaiah Thomas and Matt Ishbia.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then Chris Paul was one to report it as well.
Yeah, his relationship with
barrier?
the owner might not be so great.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Chris Paul is I think he's the kind of guy that does hold grudges, which is, he doesn't forget much. So I don't know if they could kind of rebuild that bridge. But you know what? This is something that smart owners do. We saw Jerry Colangelo do this all the time. Jerry Colangelo and Charles Barkley had a terrible breakup. They got back together. Jerry Colangelo really ticked off.
Not 2 years later,
Not 2 years later. Really ticked off Greg Popovich when he installed Mike Krzyzewski as the U.S. Olympic head coach and not Pop. Years later, they rebuilt that bridge, and Greg Popovich became the head coach of Team USA. So the idea of repairing that relationship, I think you could get it done. If Chris Paul is interested, you make a phone call and you talk. And you tell him, sorry, Chris, we thought we had something in Bradley Beal, and we were wrong, and we should have hung on to you, and we'd love to have you back. That's probably all it would take. And let's be honest here. And I don't want to beat ourselves up about the Bradley Beal thing. I don't think we're guilty. The Washington Wizards were rarely, if ever, on national television. You would have to buy League Pass to watch Wizards games live, and who would want to do that? So you saw Bradley Beal's scoring production and his statistics, and you thought, this is a steal.
Mm-hmm. And they had that one little glimmer with John Wall, and then the little glimmer they had with Russell Westbrook. But other than that, they were irrelevant.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we should beat ourselves up too badly over that. What we didn't realize is the impact of a no-trade clause plus a second apron team, and what that would mean. And to be honest, I'm not sure the Suns knew.
And also his fit. Like, even if you took away the second apron stuff, if you took away the salary and all that stuff, his fit on the team playing with Devin Booker, plus his injury frequency,
it was the weirdest
just
dynamic.
wasn't a fit.
Because Devin Booker would always talk nice about Brad, as he called him, right? So
He seemed like a good locker room
called him
guy.
the heart and soul of the team, and yet he seemed very removed from the two, from Book and KD. It just seemed like they were not,
Somebody told me they were fighting in the locker. There was
fist fighting
in the locker room.
Vinny,
we only wish that team burned that hot that there were fist fights in the locker room.
Vinny, you briefly mentioned a name, Russell Westbrook. If Chris Paul is going back to the Clippers, going to end his career there, what are your thoughts on Westbrook coming to Phoenix?
He's a fascinating player.
I like him.
He checks the box in that he plays with his hair on fire still.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a transitional period for Russell Westbrook because he's arguably like a top 3 athlete of all time in the NBA. But when he was shown the bench, didn't go very well when he was with the Lakers. He's adjusted to that. It depends. If the Suns are going to add a point guard, I think I'd rather have Chris Paul because I think there's more intangibles that he brings and can help. But I don't know if they're going to add another point guard because of the roster situation that they're in right now.
It's unfortunate, but you're right. They're kind of boxed into having to start Jalen Green and Devin Booker, but I don't like that backcourt. I mean, I like the players, but that's not a balanced.
It's not a balanced breakfast.
No, it's really not. It's not. I don't want Book playing point.
No, point Book. We've seen it, and
Yes.
I bring it up a little bit at 7:32, so we can talk about it. But
someone's going to have to play. I mean, even if you sign Chris Paul, he's not going to start.
You wouldn't think so. Even though he showed last year he's capable of starting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you can't have 3 guards start.
No, you can't. Coming up next. What is coming up next?
This fan, I guess?
Yeah, last night's D-backs game featured an outstanding catch in center field. Unfortunately, it was by a fan. And apparently people know this guy. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the D-backs be buyers and sellers at the trade deadline? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
There's the 2-0 pitch. There's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Going back is Tawa to the track, to the wall. Leaping effort, and it's gone, but it might be fan interference. And yes, immediately fan interference is signaled by the second base umpire. And now the umpires are going to come together, and Tory Lavell signaling here to challenge.
Oh, he's calling him out.
And now they're calling him out. And Bob Melvin with a few four-lettered words that he's sending out towards Adrian Johnson.
Bob Melvin getting ejected. Turns out they reviewed it. The challenge was not called out. Fan interference was the ruling. They ruled it a double, but it was inches away from being a game-tying home run. Tim Tawa was not catching that baseball. The fan made a nice play. I was amazed minutes after that play that there were video clips and selections of this fan interfering with play 4 different times in Diamondbacks' recent history.
All right. See, I didn't even need to know that fact to know what I thought I saw with that particular fan. Okay, bringing a glove to a game, that's sign number one. If you're over the age of what, 15, 16? Let's make it 18.
Yeah.
If you're over 18.
If you're old enough to vote.
Right.
If you're old enough to go fight for this country.
Exactly. You should not be bringing a glove to a baseball game. That particular fan, literally, Vinny, he basically climbed over a Diamondbacks fan in a purple shirt right to the left of him, and then almost laid out in front of another couple of Giants fans to make that catch.
And then almost fell on the field.
He showed more range than Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Then he makes a nice catch, and he almost falls over the wall. And then as everybody's trying to figure out, where the heck did the baseball go? If Tim Tawa doesn't have it, and it's not in the stands, who has it? And then the fan just kind of sheepishly holds his glove like this, like, see? It's right here. And then he realized in that moment, look, the fact that this dude literally is climbing up over people to get to that baseball means he's at that baseball game primarily to do exactly what he did.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen guys like this. I saw guys like this at Diamondbacks fantasy camps. Guys who were really good baseball players back in the day can't let it go. So now tell me more about these other incidents.
But this is, I was just amazed that somebody had these like video collections ready to tweet. They knew it was going to happen.
And like they're all in the same spot.
Yes.
Like he has the same seat pretty much, maybe like one or two like to the right or left. And they're all like kind of obvious. Like last night's was over 3 people. Like he went and reached onto the field and to Jared's point almost fell on the field.
Yes.
The other 3 instances are just as like absurd. and I get it. Like if you go to a game and a ball's hit to you, like you want to catch the ball.
Of course you do.
Like you don't want to be the guy that drops the ball, but to go out of your way to be quote like that guy, multiple times, it's mind blowing, to me.
Yeah, and when they kick the dude out of the game, he's walking out and he's got his clear plastic bag and it's full of stuff. So he's coming to the game loaded for bear, if you will. So look, there's when you see clips of this kind of stuff, there are few things more unbecoming in sports than a grown man plowing through kids and people to get a baseball.
Well, it's the same thing with, in my opinion, a similar thing with grown men cutting off kids to get their autograph.
That too.
Yeah.
Or worse, when they have like a whole box or bag full of balls, and just like, that's their own, just to obviously just sell them or put them on eBay or something.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's got to be, the most notable example of this is the guy, Zach Hampel, who's like vilified around Major League Baseball because he does this everywhere he goes. He's like the home run guy. But he's trampled people to get balls. Of course, it would be John Boy that had this. I've got the video right here.
Oh, good.
July 6, 2022, reaches over at Chase Field. Throws the ball back onto the field. May 6, 2023, against the Nationals. Reaches over. Outfielder immediately calls for a review. Call upheld, ruled a home run after review. There he is, fist bumping, flexing.
He's in great shape.
July 28th, 2024. There he is again in that same red shirt. Reaching over, taking it away from a Pirates outfielder.
The man is a menace.
And then what do you?
I mean, come on. That is
enough already.
terrible.
I said last night, I responded to somebody on Twitter. I said, time to find that guy new seat. I think he's finding that seat on his own. But at what point you keep interfering with the game and you keep getting involved in reviewed calls?
Yeah.
The club has to do something, don't they?
He's also holding a baseball in his right hand while he's making the catch with his left hand. And then Alec Thomas is like, dude, what are you doing? And then didn't he throw the ball to Alec Thomas?
I mean, I don't know
and then
what
Alec
kinda,
threw it back to him?
I don't know what kind of speed he has or what kind of ground he could cover, but he's got good high.
Does he have a good arm? We can use that in the outfield. Forget about the glove. They have some gloves.
On my Twitter, someone just posted another one of him.
Really?
Yep, back in young Christian Walker days.
Wow.
He hit one out there. And the dude, it was against the Cardinals. We were down 11-4 in the bottom of the ninth, and he's still trying to catch home run balls.
And maybe all of us, I have never, ever caught a home run. I've never even caught a foul ball, nothing at a game. My dad, who's in his 70s and been to games his entire life, has never caught anything at a baseball game.
Okay.
It's crazy that these people, I guess when you go to a specific spots where you know they're going to hit balls, it's easier. But, like, what is the appeal of this thing to this guy?
Again, I guarantee you he is a former accomplished baseball player. And look, baseball it's the boys of summer. It's the perpetual adolescence.
I wouldn't be sure on that. It seems more likely that he was a failed baseball player. Or was never asked to play in the reindeer games, if you know what I'm saying. But now he's getting his revenge.
But it's like he's not.
I don't know. I've known dudes who are just like the guy I'm describing.
Okay.
Can't let go of their former days as a good baseball player. And this is the only way he can show it.
You mean the guy that shows up at the high school football game on Friday nights 12 years after graduation wearing his Letterman's jacket? That guy?
Kind of like that guy.
Well, what's he do? I mean, is he collecting? Does he have these balls up? He's not selling them. What could a home run from Arvid Dingleberry be worth? Or whatever the guy's name was for
Is it a rookie?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to your question. It doesn't appeal to me. I just want to watch the game. But it can fall under the big umbrella heading that I say to myself, either in my head or out loud several times a day. And that is, what the hell is wrong with people?
I don't know, man. But that's what he wants to do. He wants to make those catches. You would think, seriously, if you were a fan and you bring your glove to the game because you've always dreamt of catching a ball and you realize that catching a baseball, I've done it once successfully. It was in the press box of the Sky Dome in Toronto. I've told you all the story when I was very overserved at Comiskey Park way back in the day. When Ron Kittle hit a screamer coming right to me, and my reflexes were about a second and a half too late. And I put my hands up just as the ball hit my pectoral muscles and scarred me for a week.
That was in the press box?
No, that was up in the second deck at Comiskey.
Fan.
Yeah. So I've never caught one in the stadium. I've caught one in a press box. And I will tell you this, catching a baseball with the backspin that's on him, it hurts badly.
Oh, no.
You should see the damage it does to press box walls and laptops that get struck.
Oh, the one ball I ever got in a press box, I didn't catch it cleanly because there's no way I was attempting it. And it was off the bat of a pitcher. Matt Latos, remember him?
I do. Yeah.
He sent a screamer back there, and I dodged it. It put a hole in the the wall behind me.
Yeah.
I got the ball, though.
There's a reason why journalists literally hide under the table when balls come screaming back there. It's hard. But you would think if you were a dude who brought a glove to the game and made a catch and went, oh, my goodness, look what I just did. And then, oh, no, what did I just do? And now you got people screaming at you. And now you got players screaming at you. And now you've created a review. And now you've got opposing players pointing to you. Get him out of here. You would think you do that once. You're not doing it again.
And as far as we know, he's not giving the balls to little kids in the area or anything like that.
No.
If you interfere and it's like a penalty, you should get banned twice if you do it twice.
So he should be banned
5 times.
Well, no, but a couple of them you said were actually home runs, but yeah.
But after reviews, he's still interfering with play. Speaking of baseball, we got some business to attend to.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
Time to find our qualifier for D-backs tickets for 4th of July. Benjamin Johnson from Queen Creek. Ben Johnson? You've got 10 minutes to give us a call, 602-260-9870, to win 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. If Benjamin Johnson fails to do so, you know the drill. We'll open up the phone lines to someone else. If you didn't hear your name, you can still qualify. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name during the 11 o'clock hour with Wolf and Luke. Once again, starting the clock right now, Benjamin Johnson from Queen Creek. You got 10 minutes to give us a call, 602-260-9870. Sammy's got the reboot for us on this Tuesday morning next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding Monday night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs and struck out 7. And Shelby Miller came in, got a 4-out save in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win. That stops a 4-game losing streak, and it was a 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference. But Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win. Today, Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong tonight at Chase Field. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed a EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33 on this somewhat ominous Tuesday morning. It's a little windy, cloudy outside. Kind of interesting vibes for July 1st, but it is July 1st, and the Diamondbacks are officially still mediocre. For officially just 500 in the record column, but nobody tell Ryan Nelson that, because in his last 4 games, the Diamondbacks have won all 4 games. He's only given up 4 earned runs. He struck out 21, and I want to point out, I know he's not making $210 million, but is he this team's kind of Corbin Burns right now?
I think he's their best pitcher right now.
Since the middle of last season, he has been their best pitcher, which is why a lot of people, myself included, and I think most of the show included, took offense to his treatment. We all thought it was the easy way to solve a complex issue because he was the young guy and he's very agreeable and he's going to do what's best for the team, and we'll put him in long relief. I didn't like it. Yeah. There have been any number of those decisions that I think have landed wrong, and that's one of them.
And the only reason I do bring up the Corbin Burns thing is him getting hurt gave Ryan Nelson this opportunity, and how big has it been for the ball club that he's been able to come in and give them quality start after quality start.
He's been the pitching MVP, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been big, but it hasn't been that big for the team. You started this by saying they're still officially mediocre. They're 500, so it hasn't been able to ignite anything. He's been fantastic, but every 5th day being fantastic is not the recipe for success.
Also, putting him in the bullpen is still affecting them right now with his pitch count and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that decision this late in the season is still affecting them.
And again, the part of the reason why many baseball fans lose their minds over this stuff is there's a lot of people who think this coddling of pitchers is actually counterproductive, that the only way you build real arm strength is to have them throw more. Now, the science might argue with that, and the Diamondbacks have a lengthy extensive medical staff, but that is at the root of it. Not only does this program not work, there are people who think this program is the issue.
Yeah. So the Diamondbacks started a 4-game series against a division foe, I guess, in the Giants, as well as you could do. You won the first game, and for Giants announcer Dwayne Kuiper, he said this right before yesterday's game.
Well, we say we get 100 dip in the pool there?
Yeah, if they sweep them, I'll jump in my leather thong.
So, whoa! So the Diamondbacks have the chance to maybe sweep the Giants if they win tonight. And I don't know if I'll do that in the Diamondbacks pool, but maybe we could figure something out if they sweep them. But in order to do that, Gallen is on the mound tonight, and they need to get a win. How important are high-quality starts now for Zach Gallen?
Yeah, this one, I think I've had this game circled for a while, and not just because it's the Giants, not because we're at a perilous part of the season, but Zach Gallen is coming up on a crossroads here. And he has got to get this season back on track, because if he gets blown up tonight, I don't know how much more often you can give him a baseball.
Well, there's 4 weeks until the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I mean, we talked about it earlier in the year. This was a huge year, personally, for Zach Gallen. Going into a contract year, is his future here or elsewhere? But yeah, I mean, he's been one of the least effective starting pitchers in baseball. So for his own future, I don't know if this is salvageable this year for him or for this team, because they've really given us no proof that they can turn it around and be consistent. But he's got to start thinking about his financial future. Yeah,
no doubt. All right, we switch gears. NBA free agency got underway yesterday, and the Suns re-signed Colin Gillespie, and they signed a Finals MVP. That's right, they signed a Euro League Finals MVP, Nigel Hayes-Davis. And the clear-cut Suns story, though, is what are they going to do with Bradley Beal, and what are they going to do at the point guard position? And we talked and have talked about Chris Paul potentially coming back, and here was Chris Haynes on CP3 to the Suns.
Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are an option. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
So the simple question is, from a Devin Booker standpoint, Jalen Green, culture, how badly maybe do the Suns need a Chris Paul reunion?
I don't think it's a pressing need. I think it would be a luxury item. I don't think this is a championship contending team, and maybe that eliminates the Phoenix Suns from Chris Paul's own pecking order. Chris Paul's never going to hurt the situation. He's always going to help the situation, but how much help are the Suns actually able to benefit from? And we're going to get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, listen, I love the idea of the culture that he brings and what kind of comes off of him and how he commands a locker room. And I think Devin Booker was at his very best with Chris Paul around him. So I would be all for that. But then again, you get to the deployment idea. How do you use him? When would you use him? Mm-hmm. And it's if Jalen Green has to start and Devin Booker has to start, where are you going with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lastly, we talked just a little bit about winners, losers of day one. Some say the Lakers are early losers, Rockets, Hawks, some early winners. And you don't have to say winners or losers, but what would you call the Phoenix Suns right now? If there were a word for their early free agents.
I would say I'd give them an incomplete grade right now. I think what they did during the draft looks coherent. It looks smart. Like I said, it looks like they looked in the right place for their new head coach. It looks like they were looking in the right places for their players.
Yeah.
So I think that they've kind of turned the tide a little bit in terms of perception. But what they add around the fringe now is going to determine exactly what they're able to accomplish.
Incomplete is a good word, because I think their offseason is going to be defined by two things. And look, everybody's got their thoughts on the Kevin Durant trade. That's one of those things. How they handle and how Bradley Beal handles his situation this offseason is going to define things moving forward. So that's still very much unresolved, so it's got to be an incomplete.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The manner in which Bradley Beal and his situation is handled over the summer could make them both a winner and or continue to be a loser. But that's the reboot. Happy Tuesday.
Yep. Benjamin Johnson did not call in within 10 minutes, so we need a caller number for somebody to steal those tickets, Bick.
Caller number 3, Vinny, and not or Chris Paul.
Caller number 3. 602-260-9870. If you are caller 3, you're stealing Benjamin Johnson's tickets, and we're not even going to tell him.
You're stealing Benjamin Johnson?
Sure.
Jared, come on.
Come on,
Tickets.
Jared.
People misspeak all the time. You should know that better than anybody.
I know.
602-260-9870. Looking for caller number 3. Coming up next, we will talk some Suns off-season. Doug Haller covers the Suns and the rest of the state for The Athletic. He will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs. Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood where many houses have ditched front yards full of rocks for beautiful sparkling lawns. And if that sounds like something you want to do, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. They are the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassle, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance for you, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, free of debris. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you are looking for, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. They love working with customers, creating backyard oases that will leave your neighbors green with envy, and customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Go check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com. Check out samples of their work there, near 1,000 5-star reviews, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yep, Free agency getting underway in the NBA yesterday. Suns making some moves. Still some work to be done in reshaping this roster. Post Kevin Durant here to talk about it with us. Covers the Suns for The Athletic. Doug Haller, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Doug, good morning.
Hey, guys, what's up?
It's been a while. How you been?
I'm doing well. It has been a while, but, just like everyone else, just trying to figure out the Suns roster and how it's going to look next season.
Yeah, I know you have a piece out on The Athletic that I read this morning about the coexisting in the backcourt with Devin Booker and Jalen Green, and that seems to be the question on everybody's mind, and you went a different way about it, and that was asking some assistant coaches around the league. I mean, for those of our listeners that did not read that piece or haven't read it yet, Doug, what did you find out, and what is the prognosis for this pairing in the backcourt?
Yeah, it was interesting. I found out pretty much three things about Jalen Green. One, the desire's there. He wants to be great. He's the type of guy that if he needs to work on his jump shot, which he does, he's going to be in the gym working on it. If he needs to work on his defense, which he does, he's going to work at that until he gets better. So I think that's encouraging for the Suns. The other thing, Vince, is, I was under the impression, like a lot of people, that, he wasn't good in that Golden State series. But just talking with some of his coaches, some of the analysts that have been around him, and I went back and watched a couple of those games. Jalen Green scored 38 points in game 2, and then after that, Golden State made a decision. They're like, we need to take him out of this, and that's what they did. They made sure that, when he got the ball, they trapped him. They forced the ball out of his hands. Now, could he have been better about impacting the game in other areas? Yeah, but they did a big part of trying to slow him down. And the obvious thing, as you guys have talked about, is there is some redundancy there. Both Devin Booker and Jalen Green need the ball in their hands to be effective. And Houston did that a lot with Jalen Green. They put the ball in his hands, ran a high pick and roll, and let him kind of play make off that, which is a lot of what we've seen from Point Book in the last couple of years.
I know a lot of basketball fans, Suns fans, were taken aback by that video of Rich Paul talking to Matt Ishbia about Kamen Maluach, and it was sort of like, oh, okay, yes, that's our de facto GM there, and yet the results of the NBA draft seemed to be coherent, and they created some excitement, maybe a little more enthusiasm, maybe some faith was restored. Your thoughts on how the Suns have recovered from that disaster season from a year ago?
Yeah, well, I felt a lot better about the Kevin Durant trade after the draft. I think a lot of people did. Mm-hmm. Dan, you guys both know this. I've covered the Suns on and off throughout my career. The first time was during the Nash Amari years, which is probably the most fun I've had covering any team at any level in this profession. And then I was around the Earl Watson years, which were miserable, just absolutely miserable. Uh-huh. They had no chance to win, and everyone knew it. That was more fun than covering this team last year. It was miserable toward the end of the year. You would walk into the arena, and it was just, it was just, joyless has been a word that's been used to describe it. So, I feel if you're a Suns fan, you should probably feel refreshed. Is this going to be a team that's going to be contending? No, I think they're going to be battling for that 8th spot next year, maybe even the next year after that. But just to get off of that dynamic last year and hitting reset, I think it's been a good thing. I have no idea how it's going to work out. I have no idea what's going to happen with Bradley Beal, but I am encouraged that they're making some moves.
Doug Haller, who covers the Suns and other things for The Athletic. He's our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned it. You don't know, and nobody knows what's going to happen with Bradley Beal. We were having a discussion earlier, Doug, that I think the first piece that needed to happen has happened for the Suns. That was the Kevin Durant trade. You mentioned it. You feel better about that after the draft. But, how do you view the possibilities of being able to wiggle out from under this Bradley Beal contract? There seems to be some rumblings that there might be teams interested. The Suns may send him home. How do you view it right now on the first day of July? With every avenue the Suns have with Bradley Beal, there is a pretty significant roadblock to that avenue. No matter, even if there are teams who are interested in Bradley Beal, and at the trade deadline, that was a big obstacle. It's just finding someone who is willing to take on someone of his
with his contract, with his salary, and someone who wasn't really available all the time, to think that, someone has their reasons, they're willing to take that gamble. Bradley still can just veto it. He's been very clear that he likes it here. His family likes it here. He doesn't want to move. So it just makes me skeptical of what they can do. Even the waive and stretch option, he's going to have to give up a lot of money. Mm-hmm. Who would do that? Who's going to do that these days? Give up, around $14 million just to move on. He's always said he felt like he's earned this contract, the no trade clause. I don't know what the best option is. I do know they would like to move on without him, but I would not be surprised if he's still on the roster next year, and they just have to kind of force their way through it.
You could make a strong argument that a total rebuild might be the better route for the Suns right now because they're about to pay Devin Booker $75 million a year on a 2-year extension, and that's a lot of money for a guy that's regressed the past couple of years, and you might end up having to trade him a year from now, and that salary might be an impediment to that. But clearly they're not going in that route. So when Devin gets his money, what do you think Devin Booker has to do better or become next year for all of this to work out in a good manner?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dan. I think Devin has to go back to being, he was the fourth in MVP voting the year they won 64 games. I think he needs to go back to being that type of player. There's a conversation to be had, and it has been had about, what has been the reason that Devin's regressed a little bit these last 2 years. I think that Kevin Durant, being paired with Kevin Durant, probably has the most to do with it. I think at times Devin kind of deferred to Kevin too much. At times I thought he was too respectful. I think he should have said, look, this is my team. And, Kevin, you're going to have to fit in around me more than the other way around. But also, Devin's gotten paid. And sometimes that changes a player, that changes their drive. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. If we go back to seeing the aggressive, killer mentality Devin Booker that got the Suns to this high level, because the last couple of years, for whatever reason, it hasn't been to that level. And, someone's brought it up before that, sometimes if you put Devin out there with the guys at the end of the bench, the second unit, kind of in those garbage minutes, he did have that aggression. He was a different player than when he was on the floor with KD and Brad. So maybe that's what we'll see next year. But I do definitely I think that we need to see the Devin that we saw a few years ago.
Doug Haller, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You mentioned it when Kevin Durant got to town. You spent a lot more time covering this team, and now that it's over, obviously it's been a disappointment. But everybody's wondering why this didn't work. And, everybody's assuming it's going to work in Houston. I'm not so convinced of that based on what I saw here. But how would you sum up the Kevin Durant experience, just on an individual basis, not how he affected the team? You already talked about how he may have affected Devin Booker. But how would you sum up the KD experience in Phoenix now that it's over, Doug?
Well, he was fascinating to cover. I mean, just because he was always willing to talk. I've never been around anybody who you could ask him just about any player in basketball, not even necessarily in the NBA. There was a reporter from New Jersey who came in and was asking about the Rutgers kids one night, and Kevin doesn't miss a beat. I mean, he is well schooled in the sport. You could ask him anything, and he'll write your story for you because he's that good and that smart about this game. It just didn't fit, and I don't have any great answer. I think the leadership part of it might be a little bit overstated, but for whatever reason, when you have a guy that, Devin hasn't been a strong leader on the court, Kevin prefers just to go out there and play. What's interesting is I went back and listened to his introductory press conference a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. He told us everything about him on that day during that crazy pep rally news conference. He said that, he was asked about a championship 3 times. He never said, we're going to win a championship. He just kept saying, I'm all about the process, just getting better every day. And that's how he operates. And it was also interesting that he was asked about the chemistry among Devin at the time and Chris Paul. And he said, the leaders of the leaders of the team are the coach and the GM, which I thought was really interesting because he said that later and took a lot of criticism for it. But he said those things from the get-go. And that's how he is. I'm skeptical, like you are, Vince, about how it's going to play out in Houston. We saw that in Phoenix. But, he can definitely score at a high level. I just don't know how much he'll impact winning there.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm glad to turn the page of it because, there was probably, and I love your Earl Watson analogy because I'm not sure that anything surpassed last year in terms of just yucky, joyless basketball.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that stemmed from the head coach. Everybody knew, at least in this industry, that Mike was not great. Mike Budenholzer was not great with the media, but just to see people walk like on eggshells around him, staff members, people who are kind of, in his orbit there, just the vibe. I mean, the vibe was just really, really bizarre last year, and it just kept getting worse as the year went on, I thought.
Yep. Doug, great stuff. Great to have you on the show.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for joining us today.
All right, good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. Doug Haller covers the Suns and everything else for
Great
the Athletic.
writer.
Yes,
Fantastic writer.
Great work. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, another great writer at his craft. The Bickley Blast is next. By the way, Mark McGinnis. I just messed up the whole Bickley Blast lead in. Mark McGinnis was caller number 3. He's going to the game. Listen for your name at the 11 o'clock hour with Wolf and Luke. Now the Bickley Blast is coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Why did Tory Lavell take out Ryan Nelson in a gem of a start? Fenerbahce forward Nigel Hayes-Davis reportedly will sign with the Phoenix Suns. And here's the complication for a Bradley Beal wave-in stretch. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab-grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding last night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs, and struck out 7 in a 4-2 Diamondback win that stops a 4-game losing streak, and it was a 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference tonight. Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie. As well, they signed EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Diamondbacks are like a cheap carnival ride. Sometimes they're thrilling, sometimes they're nauseating, and sometimes when the ride is over, you feel lucky you're still alive. That's what last night felt like. Another reprieve for our baseball team, especially for teetering Tory Lavell, who took Ryan Nelson out of the game after 88 pitches when Nelson was dealing, shutting out the Giants in the 7th inning. 1 pitch later, the bullpen had blown up predictably, and boos were cascading down upon Lavell. This has become a hot-button issue in the Valley, folks. Earlier in the day, Lavell was actually at a downtown Chick-fil-A helping round up all-star votes for Ketel Marte, and he admitted many people in the restaurant were giving him unsolicited advice, namely to leave his starters in the games longer. And then came the Nelson incident, and the pitchfork mob is back out in full force because this coddling of pitchers program isn't working. It hasn't prevented injuries, and there's a lot of people who think just the opposite, that this coddling is exactly what is making these pitchers more fragile, more susceptible to injury, and yet these people also refuse to acknowledge that these pitch count decisions are decisions made above Lavell's head. Bottom line, there's a difference between a great man and a great manager. Lavell is certainly the former, but it's going to take a strong finish for Lavell to remain the latter to survive the whiplash of this roller coaster season. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Is that frustrating, still being on the pitch count?
No. There's a lot that goes into that, and it was a bit of a different start to the season than I'm sure a lot of starters have. So I think I totally get it, and it's people smarter than me making those calls.
That's Ryan Nelson. Asked on whether or not he's frustrated still being on a pitch count. June 30th, his 18th appearance, his 8th start. He threw a season-high 88 pitches, and it was kind of like the Back to the Future treatment. When this guy hits 88 pitches, you're going to see some serious bleep. And that means
that's it. Yeah.
You had me at the phrase in the blast too. booze cascading down, and then I realized what kind of booze you were talking about, and then you lost me.
Right,
it was not a popular decision. There's no doubt about it, and it was, again, in true Diamondbacks 2025 fashion, exacerbated by the fact that Juan Murillo's first pitch was hit to the wall and tied the game.
Yeah.
Ryan Nelson, in one pitch, loses his opportunity for a win. Diamondbacks get the win, but Carnival Ride is a good way to describe it.
Yeah, listen, but the cheap variety.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes they're fun, sometimes not so much, and sometimes you're lucky you get out of it alive. And the bottom line is this. There are a lot of people who just think that the Diamondbacks' handling of pitchers, their entire pitching philosophy, as I said in the blast, is a root cause, that by not allowing pitchers to pitch more, they're being more susceptible to injury. I'm not a medical professional. It would be dumb for me to have an opinion on that. But the Diamondbacks have placed a lot of faith into this program. And these are not decisions the manager is making, yet people don't want to accept that. This is not Tory Lavell saying, you know what, at 88, Ryan Nelson's coming out of the game. Because you would think that Ryan Nelson dealing the way he was last night was your best option to get out of that jam in the 7th. As Juan Murillo clearly proved. But these are not Tory's decisions. He is managing by the guidelines he has been given.
Yeah, here was more from Tory Lavell on the cautious nature, especially as it applies to Ryan Nelson.
Yeah, so we ask a lot of them, and that's why we're kind of in the situation where the pitch count is what it is, because we're being extra cautious with some of the things that he's taken on throughout the course of the year. So we start him out as a long man reliever. We go back and we toggle between 35 and 50 pitches. That's very difficult. And then we go full ramp up when Corbin Burns gets hurt, and he stepped right into that role. And once again, you don't replace Corbin Burns. You got guys like Ryan Nelson. You feel really good about his ability to execute a game plan and pitch as good as he did, because he's shown us that. So that's why we developed the plan. And what has he meant? I mean, you can only imagine what it feels like coming to the ballpark and you get to see that every 5th day. He's unbelievable, and that will continue. And that's why I gotta do my job, even though it wasn't the most popular decision. It was the right decision.
Yeah, I get the difficulty in all of it because, and I'm kind of like you. I'm not an expert on it. I've got my thoughts on why this is happening in Major League Baseball. I tend to believe the people that talk about the reliance on spin rate and maximum velocity. And Ryan Nelson's a very hard thrower. So the number of pitches being decreased, obviously, the less times you do that, you're lessening the chances of injury.
Right.
But I mean, you have to look at the results. And this has been an ultra cautious staff when it comes to handling pitchers. And they currently have a whole roster of pitchers recovering from surgeries that are going to keep them off the field for more than a year.
Which is why a lot of people think whatever this program is, it's not working. What I think the Diamondbacks would say in response is the pitchers from Corbin Burns all the way down, the pitchers who have suffered these injuries, suffered them because of the attrition in previous years when not guided by smart medical philosophies. I think that's what they would say, that these arms are ticking time bombs, and they're going to go off and blow up at some point in time.
Or one thing has nothing to do with anything, and it's all just random,
or it's
where
all
you just happen to throw a pitch the wrong way at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the nature of physiology, isn't it?
Yeah, listen.
I might get up out of this chair and throw my back out.
But people always say, well, Nolan Ryan threw 140 pitches every game for 25 years.
Yeah.
You know, then there's some players who just get injured every single season from that era. It just happens. It's seemingly random.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Very, very much so. And so Tory Lavell bears a lot of that, and he's basically, in some way, he's basically saying, I'm a martyr. During the post-game press conference, he said, I'm not an idiot. I hated myself for doing that. So he's telling you, without telling you, these are not my decisions.
Yeah, last year, Ryan Nelson, by the way, 88 pitches again this year, so far his season high. He pitched in 28 games last year. In 15 of them, he threw 90 or more pitches. So that's the ramp up, is to get him there. I mean, you don't see a lot of 100-pitch games for the Diamondbacks anymore, especially early in the season. You'll see them more in the second half of the season, especially if they're in contention. But I think Diamondbacks fans would have felt a lot better had he been given the opportunity to get that last
Imagine
out.
if they would have lost the game.
But that's it. Now, see, that's why I call it a reprieve.
Yes.
That's why last night was a reprieve. Had they lost that game, he'd be getting barbecued right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but again, I think even if baseball fans understand everything I laid out there in terms of what the organization might be thinking, and it's really not the manager, this is philosophical and this is organizational and all that kind of stuff, you can't get over the fact that really you can't let him face one more hitter. Is there really a hard red line with pitch counts? You mean you couldn't let him get out of the seventh? Because he clearly is going to be way better than anybody you're bringing out of that bullpen.
What does the stats and the data say on 88 pitches versus 94 pitches, 95 pitches? You know?
They might have data on that. They might. But it just, baseball fans look at that and go, that's insanity. Especially when it's one pitch and then, boom, the game is tied.
It was so... I just had to laugh when Murillo came in and threw the pitch, and you're like, one pitch.
One, right. And you're like,
ah! Vitalit is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, who are the biggest movers and shakers on day one of NBA free agency. That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've been telling you for years, I'm a big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics does for its clients all over America. And I say that because I've experienced it myself. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. I was just in their Chandler facility last week, got my elbows filled with platelet-rich plasma. My elbows feel so much better. And this is what they're doing. It's called regenerative medicine, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. They're transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with this innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatment that delivers lasting results. So if you're dealing with joint pain of any kind in your hips, your elbows, wherever, you should definitely check out what QC Kinetics can do for you. They use state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to heal itself, to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and this revolutionary approach can give you long-term relief. Go find out what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get your free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hey, it's Wolf. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to the latest moves in NBA free agency. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The Rockets are on an organizational hot streak. They are drafting well, they are trading well, they are using free agency well, they are negotiating contracts well. They've been very active the last couple of days, and not just with Kevin Durant, but also getting Jabari Smith Jr. into a new contract, getting Fred VanVleet into a new contract. Tonight, they signed Clint Capella to a 3-year deal, which was a surprise. It will backfill them. They extended Steven Adams. When you play in the Western Conference, you got to have size. You got to try to beat Nikola Jokic. They've retained Steven Adams and added Clint Capella. They've got Alperen Şengün. They are really, really doing good moves. And then their development of Tari Eason, of Amen Thompson has really been going. If you're going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, you've got to win across the board. Right. Yeah. The Rockets are piling up W's.
If you ask most people around the NBA who's done the best this offseason, most people would say the Houston Rockets. And that starts with the acquisition of Kevin Durant from the Phoenix Suns. They have extended a couple of their other players, Steven Adams, Fred VanVleet, Jabari Smith Jr. got a huge deal, over $122 million.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Dorian Finney-Smith bolts the Lakers and opts to sign on with Houston. Clint Capella, as Brian Windhorst mentioned in that soundbite, also a deal that I understood a little bit less because he's basically your third center now. But one thing locally that stood out to me in the aftermath of those Houston moves, Bick, was, again, revisiting what was included in the Houston Rockets trade coming to Phoenix. It was Jalen Green, it was Dylan Brooks, two starters that they deemed unnecessary moving forward. And Suns fans were like, really? You couldn't get Jabari Smith Jr.?
Yeah.
Well, no. But now there were other fans that were lamenting the fact that Cam Whitmore wasn't in that deal. Tari Eason wasn't in that deal. Now it was like, you really couldn't have thrown one of those guys in the deal if you're Houston? Those guys are going to be languishing on the bench.
Yeah, right. And again, I think that is what most people had the issue with the Kevin Durant trade and the falling of Kamen Malawach into their laps at number 10. Hopefully that is going to be the antidote that makes the KD trade palatable, if not successful. But I'm right with you. That was the one thing that bothered me, is that the Rockets, and look, other NBA teams, they're not in the business of helping trade partners save face. But in the acquisition of Kevin Durant, adding another player that you're not going to have a role for anyways, it would have seemed to be something that they could have very easily done, but didn't do. And why didn't they do it? Because they knew they didn't have to. Why? Because KD was running the whole show. And KD had the leverage, and KD knew Houston was going to be the only possible trade partner because the Miami Heat's offer was so bad. And because the Timberwolves had tapped out because KD said, I don't want to go there. And so the whole thing being a KD orchestration, I think, led to that net return that just looked thin on paper. You just knew when you looked at it. And at that point in time, what happened at number 10 was really going to determine just the context of this trade.
Everybody responded. Every national person said the Suns did all right considering the circumstances. The best they can do with what was on the table for them.
And then after the draft, felt a little bit better about it because they were able to get Malawach at 10. Huge news from the NBA just this morning. This just minutes ago. Shams Charania tweeting back that the Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner, the center from the Indiana Pacers, who's a free agent. Huge loss for the Pacers.
Wow.
Lillard's 2 seasons in Milwaukee come to an end as he rehabilitates a torn Achilles tendon. So they're doing the waive and stretch on $113 million remaining, which is more than Bradley Beal has remaining on his contract, I believe, by a little bit.
Wow.
But I don't know the Bucks books, off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
The Suns, we talked about it yesterday. The dead money that they already have after waiving and stretching Nasir Little and E.J. Liddell is making things a little bit more difficult for the Suns to maneuver with Bradley Beal.
Well, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Huge loss for the Pacers, though.
Oh, listen, the Pacers went you said it in real time. That injury to Tyrese Halliburton might be the most costly injury in basketball history.
And also, what is the signing Miles Turner
do for Giannis?
Right. Do for Giannis and also getting rid of Damian Lillard.
Well, Brook Lopez leaving was thought to be a blow. They've re-signed a lot of their own guys like Gary Trent Jr., Bobby Portis, and players like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Miles Turner, that's a significant signing for Milwaukee.
Suns could have had him for DeAndre Ayton at one point in time.
They could have.
Okay.
Probably at 2 different
I
periods.
was going to say, it felt like every year for 3 years.
Here's what I think. I think Giannis, this is a stat that absolutely blew my mind. When we talk about the player empowerment movement in the NBA, I think most people agree that it's had a lot of negative ramifications on sports, on teams, and all that, right? Player mindset, all that kind of thing. There has not been a foreign-born player to force his way out of a city. They've all been American-born players. If Giannis did that, forced his way out of Milwaukee, he'd become the first foreign-born player to do so. Now, it might speak to different sensibilities for players who come here from Europe or other countries. It might be purely an American viewpoint that I'm getting mine and to heck with everybody else. But I think Giannis has people telling him, don't go. It rarely works out well for people who go team hopping and ring chasing. You're not necessarily going to find happiness somewhere else, and you're certainly not necessarily going to find that ring you're chasing. And the benefits to staying in one place, which Devin Booker seems to want to do, which Larry Fitzgerald did, which Shane Doan did. I think that there's a strong argument to be made that you don't want to get caught up in the historical net of LeBron James and Kevin Durant and James Harden and whoever else you want to throw on that list. Mm-hmm. That history is not going to look kind on players who did this.
True, but I also think, and we're still awaiting a decision from Giannis, but I think the landscape has changed since the Damian Lillard injury.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody just assumed, they're done. They're gonna tear it apart. Giannis is gonna leave. They've actually made efforts to improve the team. Again, right. Miles Turner is a significant signing.
Yeah.
I could see, and we all try to get into the heads of these personalities that we think we're familiar with. I don't think Giannis wants to leave Milwaukee. I don't think he wants to be that trailblazer,
right.
Like you just mentioned, the first foreign player to work his way out of town. I think that would be much easier accomplished after one more year in Milwaukee. But, I mean, that's the other thing about Houston. We're talking about movers and shakers. They've improved their team. They're really deep. It doesn't guarantee anything next year in terms of a championship.
Yeah.
But what they've also done is armed themselves with a lot of ammo should they want to make them. Should Giannis say, hey, I want out? Houston is going to be one of the prime landing spots for him.
How would you even make room for him? Why would Giannis want to choose there to begin with? That would be seen as yucky. I mean, it might be smart for him if he wants a ring that bad, but again, to me, I think that there's it takes a certain self-awareness to understand what you're giving up while chasing.
I would agree.
I will say, technically, Ben Simmons is Australian, and he kind of forced himself out of a team to be traded.
I reject that.
He was an American born in Australia.
And he never became a star. He was never a star player forcing his way out. Nobody knew what they were missing with him, which turns out wasn't much.
That's true.
Yeah. So on two different fronts, that was a horrible.
Okay, well, it was just no, because it was one of those
dynamite dropping.
Well, no, it was one of those things where you're like, that can't be true. So I'm like, I'm going to prove that Dan Bickley wrong.
Try again.
Try again, champ.
That broadcasting school's really paying off. Coming up next, it seems like a lot of people in Phoenix are bracing for the bottom when it comes to the Suns. Should that be the case next year? We'll get into it. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be, do not disturb, Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over, the end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson and Bristol-Myers Squibb. Stroke is a leading cause of death and disability worldwide, with over 12.2 million strokes occurring each year and 795,000 taking place in the U.S. alone. Dr. Clay Johnston, Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of Harbor Health.
The signs of stroke can be subtle and hard to recognize, so educating yourself and others is key to responding quickly. An easy way to remember is with the acronym FAST. This stands for face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and time to call 911. The sudden onset of any of these symptoms could mean that someone is having a stroke.
A stroke can affect anyone at any time, so recognizing these symptoms quickly can make a difference, especially when it comes to getting the proper care.
Seeking medical attention at the first sign of stroke symptoms can significantly reduce long-term disability and enhance recovery. It can also increase eligibility for clinical trials, potentially leading to additional treatment options.
For more information on the signs and symptoms of stroke, visit stroke.org.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding Monday night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs, struck out 7, and Shelby Miller came in and got a 4-out save in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win that stops a 4-game losing streak. And it was a 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win, and here was manager Tory Lavell after the dub.
Solid win, set up by what Nelly did for us. He went out there and was driving fastballs at the top of the zone as effectively as I've seen him in a long time. Mixed in some secondary stuff, got in a really good rhythm with Hosey. At the end of the day, when you take him out of the game, you gotta feel really good about what he did.
Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong tonight at Chase. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Jared, do you know who that is on that soundbite in the production piece coming back?
No. Sounds like Bertrand Berry, but it's certainly not him.
It's not Bertrand Berry. Certainly from the hindsight is 2020 file, the Suns didn't have the pieces to compete for a championship this past year. Well, thanks.
Wow.
What do the Suns look like moving forward? Fred Katz is a writer for The Athletic. He was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports. And the question was, having to do with the subject of addition by subtraction in terms of Kevin Durant being traded to Houston. Can the Suns be better without Kevin Durant? Here was Fred Katz's answer.
I think they're in a better position for the future in all likelihood. I really struggle to see how they'll be better, to be honest. I mean, you look at what their record was when they didn't have Kevin Durant last year, and they just couldn't win without Durant. Look, I get it. There was a lot of talk about the quality of player that Kevin Durant has become during this transaction cycle. I don't know. I watched Kevin Durant. I still think that guy is unbelievable. Their entire crunch time offense was Kevin Durant, please save us. It was him just killing dudes from the elbow. You look at the advanced numbers, the Suns averaged, not Kevin Durant, this is not an individual stat. The Phoenix Suns averaged, I think, 1.21, I want to say it was, points per possession directly off of Kevin Durant isolations.
Wow.
That means on shots that came off of Durant isolations, fouls that came off Durant isolations, even passes that came off of Durant isolations, they averaged 1.21 points per possession off Durant isolations. Think about that.
Look, there's a lot of analytic proof in that answer about it doesn't make sense. The Suns can't be better without Kevin Durant. But on the flip side, this is not analytical at all. How are they worse with him for 2.5 years?
Yeah, that's again. This is what I have said repeatedly and frequently. I didn't know this until we experienced it, but the idea of Kevin Durant, the analytics of Kevin Durant exceed the experience of Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And the idea that all the scoring came off isolation and because the Suns are so bad, that's Kevin Durant's game.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be his game in Houston.
It will be. And look, I'm very sure of one thing. Kevin Durant in Houston next year. He's going to average between 25 and 28 points a game. He's going to be their leading scorer. That's where it ends.
That's where it ends. I would make no guarantees either.
And I like their roster. We've talked about their depth, what they've done from a maneuverability standpoint. They've got veterans. They've got young talent. They've got a really good mix. What everybody is saying about the Houston Rockets is what everybody was saying about the Phoenix Suns when Kevin Durant landed in town.
That's exactly right.
Not just after the trade, but going into his first full year. Even last offseason, people were picking the Suns to be the title winners. I don't know if that's the case anymore. The one proof we have of Kevin Durant being part of a championship team was he joined a ready-made championship team in Golden State and performed unbelievably well.
Right.
That team was winning at least one championship if he never went there. Let's be honest. The conditions have to be perfect, apparently.
And he voluntarily ejected himself from that situation.
Yes, he did.
It wasn't all kumbaya by the end of those years in Golden State either, when they produced championships and NBA Finals MVP. Look, all you have to do to juxtapose and extrapolate and kind of try to understand Kevin Durant as a teammate, just follow his Twitter feed. See what bothers him. See what he feels that he needs to say and get off his chest. And then now think about that inside a team concept. Gambo is reported from talking to guys that KD is all process driven, which we all know, but he's just by himself. It's him succeeding at basketball. That's Kevin Durant's world. It's not about anything else other than him doing him. He says it right on his Twitter feed.
Well, when the trade was made, did you ever think that the addition of Kevin Durant would have a negative impact on Devin Booker?
No, but we've also heard people like Charles Barkley call him Mr. Miserable. We've heard people talk about his personality, how he was never happy. I never knew what it meant. And I still don't know what it means in the context of the Suns, but we know at one point in time, he and Frank Vogel didn't get along, and we know he and Mike Budenholzer didn't get along.
Yeah, and look, I'm not pinning 100% of this on Kevin Durant. A lot of what I'm saying in terms of my doubts of him moving forward and contributing to a championship in Houston is based on what we've all lived through. But Devin Booker was he deserves. We talked to Doug Haller about it. He deserves a lot of blame and finger pointing for what went on these last 2 years as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So is that the addition by subtraction? Is the re-unlocking the Devin Booker from pre-KD?
So,
yes.
Yeah, and where I ultimately land on all of this, you can't say KD, because of his personality, is not a winning player. That's not accurate. He's been an NBA Finals MVP. He most certainly is a winning player. But everything's got to be right. As Vinny said, it's got to be the right team, the right situation, the right coach, all of that stuff has got to lock in. And there is just no doubt that Devin Booker regressed while Kevin Durant was here.
Look, I feel more comfortable, not to cut you off, but you said Kevin Durant is a winning player. I feel more comfortable with the use of the word was. We know he was a winning player.
That's fair.
The is, we don't have any proof of that.
No, that's absolutely
fair. And look, a lot of what I'm saying is, again, based on what we've seen, but it's also based on hope, because it's going to really suck if this is one of those perfect situations for Kevin Durant and he moves on to Houston
and wins a title.
And they win a title. Because then it means he wasn't the problem. But the problem was based in the culture. The problem was based on the guys that are left behind. And that's really going to be hard to deal with.
I just hope 2 years from now the chemistry between Devin Booker and Damian Lillard is better on the Suns.
No.
That Achilles will be tip-top shape.
Yeah.
2 years from now?
Yeah, that's plenty of time to heal.
Well, but Vinny brings up a good point. What if there's a lot of expectations in Houston now? A lot of expectations.
Are they better than the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No. To your point, and to us four that watched a majority of the Suns basketball when Kevin Durant was here, we have seen it when it is really good with Durant and when it was really good with him and Booker. It was one of the more fun basketball teams to watch. But when it got sour and it went south, you guys know it was near impossible to watch them play basketball, given the frustration on the floor.
But when was it really good?
Right, it was minimal.
It was
minimal.
really good in those 2 games at home against the Denver Nuggets. That's when I thought, wow, this team is...
The first 9 games of this past season?
That's what I was
And that's
gonna bring
it.
up.
I mean, we're talking about really tiny stretches
Tiny
of play.
fraction of basketball. And again, we also learned that you put Devin Booker and Kevin Durant in a locker room, neither one of those dudes is going to lead. And you need that internal voice who lays down the law. It can't always be the head coach. That is why they've had issues with the past 2 head coaches, because there's nobody in there either supporting the head coach or laying down the law internally to help out the head coach. And it became a recipe for disaster. And the joyless thing, that was his image, and it manifested itself. By the end of it, nobody even liked the basketball team.
And just to go back to what we were talking about earlier, it would have been interesting to see one more year of Booker, Durant, and Chris Paul. See how Chris Paul would have done in that sort of...
That's, yes, in retrospect, that was the error. But in retrospect, in real time, we had all had enough of Chris Paul breaking down at the very end of the season.
I know. I'm just saying, like, the leadership part of it would have been interesting to see.
You're absolutely right. But we, as Suns fans, have become so impatient and so traumatized by it all that we don't have proper context anymore. We're distorted.
And what are we without proper context?
Exactly.
We're aimless. Coming up next, Diamondbacks get back in the win column last night. Can they continue it against the Giants? We'll talk D-backs baseball with our own Alex Weiner straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Of the 4 options that you talked about, trading him, waiving and stretching him, bringing him back and playing him, bringing him back and sending him home, I think bringing him back and playing him is the most untenable, unworkable, disagreeable path you could choose. I just don't think you can do that. I think all the other 3 at least has some surface level value to it where I go, well, okay, I can understand that. Bringing him back and playing him, to me, my brain I can't even register that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship. And I just say this, if that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Trying to sell your home? Did you know that there are 12 mistakes traditional agents make that cost home sellers thousands? And we've corrected them all at 72 Sold. Recent studies show that home sellers who use the 72 Sold program are achieving a median sale price 5.8% higher than sellers who sell the traditional way. Avoid the 12 mistakes. Get a better agent. Get a better price at 72sold.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. So at what point in the month of July will the Diamondbacks need to decide whether they're a buyer or a seller? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Later on tonight, we get Game 2, D-backs and the San Francisco Giants 4-game set out at Chase Field. D-backs took the opener last night. Here to talk some Diamondbacks baseball with us. He covers the team for us at ArizonaSports.com. Alex Weiner, our guest via video link. Alex, good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
There is no video, but that's quite okay.
I can see myself for what it's worth.
Hey, and I'm sure you look great this morning, Alex. Last night, obviously a much-needed win for this team, although when Juan Murillo threw that pitch that basically tied the game after Tory Lavell got booed by the fans for removing Ryan Nelson, obviously it was a thing. D-backs bounced back and got the win. I guess my question to start is, and I know Ryan Nelson talked about it, Alex, was he frustrated that he's still on a pitch count at this point? How much longer will Ryan Nelson be on a pitch count at this point? Because it's July, and that was his 18th appearance of the year.
Yeah, it's unclear. It's unclear exactly what he feels in between outings. It's very clear that there's still some soreness that he goes through in between outings and in between bullpen sessions, and they're trying to manage it as carefully as they can. Obviously, it was a strange start to the year where he started off in the bullpen. They try to keep him as stretched as possible, but throwing 35, 40 pitches an outing is not the same thing as going 7 innings deep into a game. And now that they need him as a starter for the rest of the year, they don't want to kind of push beyond that boundary that gets set for him every game. So yeah, Tory Lavell mentioned last night that they went a little bit beyond what they had anticipated for his pitch count, but he was throwing so well and just got to a point where they hit the wall and they had to get him out of there. And it was rough timing with a couple runners on base going to a bullpen that hasn't been reliable this season.
Now, clearly, this is a hot button issue for a lot of Diamondbacks fans, and they lose their mind about Tory over these pitch counts and the coddling of players. Could you explain once again where these decisions are made and how little this really is Tory making these decisions?
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort. And I think a lot of what you see on the field is a collaborative effort between, the medical staff, the front office. I mean, Tory Lavell gets sort of reports and game plans and kind of, works with what he has to work with when it comes to that kind of stuff. So yeah, with last night, there was a plan from, the medical team working with Nelson, working with pitching coaches, working with front office to, have a limit for him. And they went a little bit beyond it. It was 88 pitches, was only one more than his season high had been at 87 last week. So maybe he's starting to inch closer and closer to 90 pitches. But it's definitely more of a collaboration than, Tory saying, I feel it's time to go get my starting pitcher.
Talking Diamondbacks baseball with Alex Weiner here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of some of the players that are out, Josh Naylor sidelined still, Corbin Carroll on the injured list, and I know he's making progress, but what's the latest on their status? And maybe a date for return if there is a timetable right now, Alex?
Yeah, Corbin's interesting because instead of rehabbing at Salt River like a lot of guys do, he's kind of keeping himself on a game schedule over at Chase Field with the rest of the guys and working with them on fielding fly balls and fielding ground balls out in the outfield, base running, even bunting yesterday. Today, he's going to start taking dry swings. That's kind of the one thing he can't do is, swing a bat and hit right now. It's a pretty big thing that you have to kind of get across, right? But he told me yesterday that his goal is to be back before the All-Star break. So that's kind of the goal he set for himself. Obviously, if the hand doesn't react as well as as he would like it to, then they'll reevaluate that. But in terms of a timeline, that's kind of how he's operating. As far as Josh Naylor, it's still kind of a day-to-day. Tory Lavell yesterday mentioned that he was getting a little bit better. The neck and the right side, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. So it appeared he wasn't available yesterday off the bench. Today, I'm not sure if he'll be in the starting lineup, but I think still day-to-day is what we're looking at there.
All right, for a lot of baseball fans, peak frustration came with that Marlins series over the weekend, the first time the Marlins have ever swept a series in Phoenix. What is the state of this baseball team? Where are they going, Alex?
And it's so tough to tell because they'll show you like a glimpse, they sweep the Mariners, they win 2 out of 3 against the Padres, and it's like, okay, now you kind of go on this run that you get yourself right back into it, and then the road trip wasn't as fruitful as you would have liked it to be, and then obviously they had to come back and lose that series, get swept by the Marlins. So it's tough to say. It's really hard to string together wins when you are so poor at preventing runs. And that can come, early in the games and especially late in the games. I mean, if they just held on to 8th inning leads and they win 2 out of 3 against the Marlins and they win this first game against the Giants and they're 2 games back of a wild card spot right now, I think you could feel a whole lot better. So it's tough to tell with the state of this bullpen. It's hard to feel too optimistic about it, but they still have a good lineup, a rotation that should be better than what it's been. We'll see what they get out of Zach Gallen. It's really murky. It kind of feels like they're going to be hovering around 500 until they can show us that they can play consistently for a week, 10 days, 12 days, and kind of rattle off a winning streak here.
Yeah, with the trade deadline looming in about 30 days, Alex, what do you think needs to happen in terms of wins and losses to convince Mike Hazen not to be a full-on seller at the deadline?
Yeah, I think you got to be in a position where it's not like overwhelming odds. You don't have to jump 5 teams while you're trailing by 6 games for that third and final wild card spot. I mean, he has been very clear, and I think he went on a podcast this morning with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, saying they want to be buyers, but they have to see what they need to see from the team in order to get there. And in terms of win, I'm not entirely sure. It also depends on the rest of the league. Sure. The NL's been pretty competitive of late. Yesterday was a good day because the Padres, the Cardinals, the Reds, the Giants, they all lost and the Diamondbacks won. So that was productive. But you have good opportunity here against 2 teams that you are trailing, right? You have 3 more games against the Giants. Then you have the home series against the Royals, but then you get 4 games against the Padres. Like you can make up a lot of ground by taking care of business against your division rivals, whom you've played pretty well against this season. So I don't know. I don't know when these big trades going to start. I know we already had the Rafael Devers thing, but that's going to be kind of an outlier in terms of when the activity really gets going at this trade deadline. But I think as long as they see themselves with a realistic shot, a couple games out, playing better, playing more consistently, where you can kind of hope that this can continue and you're on the right track, I think that's what you're looking for.
All right, big start for Zach Gallen. I think they are all going to be for Zach tonight. I'm curious what you think about him because we've heard him complain about the pitch clock and how that doesn't give him the recovery time he thinks he needs in between pitches. We know they've tried different catchers for better sequencing of his pitches. What do you think's holding him back?
It's a really good question. I mean, it just feels like he is consistently searching for the right feel and the feel that he had in the back end of 2022 and early in 2023 when he was at his most dominant. And for whatever reason, it just, he'll take a step forward and have some really good outings against, the Mets and the Yankees and the Mets again. And then just can't really put it together consistently. And it's not even like bad starts, but also bad, stretches in starts, right? Where, in Cincinnati or in St. Louis, where he threw the ball really well, but then one inning gets away from him at the end. He's a guy who, when he's dotting it up and his command is pinpoint, which is what we've seen for a lot of his career, he could be really hard to hit when he's dotting up the fastball and then hitting you with that knuckle curveball that gets a lot of swing and miss. But when he's missing over the middle of the plate with the fastball, he becomes vulnerable. That impacts the rest of his pitches. I just think he's in kind of a consistent state of searching for that right feel with his delivery to make sure everything's synced up. And he just hasn't been able to consistently find it over the last year and a half.
Alex Weiner, our guest. Before we let you go, Alex, and it might seem a little bit silly or superfluous to do this for a team that's 42-42, but I'm genuinely curious, and I've got my thoughts on it, but if you were going to name a Diamondbacks most valuable player, most valuable pitcher, and unsung hero to this point, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but who would you give those to?
A little bit. Most valuable player, that's a tough one because Ketel Marte missed 23 games, but he's been their best overall player, I would say. I mean, the guy's probably going to start the All-Star game, and he's got 17 home runs, even though he missed pretty much all of April except for the first handful of games. I think Corbin Carroll belongs in that conversation as well, but I would probably go with Ketel Marte as having been the best player so far. And pitcher of the year, I would probably give it to Merrill Kelly. I think him and Ryan Nelson both have good cases for it, but Merrill's been in the rotation all year and has just been a stalwart for them while they've had a lot of ups and downs in the rotation around him. Unsung hero, that is kind of putting me on the spot a little bit. I would say probably, I would say, that's a good question.
Let me give you a name.
Yeah.
And his stats won't jump out, but where would they be without Jose Herrera?
That's a good one. Yeah. I would say also, I know Tim Tao has been struggling at the plate lately, but his defensive versatility and what he's able to do with roster flexibility, I would say he's been an unsung hero for this team as well. So I think some of those kind of depth pieces you could point to there. And in the bullpen, I don't know if Shelby Miller is an unsung hero anymore, but he's not somebody that they expected to be the closer at this point, and the fact that he's here is pretty remarkable.
What did you make of that laid-out catch by that fan in left field last night as we let you go, Alex? Everybody's talking about him.
I know, and they should, right? Because that was a huge moment in the game. If that ball, isn't caught by the fan and ricochets off the wall and Cost is running around, does he get third base there? I mean, how does that change the outlook of the game? Yeah, it's interesting too. And now there's videos online where there's theories that is this the same exact fan who's been doing this over and over again at various games? It looks like him. It certainly looks like him. It's the same spot in the ballpark. I will say that.
Yeah.
So it's pretty crazy. At some point, I feel like if you did it once, you would be like, okay, I got to have some shame here. I can't ever do this possibly again. But some people are wired differently, I guess.
Some people have no shame, right, Jarrett?
Right, Jarrett? Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Alex Weiner covers the Diamondbacks for us here at Arizona Sports. Jarrett would never catch more than one home run ball interfering with play. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the month of July can be scorching hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you are going to find at Chapman BMW. Check this out. You can get 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're their beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. Great deal, great stuff happening at Chapman BMW. If you don't know, Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966. Everything they do from top down, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage, first class all the way. You're going to get the red carpet treatment. You're going to feel it the minute you walk into either location. By the way, those two great locations at Chapman BMW guarantee you the best selection you're going to find. No matter what you're looking for, it will be there at Chapman BMW. And finally, remember, you have got a friend in the business. Make sure you ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. That is not a lie. It's the absolute truth. And you can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding last night. He went 6 2/3, gave up only 2 earned runs and struck out 7 in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win. That stops a 4-game losing streak, and it was a 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win, and here was manager Tory Lavell after the game.
Solid win. Set up by what Nelly did for us. He went out there and was driving fastballs at the top of the zone as effectively as I've seen him in a long time. Mixed in some secondary stuff, got in a really good rhythm with Hosey. At the end of the day, when you take him out of the game, you gotta feel really good about what he did.
Zach Gallen and Hayden Birdsong tonight at Chase Field. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed a EuroLeague champion and Final Four MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means it's time to turn things over to Sammy for social studies.
Yeah, good morning. It is Social Studies on this beautiful Tuesday. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X is where we post our questions. We are at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. And we'll start with the Phoenix Suns. We've talked a lot about maybe Chris Paul coming back to the Valley, who the Suns' point guard might be, but we want to know, who do you want as the team's main point guard next season and why? Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Chris Paul, or Colin Gillespie?
Ooh. I'd vote Chris Paul. I don't want Devin Booker playing the point. I understand there's an inevitability to it all, but it's not, to me, the best version of Devin Booker, not the best version of the Suns.
It's exactly how I feel on the Devin Booker thing, but, is Chris Paul in the future for this team? It's a poll question. Nobody's going to call us on it. Let's vote for Chris Paul.
Yeah, so
right.
Bring back CP3.
54% of the vote headed to Chris Paul. Nearly 26% Colin Gillespie, 11% Devin Booker, 8% Jalen Green. And Tony Height said, made a great point yesterday. Shouldn't it be time for Booker to not need Chris Paul? Shouldn't it be time for Booker to run the show? And Tony Height, respectfully, we've seen what that looks like. And it, to your guys' point, is not the best version of Devin Booker. Daylight Film...
But to Tony's point real quick before you move on, I think there's two ways to look at that. Yes, it is time for Devin Booker to become the unquestioned leader on the floor, in the locker room, in the community of the Phoenix Suns. I don't think that list of duties should involve point guard.
Right.
I think those are two separate things.
I also agree. Daylight Film says, where's the none of the above option in this survey? He's looking elsewhere. And then Names Are Hard. AZ said, God, can we put the point book thing to rest at this point? In small spurts, sure, it's fine, but we have enough evidence to suggest point book is not as great as a plan A.
But no, we can't. Because the starters are going to be Jalen Green and Devin Booker.
Yes.
So whether it's a traditional point guard role, one of those two players is going to have to play that role.
No, listen, right. The reality of the situation and what we want are two different things.
I mean, we haven't talked about it, and I don't know if it's a real possibility, but what if Devin Booker starts the season as the 3, and we do have a point guard? Again, we'd have to cross that bridge when it comes, but
that's necessarily ideal either.
No, it's not.
That'd be a tough defensive assignment for him.
Yeah. Let's shift gears to the D-backs. And we've talked a little bit about Tory Lavell as a manager. So we asked, what is your favorite thing about Tory Lavell's managerial style? And what is the frustrating thing about his managerial style?
For me, the best thing about him is his transparency and his affection for his players and his devotion to getting involved in their lives. It's very real and it's not superficial, and he doesn't do it just to gain clout, whatever. For me, the messaging that Vinny and I have been talking about, that's the one thing that's worn me out, is the nonstop syrupy, gooey way of treating moments.
Good adjectives. I don't know if it comes down to his managerial style, but Tory Lavell deals with people very well.
Yeah, very much so.
I like the way he's a relationship guy. The most frustrating thing to me is the days off, and I know we've gone over this time and time again, that this is an organizational thing, and there's a hierarchy, and there's a lot of chefs in that kitchen. But Tory Lavell also signs off on it, and he is the manager at the end of the day, and that does frustrate a lot of people.
These are some of my favorite responses. Stephen Ruiz says, I love that he would lay down in traffic for his players. I hate when that loyalty to players who haven't earned it yet cost us games.
That's well said.
That is well said. Let's see. John Mendoza said one of his favorite things is that he gets the most out of the veteran players that he has. You look at Pham, Longoria, Bell, and Grichuk. Frustrating, he said, pitching decisions. Maybe it's not his fault. However, Gallen threw 101 pitches in the 6th game of this season. I just feel like he's going to Kevin Cash us in at an important game. Let's see. Let's jump to our last question. So this was
Kevin Cash got used as a verb. I love it.
Yeah, right.
Our last question was in regards to what is it? Bobby Bonilla. But how do you say it?
Bonilla.
And we asked, What is your favorite quirky sports story or fun fact? And what is one sports news item or fun fact that you are just tired of hearing?
Well, I've shared mine. Bobby Bonilla Day is one of them. And what was the other one I brought up? Oh, yeah, the vasectomies at March Madness time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one.
I don't know if it's my favorite. I think it's amazing. The first one I thought of on fun facts was Stan Musial had exactly 3,630 hits in his career, and he had equal number of hits at home and on the road.
1,815.
1,815
That's
both
crazy.
It is home and on the road.
That is pretty good.
That is crazy.
But Chris Davis hitting 247 for 4 straight years is pretty amazing, too.
A few people mentioned that Larry Fitzgerald had more career tackles
than drops
as their favorite.
That's a great one.
Yep.
That is.
I've pointed out on a couple of times now the epic battle between, I think, Juan Marichal and some other, or maybe it was Bob Gibson and some famous old pitchers, where both starting pitchers went 16 innings and each threw over 200 pitches.
That's unbelievable.
In a game.
Yeah. AZ Sports Fan says, one of my favorite sports facts is that Cecil and Prince Fielder share the same home run totals.
I was trying to look that one up because I thought that was true, but yeah, that's
nuts.
That's pretty crazy.
Let's see. Justin Prestegard said, fun fact, U of A has never been to the Rose Bowl.
That's the one I'm tired of hearing about.
Yeah, there you go.
And then
especially because it's now like pretty much dead.
Our guy Steven Ruiz pointed out another great fun fact: the pair of Yankee teammates who actually swapped wives.
Yeah.
Fritz Peterson and Mike Kekich.
And it worked out well for one of the couples and terribly for the other. I forget which is which.
There was a movie in the works for a while.
With Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, right?
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon were going to do it, and I think they scrapped the plan.
Oh, man, that would have been a good one. I would have watched that. But there you go. At Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right,
Very
Sammy.
good. Thank you, Sammy. It is time now for Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks care a lot about the community and do what they can to support those who help protect it. Last week, D-backs pitchers Brandon Pfaadt and Ryan Nelson served lunch to Valley veterans on behalf of Streets of New York, New Vision Auto Glass, and the Diamondbacks Foundation. Lunch was served at Mana House, a peer-run organization of homeless and formerly homeless veterans offering personal, individualized, basic resources, community, and advocacy for all veterans. In addition to the visit, for every hit by a Diamondbacks player this season, the organizations will donate $20 to Hits for Heroes, an initiative that funds various veterans projects and programs such as improving healthcare, treatment, and rehabilitation, and supporting veterans and their families in their journey towards stability and success. Well done to the D-backs and everybody involved. Remember, Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Bick said it earlier. Everybody's talking about the fan in left field who made the great catch and got in the way again. Is that the worst type of fan? We'll get into some of that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So I realized Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. When I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, they were at my house by 8 a.m. that same morning. Incredibly impressed and grateful, but they're also great for preventative measures. For instance, the Captura air scrubber greatly improves the air quality inside your house, makes a big difference because most people have no clue all the gunk that they're breathing in the comfort of their own home. A reverse osmosis system / water softener can improve the quality and taste of your drinking water. And finally, did you know Arizona's hard water causes buildup in your water heater? That buildup leads to high energy bills, lower efficiency, and early breakdowns. You can get a professional drain and flush from Parker & Sons that clears all that out. And finally, we're in the middle of summer, folks, which means it's a great time to get an air conditioning tune-up from Parker & Sons, which prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, and it gives you that peace of of mind, because the last thing you want to deal with is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of summer and finding out your air conditioning is not working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and they're only a phone call away. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the D-backs be buyers and sellers at the trade deadline? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
High fly ball to deep left center. All the way to the wall, and did he get it? No, he didn't. And we have to check for fan interference. Tim Tawo left with the glove. It looked like it was over the fence. The question is, was the fan's glove over the fence on the other side? The umpires will get together. Oh, they're going to call him out. And here comes Bob Melvin. Christian Koss has been called out.
I think Mel's going to ask for a challenge.
You can do that.
Yep. I hope the call stands, but I don't think Tawa catches that ball.
No, he didn't catch the ball. Bob Brenly, Steve Berthium. A fan caught it reaching over the fence. They ruled it a double. And to the Diamondbacks' credit, that runner stayed put. They win the game 4-2. But everybody's talking about this fan.
Mm-hmm.
Fan interference guy, for lack of a better term.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Because several different... I don't know how they had this ready to go. Just video of this fan making these plays. 4 different occasions. Sammy got sent another one today. We got a note from a listener that says, I know that guy. He's a neighbor. He's got 500 signed balls at his house.
That person should text me or Jerry.
We're trying to track this person down.
Check your DMs.
But, yeah.
Yeah, listen, so...
I don't think he probably wants to go on the radio.
Right, look, in real time, the play made neither team happy. The ruling made neither team happy. right? Because it was a monumental moment in the game that, if ruled a home run, that would have tied the game for the Giants. And what was particularly offensive to me when I was watching the replays of it was how he basically climbed over two people to lay out and catch the ball, nearly fell over onto the playing field, but very adroitly didn't, and then got up and everybody was like, "Where's the baseball?" It's not bouncing around in the stands. The outfielder doesn't have it. And then he just kind of like shows his glove, almost like he was showing it to the broadcast booth. Like, see, it's right here.
Yeah.
And there was a moment right when he did that you could tell he kind of felt sheepish about what he did. And I thought, okay, that's a little bit redeeming. Maybe I'll forgive this cat for like jumping over his next couple of neighbors next to him. And then you find out that he's done this 4 consecutive years.
Mm-hmm. The streak is alive.
The streak is alive, and John Boy has put that out there, and now I am just astounded. I'm astounded that somebody could disrupt a baseball game. Like, I was in Wrigley the night of the Steve Bartman incident, which ruined his life, okay? He would never do that again. In fact, he hasn't even gone back to a baseball game.
He hasn't even been seen since.
Right. Right. So my point is, you do it once, and you disrupt a baseball game. Now they have to go to the review, and players are mad at you. Don't you have a "what was I thinking" kind of moment?
Yeah, but what can you do at that point?
Not do it again.
Well,
that's my point. My point is, once you do it and you realize, oh man, I shouldn't have done that, there's an intentionality to what he's doing that the Diamondbacks have to deal with now.
So earlier in the show, you kind of set the age limit.
Mm-hmm.
We gave up to 18. 18 is the age of grace. You can bring a glove to the game up to age 18. But let me ask you this question. It's one thing, this fan hangs out in those seats. They might be season tickets. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's always in position to make this, and he's always got his glove with him.
Right.
Let's say you are gifted seats. Somebody gives you seats to a game, and they happen to be first row, left field. Are you bringing your glove in that instance?
I am not.
No? Never?
No, never.
Nah.
Never. I'm not going to be that guy.
In the off chance a home run ball gets hit to me, I gotta wear it like a man, try to catch it with my bare
I'm
hand.
right with Sammy.
Or if I'm wearing a hat, it's a hat catch.
Or if you're really feeling saucy, try to catch it in the beer.
In the cup and then finish the
Although
drink.
that's like a $40 proposition.
Now with the price of the beer, you don't want to waste that, right?
It'd just be a little splash.
And the people who catch the baseballs in the beer and then guzzle the beer, do they not know how gross that beer is now?
That's
you know how many...
It's for the memory.
But those are heroes.
those are heroes, right? So, listen, I don't know what this guy is getting out of this, but he's clearly vibing on doing this.
He's got a baseball collection.
Sure, but he's not like trying to catch Barry Bonds' record-breaking home run. These are just random home runs in the middle of a season.
Look, you can't tell me that there's no value to a Christian Koss 8th-inning home run that ties a game at 3.
Oh, that's true.
Rookie Christian Cross.
Christian Cross might be the next...
But
maybe he'll murder his wife or something and then become famous.
Wow, that was dark.
Well, I'm just saying that like it's not. I was gonna say maybe he'll be the next like Babe Ruth, but probably
But
you gotta get famous for something.
Here's the other thing, and I don't know if you guys vibe on this, but I think about the Suns fan flashing the money on live camera. You don't want fans representing and giving Arizona sports a worse name than we already have.
All right, rank those two. Interference guy is 100 times better than flashing the money guy.
How about naked streaker at the Phoenix Open?
That guy's the worst.
That guy's the worst.
We should that could be a good Mock My World. Worst sports fans like concept.
Didn't we have that guy on?
We did.
Yeah. we tracked that guy down.
And wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken, he wasn't really contrite, was he? Or was he contrite?
I don't remember.
It was a while ago, but yeah.
DM us. Tell us if you're contrite.
It's
just the chat, no pics.
For me, fan interference guy. It's the guy that's always after the foul balls, and
trampling kids.
Pretty bad fan. But to me, it's even simpler than that. The worst fans to me, and I always get stuck next to these people, is the people that don't watch the game, and it's a whole row of people that's up and out of their seats every 30 seconds.
Oh,
when you're always having to get up or move and like adjust yourself so they can walk by. for their 8th trip to the concession
Yep.
stand. Like, don't you people eat anywhere else?
Well, the new, not the new, but let's say the last 15 years bad fan is the person who doesn't watch the game at all. Who's on their phone the whole time.
If you really want to drive yourself crazy, watch, because they get so much camera time, watch the home plate suite behind home plate at Chase Field. Those are like really coveted seats. Nobody watches.
Now you might want to check this, because somebody has alerted me that on the John Boy post on Instagram, the dude who caught the ball actually replies in the posts.
I know. I was going through them. There were like 650 responses.
Yeah, there's a ton of them.
I'll keep looking.
I just got a DM.
Did you?
Yes. He's going to ask him if he wants to be involved.
All right, see if you can lock him up.
Apparently a former military person.
Okay.
All right, so
that's apropos.
We'll see. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything, Jared?
That's how he knows him.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
All right, we'll see if we can.
Drunk Seahawk fan.
So stay tuned till tomorrow's show.
Drunk Seahawks fan.
You know who's worse than that?
Drunk Cowboy fan.
Sober Seahawks fan.
Whoops.
Coming up next, Jarrett's prepared a round of Mustache. We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If this was Bradley Beal was playing the way that he was, contributing at the level that he was when he was available, and he's getting paid 25 or 30 a year, 50 a year,
I know,
for what they've gotten has been an absolute albatross for this team.
It would be so weird coming back as a player, playing for an organization that doesn't want you. They would be willing to actually eat your salary, millions and millions and millions. And what would that be like inside that locker room if Bradley Beal did come back and was playing for the Phoenix Suns?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so later this week, my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are launching one of their biggest sales of the year, packed with great deals on televisions, audio systems, appliances, and more. And if you want early access to those savings, I'm going to give you some quality information. Sign up for their newsletter today. Go to waltz.com/offers. You will get early access to all those great savings. Remember, waltz.com/offers. One of many reasons you shop at Waltz, they give you expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. Their staff is extremely knowledgeable. They'll give you the insight and the information you need, and you will never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you're looking for. And best of all, you do not pay a premium for all that expertise and that experience, because Waltz offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz and watch them match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, when you visit Waltz, make sure to drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Celebrate Independence Day with your hometown professional soccer club. Phoenix Rising takes on Lexington SC on Friday, July 4th at 7:30 p.m. in a special military appreciation match. A night to honor those who serve and turn up the heat on the pitch. Fans will receive limited edition Phoenix Rising sunglasses at the gate. And don't miss the debut of the club's Americana merchandise line, including a patriotic training top. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding last night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs, and struck out 7 in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win that stopped a 4-game losing streak. And it was a 7th inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference. But Lourdes Gurriel and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win. Tonight, Zach Gallen versus Hayden Birdsong. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed EuroLeague champion Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question. It's a simple one, and it is, who is the Diamondbacks ace right now out of the 5 pitchers? Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, Zach Gallen, and Eduardo Rodriguez.
Ryan Nelson.
Yeah, you got to ride the wave of what's happening in the now.
Yeah.
It's got to be Ryan Nelson.
See, that's where I would vote as well. 58% of the vote going to Merrill Kelly. Just an absolute wagon right there. Ryan Nelson, 29%. Pfaadt has 1 more percent than Zach Gallen, and Eduardo Rodriguez with 2%. Ideally, hopefully, if we ask this question in a month, the responses.
Pfaadt and Gallen have more votes than Rodriguez?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I know. Interesting. But there you go.
Interesting is a word.
Yep.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Mustache, mustache, mustache.
All right, my lovelies.
You are so weird.
And it's time for America's fastest growing visual
He got caught off guard by his own intro.
Yeah, right.
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
I will be presenting an audio clip from a movie, TV show, interview, or song to Dan Bickley and Vince Morata. They have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They would create a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points win. And today's topic is, we are in July 4th week. So is all things red, white, and blue.
Okay.
Red, white, and blue.
All right.
Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
I think he's going to go first.
I think I'm going to go first.
You think you're going to go first? Well, then you can go first with this.
That would be Prince with a little wispy of a mustache.
That is correct.
Fun fact, that song is not actually even about a car.
What? I don't understand anything. You have to talk to me during the break because I don't get that. All right. Vince Murata.
Yes.
How does it feel to treat me like you do? When you laid your hands upon me and told me who you are.
It's a misleading clue, but it's
Well,
one
I
of
knew
my
you
favorite
knew it.
bands and songs because they never say the word blue in the song.
But it's titled. The
Blue
title.
Monday by New Order. That's lead singer Bernard Sumner, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. That's kind of. Do you find that annoying or charming when they title a song that has no
that band
reference?
is famous for it. They very rarely have the title of their songs in the lyrics.
Okay. Red, white, and blue themed mustache, not a mustache. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
There's a cross, bluegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, featherbed bench, and Northern California sensimilla. The amazing stuff about this is that you can play 36 holes on it in the afternoon, take it home, and just get stoned to the bejesus belt that night.
That is Bill Murray as Carl Spackler, and yeah, there's some mustache stuff happening there.
At least a heavy.
Scruff.
There's like enough
growth.
shadow to qualify
Yes.
for a stash,
Yes.
I say.
I know you know what that's from, so I will give you the 2 points there.
We quoted it yesterday.
That's right.
Speaking of
I'm
something.
not sure what the bejesus belt is, but, you know, Bill
Right.
Murray said a lot of weird stuff in
That's
that
true.
movie.
Vince Murata.
Yes.
I drew the duck blue because I've never seen a blue duck before, and to be honest with you, I wanted to see a blue duck.
Congratulations. You just passed the first grade.
Oh, Miss Slippy, that's so great. What do you think of that, Mr. Blue Duck?
That's fantastic.
Adam Sandler from Billy Madison, Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
When are they making a sequel to that?
I know. What would it be?
I don't know.
He has to go through college or something?
So what'd you decide on the Adam Sandler junket? You doing it?
No. Passed on it.
All right.
All right. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Your next clue.
What did I say to him?
I love you.
Let me smell your hair. All right, here we go.
Nice day to start again. It's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again.
That is Billy Idol, who has remarkably good acting chops, by the way. Not a mustache.
Really?
Yeah, those commercials. You could see
Oh, in the commercials.
He also was in an Adam Sandler movie, The Wedding Singer.
Wow.
Well, there you go. See, it's full circle
Yes.
on this mustache on a mustache.
Everything
Red, white, and blue edition.
Or, as we call it, 6 degrees of Adam Sandler.
That's it, right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Vince Murata.
Red, red wine. It's up to you. All I can do, I've done.
That is UB40, lead singer's Ali Campbell, I think. I think that's his name. Not a Mustache.
I hate that group.
Wasn't that a weird,
That is one of my favorite albums of all time.
Oh.
I know they did that song. I know they did Fools Rush In.
They do.
Was it all covers, or did they
nothing
have
but covers? Yeah, reggae songs.
Was a very
Red Wine was not. I mean, it got really annoying because it was so overplayed.
Yeah.
The rest of that album's really good.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, they had their
I'll
moment.
take your word for it.
All right.
Go ahead, Jarrett.
Okay.
Tied at 6.
Tied at 6.
Double perfect game. Something's gotta give.
Lieutenant Kendrick ordered the code red, didn't he? Because that's what you told Lieutenant Kendrick to do.
Object! And when it went bad, you cut these guys loose! Your Honor, you had markers inside a phony transport! Your Honor, you doctored the logbook! Did I, Captain? You coerced the document! Consider yourself in contempt! Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
Which voice you want?
The main voice there.
Well, it's Tom Cruise and Jack
That's
Nicholson.
the first one.
Tom Cruise, not a mustache.
There you go. From A Few Good Men.
Yes.
red, white, and blue, a themed edition of Mustache Not a Mustache.
Okay.
Vince.
He went what?
11
Cam
in the
Johnson
draft.
11.
Yep.
Wow, bro. That's crazy. That's so love, bro.
Classic.
Love that.
Who's he talking about there? Cam
Johnson?
He was as surprised as we were.
Crazy.
That's so love. That's Kobe White. Mustache.
That is correct. Perfect score so far as we head into the final round of Mustache Not a Mustache. Dan Bickley.
Vden.
See how the sun shines brightly in the city, on the streets where once was pitted, distant blue. Sky is living here today. Hey, Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why.
The great Jeff Lynne Electric Light Orchestra, most definitely a mustache.
Covered in fur.
Covered
all
in
over.
fur.
And didn't you once say that was voted like the happiest song or something? Like a song that makes people feel...
I think so.
That's right up there,
Yeah, something like that. All right. For the tie, we have a perfect game on both sides, red, white, and blue. Right in your wheelhouse here, Vince.
I think you can get this one.
Well, I don't know.
Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup.
I think you can get this one.
I think that's Toby Keith. Mustache.
Yes!
Oh!
Yes!
All right, we're declaring a tie because we
true.
got something planned next segment, so
Actually,
we
you know
cannot do a
what?
tiebreak.
I'm giving you the victory because I
What?
knew that last one.
You're docked points for getting that one right.
I'm ashamed of myself.
Well, that's okay because, yes, we do have a special guest coming up who...
The fan who made the catch last night is going to join us next.
Want me to say his name?
Yes.
Fan interference guy.
Dave McCaskill.
Dave McCaskill.
He wants to be identified?
Well, too late now.
Too late now.
You are one crack producer, Jarrett.
On crack.
Anyway, that's how you play.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache.
Yeah, you heard him. Fan interference guy joining us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're dealing with loose or missing teeth, ill-fitting dentures, if you've got dental issues, or if you just hate your smile, here's a heads up about New Life Dental Implant Center because they are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great conveniences, the best prices you are going to find in the industry by a mile. Each new smile they craft digitally designed, which means no human error, no guesswork. It means your implants are going to turn out sensational. Plus, you'll heal faster with minimal bone removal. Great convenience comes from the fact that everything from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, all done under one roof. You're not bouncing all over the valley, and they're truly vibing on being the most affordable option you're going to find, up to 40% cheaper than the nearest competitor. They want their implants available for everybody, for people of limited means, limited insurance. They offer great financing options that make it all possible. So that new smile, that new you, one phone call away. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. And get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Make a decision with Precision Air.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, in keeping with the red, white, and blue theme, the famed rock group Cream and White Room.
Glad you suggested this. Otherwise, you were going to be subjected to another track of off of Labor of Love by UB40.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, real quick sample of White Room by Cream, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Efforting all morning to find this next guy, and we found him. He's cooperating, and he's on with us right now. The fan interference guy, better known as Dave McCaskill, joining us via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Dave, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I've never said that before.
Well, not first time for everything, Dave.
The reaction to you catching, I believe I saw online that was your 24th home run caught overall.
Yes, sir.
This is a thing
Yes,
for
sir.
you. You're getting smeared a little bit, Dave.
I am.
You know
I've got
this.
some bad publicity on there.
Give us your side of the story.
So, number one, I'm a D-backs fan. Been here in Arizona for exactly 10 years, retired military for 24 years. I caught a foul ball my first year, and then the light bulb went on, and I was like, I need to catch a home run. And I kind of follow Zach Hampel a little bit. And ever since then, it's been fun. It's one of my things. I'm a huge memorabilia guy, do a lot of autographs. So another thing, I never try to interfere.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, there's been some other videos. I have been ejected 3 times officially. 2 of those were so close to the line, just like last night. If you watch the video, I catch the ball and my glove comes down. The angle of the camera, I mean, it wasn't the best angle, but that's my defense. But I apologize to the D-backs. I apologize to the D-back fans. I would never interfere. Alec Thomas is my favorite player. He was talking to me during the game. I just, so it's been fun, right? I love the D-backs.
All right, Dave, I saw your social media, and you look like a great guy. You're retired military. I see you play guitar. You love golf, all the things that I love as well. People wonder, after dealing with being ejected, after dealing with reviews, most people would kind of go, I ain't trying that again. I don't want to put myself in that position again. But you seem to lean into that.
Well, so last year, there was 2 home runs that were right at the wall. And I purposely have been keeping my glove on the wall, telling myself, don't go out. Just go straight up. And last night, if you notice, I went parallel.
Yeah.
You know.
Good range.
Good range.
Thank you. I played a little bit of college football, a little bit of college baseball. I'm 55 years old. It's fun, right? I'm retired now. It's my thing.
Are those? We noticed that you caught 2 last night, by the way.
Yes, I caught Gurriel's.
And the other videos that surfaced, you're in that same area. Are those your season tickets? You're there every game?
They are. I've been right in that area for 6 years now.
All right. So when the review happens and there's a delay in the game and there's the challenge by Bob Melvin and the Giants and security, you have to know security is probably coming over to talk to you. What do they say as they're escorting you out? Because obviously, if you're there all the time, you know all these people.
Yes. And there's 3 or 4 of us out there. We're all good friends. We all kind of little challenge. My buddy Rob has 23 or 24. I have 24 now. My buddy Mike has like 21 or so. We've been there. It's a little competition between all of us. And but when this happens, the first thing I do is I start asking people, did I reach over? Because that one, I thought I was right down the line, but obviously I leaned over. So I was a little scared. When the security guards come down, yesterday, for some reason, there was 8 security guards and sheriffs.
Yeah, well, you're a big dude.
And yeah. And half of them were laughing, patting me on the back. I went up the stairs, and there was one guard that was not happy with me. And so he said, hey, what's your name? Took all the information. Go, hey, we're going to you're escorted out of the game tonight. So hopefully the D-backs will let me back in tonight.
All right, so you did make a heck of a catch, but when you watch the replays, you were close to tumbling over that wall. Now, it's a credit to your athletic ability at age, 55, that you were able to kind of not fall over. But how did that visual hit you when you saw that?
I was in control the whole time.
He says confidently. Talking about Dave McCaskill, who caught the home run ball last night, caused the delay, and got ejected for the 3rd time from Chase Field. We got to know. So you said you've got this contest going with your buddies. You've got 24 now. Is it just a collection? Do you do anything? Do you try to get them all autographed? What do you do?
No, Dave? If I could turn the camera around, I don't know if this will work. Can I move my computer?
Sure.
If we do this right here, so here's the start. So someone said that I only had 500 autographs. I actually have 1,200.
Okay. That's just a report we got, Dave. I passed along bad information. That's my bad.
So if you come down right here, these ones right here, these are my 24 balls that I've caught. And I have caught Christian Walker 3 times, once on Father's Day. And then the video on Twitter did not show the one that I went up and over Tyler O'Neill, which again was I was safe with Christian Walker. I don't know if you can find that one. That was 2 years ago. But as you see, I've had 16 of the 22 autographed. So I still need 6 more.
Okay.
And then, of course, the 2 from last night.
All right, so I noticed the discussion with Alec Thomas. So he wasn't upset with you last night? That was a cordial
He was.
Okay.
Yes. So I go on the field for batting practice a lot to get autographs. That's one of the perks you get for being a season ticket fan. And so he actually has called me by my name, Dave. So it's kind of cool. And he said, he goes, why do you keep doing that? Because that is, but however, like I said, I made a comment on the Twitter that, because they said I've been reviewed 4 times. I've actually been reviewed 9 or 10 times. So anytime a ball comes close, but I've only been, again, ejected 3 times. 2 of them I disagree with. So actually, here's another one. So the Joey Bart one, the one that I caught the ball and threw the ball back, he actually signed it, and he recognized me the next year, and he wrote home run thief. He goes, you're the home run thief on this. It was pretty cool. But when they escorted me out of that catch, when I went up to the top, the chief security guy said, "That was so close. We have decided not to eject you. We're just going to move you to the second level so you can't interfere." So technically, I've only been ejected twice.
Wow. Okay, so you're retired military, so you know a bit about discipline. So I appreciate the fact that in your mind, you're not going to cross that line, that you're not going to get into the field of play. But what about your neighbors next to you? Because it looks like you went over a couple of people to get that ball. Do you ever risk that?
Well, again, I'm not one of those guys that knock kids over. People make fun of me. Hey, you're one of those guys. That, Zach Campbell's kind of got a bad rap for doing that. I don't. I'm always careful. If you look at it, that's why I think I was actually about 3 or 4 seats back. I think I was a little bit late because I stood up and I noticed they weren't moving. So that's when I went for it. I am aggressive, but I'm controlled aggressive. Is that a word? A term?
Works.
Yeah, you just invented it, I think.
Well, thank you for joining us, Dave. We appreciate that.
We feel a little bit better about the situation.
One more thing. Can I promote I've written 3 books.
Wow.
They're all military. Every one of them has 3 things in them. It has the Arizona D-backs are somewhere in there. This one right here was actually 2001 when we won the World Series. I was, in the military. Another one has golf. And then our fantasy football league in our military that's been going on for 20 plus years. I always try to put those things in there, but the D-backs are in there. I always try to put players. I try to put stories in there.
Dave,
all right, Dave. Thank you, man.
Thanks for joining us,
appreciate
man. We
you.
appreciate it. Dave McCaskill. Only been ejected twice. Thanks
Did you
to Alex
see all those
Weiner.
baseballs he
Doug
has?
Haller for joining us. We're back tomorrow. Wolf and Luke up next. You're on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Happy birthday, America, and my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 7th, and an additional 5% off for active and retired military. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next 2-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ryan Nelson was outstanding Monday night. He went 6 2/3, gave up just 2 earned runs, and struck out 7 in a 4-2 Diamondbacks win. That stopped a 4-game losing streak, and it was a 7th-inning go-ahead single by Geraldo Perdomo that proved to be the difference, but Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Eugenio Suarez both hit solo shots in the win, and here was manager Tory Lavell after the game.
Solid win. Set up by what Nelly did for us. He went out there and was driving fastballs at the top of the zone as effectively as I've seen him in a long time. Mixed in some secondary stuff, got in a really good rhythm with Hosey. At the end of the day, when you take him out of the game, you gotta feel really good about what he did.
Tonight, Zach Gallen and Hayden Birdsong will be your pitchers. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NBA free agency opened up last night, and the Phoenix Suns will return point guard Colin Gillespie, and they signed EuroLeague champion and Finals MVP Nigel Hayes-Davis to a 1-year deal. And as the Suns look to see what the options are with Bradley Beal this summer, a contract extension with star Devin Booker is in the talks as well. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke show. But I'm looking to my right, and you are not Wolf. Paul Calvisi is here. What's up, Paulie?
Okay, so once again, I have to deal with your passive-aggressive snark right off the top here.
Right
so I'm gonna look past that salutation, that greeting, Jamal. I know Jamal. Why do I agree to this? I have no idea. Is there a show that Ron Wolfley has ever started, Basinonians, where he hasn't had some sort of technical issue? Because I just want to let you know, I have bad news and I have bad news.
Okay, good.
Bad news, I've had way too much coffee. Man, are you in for it today? And the other bad news is never in more than a quarter century have I ever sat in this seat. And it's throwing me a little bit.
But I have good news for you times 2, really. First of all, however much coffee you've drank, it's not nearly as much as Wolf usually does.
Good point.
And secondly, we've already gone nearly 48 seconds, and you've had less technical issues than Wolf usually does at this point.
But I do protest this show just because I'm thrown here. It's like I almost need a mental health aid just to deal with these circumstances right now. So I'm going to persevere, do what I do best, just grind it through, grinder if nothing else. But I do protest this show in advance because I had no idea I'd be sitting here.
That's why we could just rotate every single segment. There's 6 chairs in here. I mean,
do that.
We'd never get into all of them.
It's true.
How you doing, Paulie? Other than all that,
it's pretty good. I do have one other question. Do I have room for one other question?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
How many is too many movie previews?
Ooh. Wow. Okay, this is a good question because I have not been to a movie in the theater in a couple years. And I
30 minutes of them is way too long, and I can I can tell you as a member of the the rewards program for a certain movie theater chain I will not name that has unbelievably ridiculously long previews to the point that they put on their app the movie will start 25 to 30 minutes after the show time.
Okay, well, I have a question here because
the only reason
Wow. 1 minute in, Rick's like, hold on, host.
It's his show.
Right.
Luke, it's Rick's show.
I'm just gonna turn my mic. You can sit here
for the
if you
love
want.
of Pete.
The only reason I even have this plan is because it's the one movie theater that offers this type of plan that's widespread around the valley.
AMC.
If I had to go to, if I had my
did you guys plan this?
Yeah, if I had
He's worked up.
Luke,
Rick,
go ahead. I cannot think of what I'm saying.
Now you want me to do the show? Okay, hold on. Now I kind of want to hear where that sentence was going.
So,
if I could choose, I would go to a different movie theater. There you go.
How many movies have you been to again, Luke, the last 5 years?
Well, 5 years since Rick started talking, or the 5 years prior to that?
That's good.
I have not been to many lately. I do like the previews, but if you guys are telling me a half hour is that's not an exaggeration, that's too much.
Well, I like eggplant parm, but once you give me like my 7th or 8th full serving, I'm no longer a fan. So I had it at 9. The 18-year-old punk had it at 10. I think because I blacked out around 7.
10 different movies?
It was Luke. It was one movie preview after another to the point where there were groans and gasps in this full movie theater on Sunday. It's sort of like when Wolf goes into yet another one of his dialogues about fighting in camp, and everyone goes, "Oh, come on!" That was a sort of angst that was in that theater. So I just thought I'd warn you, if nothing else.
Okay.
F1 was an unbelievable movie, but I almost walked out first time in the history of cinema before the movie ever started.
I think the solution is I just show up 30 minutes after.
Well, yeah.
Good one. And with assigned seating, you can get away with that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
If I missed the beginning of the movie, I just put 2 and 2 together.
See, there's the pro tip, courtesy of Jamal. Pro tip.
So, Rick, were you exaggerating, or is it really 30 minutes?
It's
it was 30 minutes.
To 30 minutes.
Yes.
And when I worked at this particular movie chain, which is the thing,
it was
20 minutes. It was 20 minutes, and now it's 25 to 30. It's gotten worse.
Okay, and because it can always get worse, don't forget the 2 or 3 commercials they crammed in after the 9 or 10 movie previews.
Yeah, you got to see Nicole Kidman talk about how the movie is so amazing.
Yes. I mean, Nicole Kidman's Q rating at that moment in Hollywood went down serious percentage points just based on the fact she wanted to give some sort of stupid PSA after we had watched 10 movie previews.
Are there even 10 movies out right now? You never see previews on actual TV.
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed it unless I experienced it.
Yeah. We may have to get back into this later, but I do want to talk about the Diamondbacks who won yesterday. And they beat San Francisco, and beating San Francisco is basically 2 wins right now. So a 4-2 win, never easy. Ryan Nelson looks
Nothing's
great.
easy with this team.
Can't ever be easy.
Nope.
Ryan Nelson looks outstanding. They go to the bullpen. It takes basically 1 pitch. Is that what it was?
1 pitch, a 99-mile-an-hour heater right down the middle, and who was, I forget who the batter was, whatever. Well, he was sitting dead red. I mean, come on, man. I mean, just it said sinker on the screen. It was just a 99-mile-per-hour meatball. Instead of sinker, it should have said meatball.
From a guy who has been pitching better out of the bullpen, Juan Murillo. I heard Dave Burns talking about this yesterday, and he said he was saying a few days ago, probably last week, obviously, because it had to be before this weekend. He was like, I didn't say it on the air, but I was kind of cautiously starting to think, hey, the bullpen's looking a little bit better. And it was interesting hearing him say that, because Wolf and I talked about this last week. The bullpen is still a mess, but 3 guys are starting to kind of be somewhat reliable. You can't go to them every single game, but there's a couple guys that had started to become reliable. Obviously, everything went out the window this weekend, but Juan Murillo comes in, and it took 3 seconds for San Francisco to tie it. But the Diamondbacks did win.
They did win, and there was celebration. There was rejoicing. But even in a win, there was booing. Tory Lavell got booed. Juan Murillo got booed. I mean, the bullpen gets booed pretty much every game at this point. We get it. Luke, they're a 500 team. Do you know what 500 teams do?
They win half the time. But it also feels like they lose
win
half
one,
the time.
and then they lose one. And then they lose one, and they win one. And then they win one, and then they lose one. And right now the team is 42-42. At home, they're 21-21. Away, they're 21-21. The last 10, 5-5. It's July 1st, is it not? You are what your record says you are. And they're a 500 team. You interview Mike Hazen every single day, and we're going to talk to Chris Garagiola Jr., right? A little bit later, right?
Yeah.
And we'll get some insight on this, including Zach Gallen. But I want to know, at what point do you declare this a 500 team and move on?
I mean, it's hard to argue with every stat you just gave being split right down the middle. They've almost scored exactly as many runs as they've allowed. They're 436 runs scored, 432 runs allowed. And by the way, the 436 runs scored is among the very best in baseball, which of course means the 432 runs allowed is among the very worst in baseball.
And what does that remind you of? Last year.
Yeah.
When they led the league in offense, yet the starting pitching ERA was bottom 5 in the league.
Yeah.
They had bullpen issues for much of the season, not like they're dealing with now. They didn't have nearly the injury issues that they've experienced this year. So can they, will they overcome the circumstances, what's left of the roster, what's left of the bullpen? I mean, if Zach Gallen doesn't come out tonight, is that not a honking huge question tonight? Not only to this team's future, but Zach Gallen's future hangs in the balance, because if he's not in the plans next year, then you want to get something in return before he walks.
Well, if he doesn't get going this year, I don't know how they're going to get above 500. And, you could make an argument that it's remarkable they're at 500 with some of the injuries they've had and the way the bullpen has performed. But to your point, it's July 1st. And they are 500. You don't get a few extra games because, hey, you've been hit unusually hard with injuries. They have, but it doesn't do anything for you in the standings. I give them credit for fighting back to this point. They are only, quote, only 4 games out of a wild card spot. They are closing the gap a little bit on the San Francisco Giants, but they are 4 games out of a wild card spot. Like, at a certain point, you have to start winning games and stacking wins, and a lot of that is going to hinge on Zach Gallen.
I want to ask Chris Garagiola, at what point does a pitcher who's on a hard pitch count just say no? Just pull the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Not leaving.
The show goes on.
Not leaving.
This is my home. They're going to need a wrecking ball to take me out of here.
That easily could have been Ryan Nelson last night.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a shutout. I'm not leaving.
It's going to be Merrill Kelly who eventually does that, but the look on Ryan Nelson's face, especially after one pitch later, all his work was erased.
He had a little bit of a conversation with Tory, too. I mean, he didn't just immediately leave the mound. I'd love to know what exactly the exchange was.
Yeah. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. So head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details. All right, the Phoenix Suns did sign Nigel Hayes-Davis and re-sign Colin Gillespie. Are they missing out, though, because of one particular reason that we all know what it is, but we're going to talk about it next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs. Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. This website is www.sciatica.com, or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. How many times did you say you've had to cover for Wolf in your life, Paulie? If you just had to ballpark it.
Well, you have to break that down. Sick day or vacation day? I mean, really, there's two columns right there. So combined, too often.
I would say we can even throw in just when he's around if you have to cover for him. I don't know if there's a number you can put.
It's much more of a two-man game because usually I'm carrying Wolf, and then we end up getting into arguments over various things because I'm not putting up with some of the narratives he's trying to advance. Put it that way. I didn't realize I was going to be on camera though. I do apologize in advance for the nascent stages of this mustache. I got ripped by the bald boss man upon entry earlier. He said, "What is that? Some sort of chia pet on your lip?" So this wasn't supposed to be on camera. This was supposed to be sort of a dead week until once again Wolf bagged out at the last minute, and here I go.
Everybody's doing great.
Base and onions.
This is a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Here, let me add to the stress for everybody. I'm going to get here in a roundabout way, but trust me, I'm getting here for a reason, okay? The Milwaukee Bucks, if anybody hasn't been paying attention, the Bucks were able to waive Damian Lillard, basically the wave and stretch on Damian Lillard. Okay.
Are they on the second apron? Where are the Bucks salary cap wise? Sorry for asking you a question you may not know the answer to.
They were up there because they had to drop down into it was $112.6 million, and they were able to stretch that out over 5 years. The reason that you do that is to free up cap space, basically. I know it's not a hard cap, but under the apron. And what they did with some of that was go out and get Miles Turner. Okay, Miles Turner from Indiana, pretty good playoff run.
The standout from the postseason,
yes.
Miles Turner,
a guy that the Suns have wanted for a while now.
The catalyst, in large part, one of the catalysts, I should say, really, and more accurately, to the NBA Finals.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So he is no longer a Pacer. He's a Milwaukee Buck. Somebody the Suns, I'm sure, would have been interested in, but for all the... I don't want to say all the celebrating because it's not like everybody was celebrating, but a lot of people were like, hey, we got rid of KD, everything's fixed. Well, you still can't do anything because you have Bradley Beal's contract. So, no, everything isn't fixed. If you didn't have Bradley Beal's contract, I'm not saying the Suns definitely would have gotten Miles Turner, but it's somebody they've wanted. They wanted him before his breakout in the playoffs. So I'm sure they would have at least kind of tried to be in on it. So everybody is just kind of waiting to see what happens here with Beal. And when we talk about this, there are a lot of people that are like, well, they're just going to waive and stretch him. They can't just waive and stretch him. They don't have that luxury because, and now I finally have the specific numbers.
Okay, please explain.
Okay. You as a team can't have total stretched money that exceeds 15% of the salary cap. So everybody who just thinks Bradley Beal's going away tomorrow and they're going to do this, please hear this. You cannot have total stretch money exceed 15% of the salary cap. If they wanted to stretch and waive Bradley Beal, it would be 14.3% of the salary cap, but they are also over if they do that because of Nasir Little and EJ Liddell. And you can't undo their money. So you can't just stretch and waive Bradley Beal.
Okay.
He has to take a pay cut.
Right. Okay, two things. One, this 15% rule, I'm writing this down because I have a feeling this might be on the test later.
Yeah, it will be.
Number two, was that a myopic move by Suns decision makers to waive and stretch a couple of randos that could then cost you the ability to waive and stretch the one guy who needs to be waived and stretched more than any player in the league?
And it's true. Yes.
I mean, that's my initial reaction to that.
I mean, it's not like they have a ton of money tied up in Nasir Little and EJ Liddell. It's $3.1 million in Nasir Little and basically $707,000 in EJ Liddell. But yes, because I guess they were just so convinced that the Bradley Beal addition was going to work out and they would never need to move on from him. Yeah, it is kind of myopic because now, and somebody did the math on this. I want to make sure I get the number or the person's name right. Fred Katz from The Athletic did the math on this. You're basically asking Bradley Beal to take a $13.8 million pay cut. Now, logic would say he could then go sign somewhere else and probably make that back. I mean, we just saw DeAndre Ayton with Portland do this because he feels like he's going to be able to make the money back somewhere else and he wanted out. It doesn't seem like Bradley Beal wants out of Phoenix, though.
Let's do a role play. Hey, Bradley Beal, do you anticipate taking a $13.8 million haircut? That's your answer.
Yes. But I'll just say this. You could probably make it back somewhere else, in theory. In theory.
Yeah.
Like you go sign somewhere else, and in theory, you would be able to make that money back. Not guaranteed, obviously. They said it basically breaks down to $2.7 million a year. So that over 5 years, you're asking him to take that hit. And then he gets paid everything else that he is owed. It just gets spread out over 5 years so the Suns could go out and sign a guy like Miles Turner.
Well, maybe there is another NBA front office that hasn't been watching its film. I don't know, called Joe Dumars in New Orleans. Maybe he'll agree to that sort of signing of Bradley Beal. At this point, he's sort of like the new Isaiah Thomas when Isaiah Thomas was running the Knicks. He's like the mark of the league. So maybe, let me zoom out here, though, because when you look at the last couple of weeks and you look at the draft and you look at some of the maneuverings, I like some of the picks. I think the picks, the players themselves, have been received pretty darn well.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. It's how you got there. It's the trades. It's the business side. And so doesn't that speak exactly to the inexperience/experience of the current Suns front office? If you're telling me Brian Gregory, the new GM, knows college talent, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He spent 20 plus years in the college game. He knows what college players, productive college players with potential in the league look like. Now, it's some of the other transactional stuff of being a GM, like this, cap management, expenditures, some of the trades where you're giving up a first-round pick in the whole Mark Williams thing. So there are certain aspects of the trades and the dealings that I was not a fan of, whereas the actual talent evaluation, I think, was pretty solid.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, that's going to be what matters long-term, big picture, right, is how good of a talent evaluator is he. And some of this, to be fair to Brian Gregory, he didn't create the Bradley Beal mess. He didn't create the Kevin Durant situation. But I don't know where you come out on this, Paulie. I'm firmly in the camp that, like, I get that you had to move Kevin Durant. I understand that. And I get that, KD probably felt that way by the end too. And you had to get some pieces back. I get that. But what I don't include in the trade, and other people do, is this idea that just by getting rid of KD, you're getting better. That's one of those things that sounds good in July, but when you're playing basketball in November and December and you can't score as many points as the other team, I don't think you got better by getting rid of Kevin Durant. You may have ultimately gotten better by bringing in the number 10 pick and drafting Malwatch and Jalen Green. Maybe he pans out, and the move for Rasheer Fleming. I understand that you had to do it, but I'm not baking in, hey, we got better because we got rid of a Hall of Famer. I'm not baking that part in. And so now we've hit this wall. If you can't move Beal, how are you really going to add any other pieces to kind of round this into a total team instead of just some upside?
When you watched playoff basketball this year, did you comprehend just how far away the Suns are from that caliber of basketball?
It was
from being physical enough to compete in the playoffs, to play playoff caliber defense. There was no team that the combination of the two of that was farther from playoff caliber basketball than the Suns style of ball last year. So if that required moving Kevin Durant, for example, the reason Colin Gillespie just got signed is because when he checked into the game onto the floor 2/3 of the way through last season, it was comical how much more effort he was bringing than every other Sun in uniform.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting there on your couch and you're going, oh my goodness, at least one dude's playing hard, and it's Colin Gillespie.
And he got a new deal out of it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, especially if you watch the Western Conference, they're nowhere near it. I watched a little Eastern Conference play-in games to make myself feel better. Like, the Suns could just run Booker out there and hang in these games with no other players, but they're not in the Eastern Conference. When we come back, what should we expect from Zach Gallen tonight against the Giants? Kind of a big game. We're going to ask the voice of the Diamondbacks, Chris Garagiola, is joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
4 minutes next year. Fleming or Malawatch?
I think Fleming. I think so too.
It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt.
Right. That's why you just go, what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or two for him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. And NBA free agency continues. For the latest Phoenix Suns moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So at what point in the month of July will the Diamondbacks need to decide whether they're a buyer or a seller? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, we're into the month. It is July 1st. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. Chris Garagiola, voice of the D-backs, is joining us right now. In studio, by the way, Paul. Yeah. Wolf couldn't even come in today. Chris doesn't work here, and he came in studio.
I mean, Wolf's retired in many different ways. Some are official and some are unofficial. Let's just leave it at that. And Bernsey, you have questions? Well, we have the guy with the answers right here.
We'll see about that.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm going to try and start this with the tone of they did win last night, which I'm sure you're probably at this point getting used to. Even when they win, you're getting questions about the bullpen, or you're getting questions about Zach Gallen, and you're going to get all those questions here in the next 10 minutes. But I'm just going to ask you about last night, the win over San Francisco. They're 3-1 against the Giants now this season. I mean, these games this week are especially vital if they're going to hang around.
I feel like we've been saying it for the last 2 months, right? Oh, this series is so critical.
Yeah.
Certainly anytime you're playing anyone within the division. And also, The last 3 series notwithstanding, the way the Giants had been playing looked a little vulnerable. They have a couple key injuries. Obviously, Matt Chapman not being in that lineup is you feel like already they're struggling to score runs. They just lose Christian Koss, might have a hamstring injury, so might see a bit more of Brett Wisely. But you're right. It's July now. We've been talking about, there's time. Where's the time gone, right? Here we are with about 20-ish games before the deadline arrives, and some tough decisions are going to have to be made.
All right, so when does Mike Hazen declare this team a buyer? When does Mike Hazen declare this team a seller? How long can he wait? What is he waiting for?
A few questions here. How long can he wait? I mean, you can wait till the very end because most of the pieces they would be trading are rentals, and so it's not going to change the asking price if you get them per se. I mean, obviously, if you trade them tomorrow, that might change a little bit, but for the most part, everyone with the expanded playoff format going to wait as long as possible. Mike can do the same, right? If after the break, Carroll, Moreno, they come back, the offense just continues to explode, and Gallen and Fott take steps in the right direction, I think that would make him perhaps more inclined to buy. If it's same old, inconsistent starting pitching, a struggling bullpen, inconsistent defense, they're not fools up there. They understand what's going on, and they'll do what's necessary to make this team as good as it can be as quickly as possible.
We're talking to Chris Garagiola. I wanted to go a little bit deeper on that because you kind of hit on something I've been wondering about. How much of it is also the eye test? Like, let's say we get to July 28th and the Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a wild card spot and certainly still within striking distance, but Zach Gallen still isn't pitching well, or it sounds like Corbin Carroll will be back by then. But how much of it is those things that aren't just their record and where they are in the standings? How much of it is like, well, how sustainable is this if Gallen's not going to pitch like at least a top 3 starter?
Totally fair ask. I think with the pedigree that Gallen has had, you just have to hope that at some point he turns it around, but it can't be blind optimism. To build off your example, right, specifically, if they're 2 games back of a wild card spot at the time of the deadline, I don't know if you necessarily need to sell at that point. I mean, you're right in the mix, and again, you should be getting some offensive pieces back. And look, who knows? We saw what the addition of Orion Thompson did. That was just one arm added to the bullpen in 23. It made a huge difference for that group moving forward. Certainly when they added a Paul Sewald type, it made a huge difference the same year as well. So AJ Puck last year, I think that if they are certainly within distance, it's an elite offense, and you just need the pitching to stabilize and be average, and that will be good enough to win. Unfortunately, a lot of times, and look, a couple mistakes that have really, imploded on them, and it makes it feel a lot worse than perhaps it's been because they were really good on the road trip. But, those are the things you have to take into consideration. If, again, they're not going to move, I know, a really valuable piece just to get the 3rd spot and then probably lose 2 games in the wild card. I don't envision that happening.
I mean, look, to me, I still think you have enough starting pitching to make noise in a playoff series. I really do, even with all the injuries. The question is, can you get there? Can you get to the postseason, the second half of the year? And I'm guessing you're not getting there without Zach Gallen returning to form. I mean, he's given up too many walks, too many homers. I've heard analysts question his pitch selection at times. Maybe he doesn't trust his stuff at other times. If there's one improvement he could make, where do you think he starts? And because he's starting tonight.
I think the biggest improvement is one of the things you touched upon, which is limiting the walks, and that just means throwing more pitches in the strike zone. At times, and I'm just guessing, right, I haven't had the chance to sit in any pitchers' meetings, nor will I ever, but it's one of those things where sometimes you maybe give up a couple hard hit balls and it makes you, a little squirmish about wanting to get back in the strike zone when, look, his velocity hasn't dropped. The shape hasn't really dropped. It's just a matter of executing those pitches. And I think when you're struggling with confidence, and I think it's fair to understand why Zach might be struggling with confidence, if that is what's happening here, that you just try to nibble, you fall behind. Now you have to go back in. They don't chase that curveball because when you're in a hitter-friendly count, you kind of get to sit on what you want, and it all snowballs from there. I think that if he can work ahead, trust that heater, and then let the other pitches build upon that, because it's still a great curveball. The cutter, I know that it was a really good pitch from a couple years ago, hasn't had the same success this year. I think if the walks come down, you'll see the hits drop. I think you'll see the homers drop, or at least that's what I'm hoping.
Remember the old Vince Scully? He had the egg timer, right? So we've gone now 5 minutes, Luke, without asking a bullpen question. So go ahead. Do you have one queued up, a bullpen question?
I don't. I do, but I was going to ask something different first. So I'm going to leave the bullpen question for you.
Okay.
And we're talking to Chris Garagiola. Chris, you mentioned the elite offense. They do. I mean, they're number 3 in baseball, and that is the case certainly for being buyers, or at least hanging around, not selling off your assets at the trade deadline. Because if you do get better bullpen performances or better starting pitching, your offense, for the most part, has been pretty consistent. I know there are some games where they score less, but we're 84 games in. They're number 3 in baseball in terms of runs scored this season behind. I think it's just the Yankees and the Dodgers. If they were to buy at the deadline, what would that look like? Would it just be bullpen? Would they be, at this point, trying to add another starting pitcher, or would it really just be we just need bullpen help?
I think it would be heavily on the pitching side of things. I think especially with the pieces that you have on offense coming back, right? You're getting another MVP performance from Ketel Marte. Even though he missed a month, he's still, right where he needs to be. Corbin Carroll, before he got hit by a pitch, I know that his average maybe was down a bit, but the OPS was excellent. And the fact that you have those two guys complementing each other is terrific. Moreno really took a huge step forward at the beginning of May. I'm still ticked about what happened in Cincinnati with all that rain. The fact they played that game in his hand, got a fracture or finger. So you get him back. It's all pitching, right? And it all comes down to price. Starting pitching is going to be such a huge number, I think. It's going to have such a high price tag. And again, I don't think that this group is necessarily eager to move a quality young piece like a Jordan Lawler type just to get a starter. But I think if you can get a couple pieces in the bullpen and just move some guys down in their roles, you will see them perform much more consistently, with a lot more quality. I think they could have survived puck going down and everyone having to move up a spot in terms of what their role is. I think you're seeing the toll it's taking, asking most guys to move up 2 spots in their role in the bullpen now without J-Mart. And it's hard. It's hard to go into a season with that plan and immediately have your depth tested the way that it has for the D-backs.
All right, here comes the bullpen question.
Technically, that ended up being a bullpen question.
You're right. I think the fan base has PTSD every time there's a move, signaled down towards the pen at this point. And last night it was Ryan Nelson who was throwing shutout ball, and as explained by Tory, and we get it, and it's probably not even his decision. There is the pitch count. But let me ask you this. What if the batter before had like an epic 15-pitch at bat? Like, how hard is this ceiling? It's like when Rick tells us, go to break, and I'm like, no, we're rolling. We're rolling.
Like
we're
right
going.
Now.
Yeah, the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. I mean, isn't there just a little bit of gut feel left in the game where you don't have to adhere to the exact pitch count, or is that just 2025 Major League Baseball?
I get it, man. I get it. And the hypothetical you brought up is something I've thought about a lot when I get frustrated, because I think we all enjoy when a starter is able to go 7 or 8 innings, and we don't fully understand at times what's the difference between 100 pitches and 115 pitches. I think, without burning the rest of the segment here, we ask pitchers to do a bit more than what we saw 20 years ago. Guys are a bit more max effort. Guys are trying to maximize every spin, every shape, and stuff like that. And to ask guys to do it for 7, 8 innings consistently in a time where guys are blowing out faster than they already have, they'll blow out even faster. Yeah. To the point about Ryan Nelson, I don't know what his body or what his arm was feeling like. And I think he has pitched well enough now that if he was like, I'm not coming out of this game, he could look Tory in the eyes and say that without obviously showing up as manager on TV and whatnot. Or he could talk about it in the 4 days between starts. But I think when you look at the coaching side of things, you have a game plan. For the most part, it has worked out successfully in the sense that, look, you set the bullpen up to try and protect some leads, and guys just unfortunately have inconsistent performances. It's not on the manager when guys walk 9 guys in the back half of a game. It's not on the manager when you hit 2 guys in the bottom of the order and now you set the table for the top of the lineup, right? At the end of the day, managers have to put players in the best position for their players to succeed, and it's up to the players to come through like they have in the past.
Chris, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Absolutely.
You do a great job. Just tell Candy and Coley they got to pick it up. They've sort of had a slow start to this year. Please tell those guys they got to pick it up a little bit. You're carrying the show really these days. Let's be honest.
Especially tell Coley from all of us.
That's right. Happy to do it.
Thanks, Chris. Text Fireworks 620 and listen starting at 7 a.m. for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours today through Wednesday. Don't miss your chance. Text Firework to 620, 620 now. When we come back, what does Tyus Jones going to Orlando mean for a potential Chris Paul reunion with the Suns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be. Do not disturb. Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealers for details.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Why did Tory Lavell take out Ryan Nelson in a gem of a start? Fenerbahce forward Nigel Hayes-Davis reportedly will sign with the Phoenix Suns. And here's the complication for a Bradley Beal wave-in stretch. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Yeah, actually, great job by our website here, ArizonaSports.com, everything Paulie and I were talking about earlier about what stands in the way of just being able to waive and stretch Bradley Beal, because again, and I don't know about you, Paulie, but I've had this conversation with a lot of people over the last couple months. People are just like, well, just waive Beal. You can't just waive Beal. He has to agree to take less money for you to do it. But up on ArizonaSports.com, as you just heard right there, are the details of like how much he'd have to weigh, how much it would cost over 5 years, cost him. Now, in theory, he could potentially make that money back if he signed somewhere else. But, we'll get more into that, obviously, throughout the show, because I got to feel like if that were a real viable option, it would, be happening right now. What is potentially happening is this. And, again, Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf, and also thanks to Chris Garagiola for joining us last segment. Great stuff from Chris.
Very well done. Some very difficult questions. And so we threw them at him, and he did. We got him dancing in the batter's box a little bit, but he made a lot of sense out of a lot of question marks that are out there right now.
Rick, I think next time we have him on, we're going to keep him for 2 segments. I think that'd be good. Don't you think? You guys agree? Jamal, I'm going to put you guys on the spot on the air right now. That's great.
You're presuming, though, like Bradley Beal, that he's agreeable. You don't know that.
True.
You don't know that.
He has a no trade clause. So. Here's Chris Haynes on NBA TV yesterday talking about Chris Paul and a potential reunion here in the Valley with the Suns.
He wants to play at least another year. Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the 2 teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
All right, Paulie, your initial thoughts to that.
Okay, first thing you do, you ask Devin Booker. If Devin Booker says yes, if Devin Booker is a double thumbs up on bringing back Chris Paul, get her done.
I think I'm not. I guess I am speaking for Devin Booker, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think he would say yes.
Because to me, there's 2 ways out of this situation, and to me, make no mistake about it, the Suns are better. Remember in the old Planet Orange days, and they were rebuilding seemingly every year. So then we nicknamed them Planet Orange Cones because it was a construction zone.
Oh, those were dark days.
They're back to the Planet Orange Cones. They're wearing the orange construction vests.
Yeah.
That's where they are right now.
Didn't Russell Westbrook actually wear those to a game once? Remember he wore the construction
I think so. Yes, because he had the work ethic, and it was time to, bring your toolbox and the whole deal, So at this point, you have to build from the inside out. And I'm not saying that in terms of like the Cardinals and you're building the offensive and defensive line. There's another way you build from the inside out, and that's culture. Basinonians. I don't want to sound like Wolf here, but okay, the culture really, and Diana Taurasi said this very well for how many years? Culture starts and really revolves around the people you bring in.
Yeah.
Chris Paul is one of those dudes.
That's why I'm open to this, if they can do it.
He will hold everyone accountable. And the way this team has run roughshod over head coaches the last 3 years, good luck to Jordan Ott. Now, I know a lot of that had to do with Kevin Durant and it's addition by subtraction on that front, but you got a first-time ever NBA head coach, much less 2 NBA champion head coaches, and then before that, Monty Williams, who's about as respected as they get, and this team still went rogue at some point in all 3 coaches, so maybe you do bring in a CP3 on the vet minimum. It's affordable, but he's the dude who's going to hold everyone accountable.
Well, there's a couple things here. I mean, and I know we all have to get past this, including me, but if you brought in Chris Paul, or even the fact that this is a conversation right now, it just drives home the point of how, I mean, you're trying to recreate what you had a couple years ago, right? Like, you didn't have to move Chris Paul for Bradley Beal, essentially. I know there's other parts, but you essentially did that. There's all this talk, hey, how can we get Mikal Bridges back? And I know I do that a lot too.
Let it go. Let it go.
I'm not letting
Luke.
it go now. We're only
Let it
12
go.
months away from his return. But look, it would be one final emphasis of how bad things went with some of these moves. But I do think there's a lot of value to, having you got this young head coach who's never been a head coach before. And by a lot of accounts around the NBA, he was a couple spots away from being a head coach. It wasn't the next logical promotion. Doesn't mean he can't do the job, but he's jumping a couple spots. He wasn't like a lead assistant that got this job. if Chris Paul could help with that, I think that'd be huge.
Yes.
You're not looking to sign Chris Paul for 10 years. And the other part of this, and I know people don't always want to hear it, you're not challenging for the title this year.
Nope.
So Chris Paul would, I believe, in the right circumstance, have a lot of value helping some of these young guys. I don't hate the idea of having Jalen Green or Kaman Malawach or Rasheer Fleming or any of these guys around Chris Paul. I like having them around Chris Paul. And I like what this team was, even Devin Booker, when Chris Paul was here. It would be a one-year thing, but maybe it could kind of jolt you back onto the right track.
In other words, he's not the final piece. He's not the finishing piece. No. He's the start. He's the building block.
That's a better way to put it, yeah.
You know, in a lot of ways, just because of the situation you're in right now, there's only two ways out to me. One is talent evaluation and nailing all your picks. And hopefully, maybe, just maybe, they're off to a pretty robust start on that front.
Be nice, but you do have to develop them too.
The other way, to me, is free book. Get Devin Booker back to being an all-NBA caliber player.
Yeah.
Which he hasn't been the last 2 years. And if CP3 helps enable that, because then all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, that's what ball movement looks like, and we're done with iso ball, and you have a real true point guard, which, by the way, is much more pleasing to the eye, and the fans will enjoy more when you're moving the basketball and there's actually a semblance of an offense and scheme being run. Funny how much more enjoyable it is to watch Suns basketball instead of just 8 guys standing around and 2 guys playing one-on-one.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of that. But once again, it all goes through the filter. Are you going to play hard? Because what we saw last year, and we said this in November, December, whenever I filled in for either one of you guys, said this the entirety of last season following the 8-1 start. What I saw out there was a bunch of quiet quitting. And you got to bring dudes in who play hard, play some defense. And Chris Paul, he's all about that.
He'd be a tone setter. You know, he would absolutely be a tone setter. You said it the right way. He would be a starting piece, not the final piece. It's not like you're bringing him in and expecting to go on this run and he's going to be this huge part of what you do on the floor for years and years. We know what it would be. Everybody would know what it would be, him coming in. And I don't, like I said, I not only do I not hate, I love the idea of putting Chris Paul around Jalen Green. If Jalen Green's going to be a building block for you going forward. Now, Jalen Green is not wired the same as Devin Booker. I get that. But think about what Chris Paul did for Devin Booker.
Yes.
Because Devin Booker would soak that up. And Book's always looking for ways to improve. And so, again, I'm not expecting the same reaction from Jalen Green. But you got this guy. And I know everybody, when the trade was initially made with Houston, was like, okay, they're just going to flip him, right? It doesn't sound like they're going to flip him. So now you got a guy in his early 20s who was number 2 overall pick a few years ago, who is a really good scorer, but is also underachieving in a lot of areas by most accounts from Houston. Put Chris Paul around him. Look what he just did for guys in San Antonio.
There you go. And he works really well with big men. That's when you knew that DeAndre Ayton was a lost cause when Chris Paul gave up on DeAndre Ayton.
Put Chris Paul around Malawach, too. Let's do that.
And by the way, Rick's giving me a hard pitch count like Ryan Nelson and Tory Lavell last night, but I have one last thing to say. Paulie PSA, for everyone who's thinking, you know what, Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, and they're coming back. No, let it go.
Let it go.
Respond.
Let it go.
No. There's no way. Wolf?
That must have been back when I didn't realize I needed to stop talking when Wolf starts singing so we could have a clear cut. But
Wolf
he'll do it again.
And Frozen. That does not work.
Did you hear Wolf singing Wrecking Ball?
No. Oh, no.
We'll get you that during the break here, or maybe Rick has it here. Listen right here.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
See, you can tell if we're more evolved. Yeah. I made sure to laugh away from the mic so you didn't hear me.
Well, there's a second Let It Go from earlier this year.
Oh, geez.
Are you sure those aren't veiled cries for help?
You didn't see the video.
Did Wolf need
he looked like he was
sounds like he needed a mental health intervention at that moment.
That's why you're here on Tuesday.
Let it go.
Oh, my goodness.
Let it go.
No, I'm talking about Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. Let it go.
All right, we come back. Over to football. Are the Steelers in win now mode? And could the Cardinals, I hadn't read this idea. Could the Cardinals go after TJ Watt? I believe they could not.
Okay. All right.
Rick got ambitious with the tease here.
Who wrote that, Wolf?
Yeah, maybe. That's why he's not here. We're going to ask 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks, though. He's going to join us next with the Pittsburgh perspective on things. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event, going on now.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. And NBA free agency continues today. For the latest Phoenix Suns moves, head on over to arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today, and Max Starks, 2-time Super Bowl champion, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now.
That's a great intro. I mean, where's my stinking intro? You know what I mean? I guess that's what happens when you have Super
one
Bowl
in the
rings.
fall.
That's true. The Paulie Pencilneck report, or what? That's true. That's it. Hey, Max, I'm sorry. Welcome to the show. We don't have time for the greetings and salutations right now because I've got a hard-hitting question off the top. Are you ready?
Okay, let's go, Paulie.
Is this the question? I think it is.
How many is too many when it comes to movie previews? You're going to see a specific movie. You want to see the movie like, I don't know. On Sunday, I went to go see F1 on IMAX, right, and the whole F1 racing experience. And we got 9, maybe 10 movie previews, and it comprised nearly an extra half hour. At what point is it just too many?
Well, I feel like 5 is the magic number, Paulie. I feel like, you have enough of the theaters, and also premiering, new things from the studio. But once you get past 5, it's like, no, this is like, I wish I had a sling box in the movie theater. You know what I'm saying? I can just skip through all the commercials.
That's right. Where's the fast forward? Point. You're right.
Exactly. I would have sat and got the ultimate dog instead of waiting to rush to get here and just sticking with popcorn,
Max is all about the planning.
That's the over-under. Paulie prop bet 5. Over-under movie previews. Got it. Okay.
I'll go see F1 somewhere else from where you saw it, and I'll tell you how many we saw. All right, Max. It's always great to talk to you, buddy, but there's especially a lot going on with the Steelers right now. So just talking NFL in general, what do you make of the trade for Jalen Ramsey?
I think the trade with Jalen Ramsey was one that, as they kind of got through OTAs, you realize what that AFC North division looks like. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, right? Baltimore picking up D-Hop, and then already having Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, and then whatever the Browns are doing, I never know what it is, but they have 17 quarterbacks, so maybe one of them will play receiver. But, looking at kind of that landscape, who you're playing this season, kind of, I think, dictated that we need another corner, and we need a guy a little bit younger than Darius Slay, and, you have to be flexible. What's the nickel situation looking like? And I think when you have both Jalen and Darius to go with Joey Porter Jr., Beanie Bishop and company, I think it makes it a more formidable defensive front, adding Jalen Ramsey over there at another cover corner position.
And you know what? When the Cardinals played at Miami last year, there was an epic battle between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jalen Ramsey, but it wasn't down for down. Jalen Ramsey was inside quite a bit in that game as well. They moved him around as sort of an X factor. All right, you talked about the defensive front. Wait a minute. TJ Watt, contract squabble. Am I to understand he wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league at age 31, Max Starks?
Yes. Demands are always something that will come up out of this. I think this is also something that's spurring when you see what Myles Garrett got across the way, even though he plays for the mistake by the lake. I get that, he wants to go and he has to have a notch on it because, let's face it, both these guys are very petty towards each other. And so I think this is what kind of spurred it. But this is something I'm not new to because the last time T.J. Watt had a contract, it went into the first week of training camp. And I think that's kind of what's spurring this more than anything else. And, of course, when you have a slow news cycle, any little rumbling gets magnified. So I don't think it's going to be a big issue. I think T.J. Watt will still be on the team come opening day. I think it'll be a little bit of a delay as they kind of work through the minutia of it.
Are we sure it's just Myles Garrett, or how much of it has to do with DK Metcalf getting 5 years, $150 million across the locker room?
I don't think it's that, because I mean you can't compare offensive to defensive in that respect, because our offense has been so far behind for so many years that if you're looking at it, the bulk of the salary is already on the defensive side of the ball, and that this is one to kind of switch the balance back, because we're not paying that steep tax at quarterback right now. So the money has to kind of go somewhere. DK was the nugget that was going to give you a pure bona fide number one, that we hadn't had a veteran receiver that knows the game, as opposed to trying to, drafting Groom one and George Pickens. Bye-bye. Hello, Cowboys. So I think that's where I don't think you make that direct correlation on it, because I think that's a completely separate situation for a need on that side of the ball.
Talking to Max Starks. Max, as far as the Cardinals, now that we are through OTAs and mandatory minicamp, and I mean, you obviously saw what they did because you were covering every single pick of the draft. You saw what they did at the draft, taking 6 defensive players out of their 7 picks, and they clearly prioritized defense and free agency as well. When you look at the Cardinals here just about 3 weeks away from the start of the camp, is there anything you still believe they have as a pressing need, or is it more, let's see what these young guys can do now in camp?
Right side of the offensive line, if you're going to ask me to be pinpointed there, Lucas.
Yeah, I am.
They did nothing. They did nothing for that position, and I know, yes, you got rid of a Will Hernandez, but no real upgrades at that position. Left side still looks solid, and obviously Paris Johnson coming off of a great switcheroo season last year, going from right to left. I think that's probably the weak spot. I think, you look at Drew Petzing and kind of the slowness of that offense at times and the sputtering of it. Will they have a real opportunity to really unlock Marvin Harrison Jr. this year? That's going to be the biggest question. So I think offense is kind of my one area I still look at. I think defense, like I said, Nick Rollis should be the happiest guy on earth. He had overachievers a year ago. Now he has go achievers this year that can really bolster that defensive line, especially run defense. And then, of course, looking on the outside, I mean, you upgraded a lot at the secondary as well. So defense is fine. It looks good. I love the Walter Nolan pick that you guys had, and also bringing back Calais and then bringing in Dalvin Tomlinson. I think you really got a good rotation interior. We'll see what Darius Robinson can do if he can carve some time out for himself. But I think defensive line-wise, this is the first year. I'm going to say it. I know Wolf's not here, but I don't think run defense is an issue. I think that has been finally settled, and I think this is going to be one. I think when it's all said and done, defense will probably be the best unit on the Arizona Cardinals come 2025.
Yeah, good thing the pitch count's too high. I was going to ask you how the Yinzers are taking Aaron Rodgers, but I'm going to spare you that question here at the end. That's a whole different.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. I got that answer too.
We'll have you back on for that one. Thank you, Max.
Thanks, Max.
No, my pleasure, fellas. Y'all take care. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Take care. That's
By
Max
the way,
Starks.
Max Starks in a movie theater, you don't want Big Max sitting in front of you in the movie theater at 6'8", 300 plus. You don't want Max Starks.
Even like 3 rows in front of you, you're gonna have a hard time.
Stadium
he is a big
seating.
movie guy, though. I don't know if you guys knew this. I used to see him in the movies when I worked at the movie theater.
He used to get mad at me for not going to see enough movies. He'd be like, "How have you not seen this movie?" Like, Max,
he was the guy to answer the over under.
Oh no,
on
he was
previews.
the perfect person you could ask. I think you gave a good number too. 5's a good number. All right, we come back over to baseball. How valuable is Ryan Nelson becoming to the Diamondbacks' present and future? It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Basedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Celebrate Independence Day with your hometown professional soccer club. Phoenix Rising takes on Lexington SC on Friday, July 4th at 7:30 p.m. in a special military appreciation match. A night to honor those who serve and turn up the heat on the pitch. Fans will receive limited edition Phoenix Rising sunglasses at the gate. And don't miss the debut of the club's Americana merchandise line, including a patriotic training top. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who was orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right, it is time to announce our qualifier for D-backs tickets this 4th of July, which, of course, is Friday. Austin Piercy from New River. You have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870 to win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. If Austin Piercy doesn't call within 10 minutes, we'll open the phone lines to somebody else. If you didn't hear your name, you can still qualify. Text FIREWORK to 620-620 and listen for your name during the 4 p.m. hour. Once again, Austin Piercy, you have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870.
So is that sort of your low-key shot at the D-backs bullpen? You're playing fireworks before we talk about the D-backs bullpen? I mean, Jamal looks kind of guilty in there. I'll be honest with you. I think, I think it's by design. Yeah, that's by design.
I think on this show, you're going to blame him?
I'm just saying, the guy who shows up, avoids 8 of the 1900 movie previews, I mean, he's got a plan. He's got a plan.
He's being efficient.
He thinks ahead of these things. Don't look past him.
it's Jamal's world. We're all just kind of living in it. And sometimes he'll let us in on a life hack, like show up to the movie. I believe Jamal said 2 hours late, which would miss an hour and a half of the movie.
Yeah, well, it depends on the movie. That could be,
I guess that's true. Sometimes don't even show up at all. Ryan Nelson looked really good last night, and he continues to look really good, Paul. So it raises good questions. I mean, for the longest time, it was like basically 12 months of bouncing back and forth between him and this guy starts. He's really good. Okay, let's put him back in the bullpen. And he's all right, and the other starters aren't so good. Okay, let's put him back as a starter. Oh, he's really good. All right, let's put him back in the bullpen. For a year of that, I got to think we're done with that now, aren't we? I don't just mean for like the next few weeks or even the rest of this season. I got to feel like this guy is in the starting rotation on this team for as long as, as any pitcher. I mean, if he goes out there and starts melting down here over the next month, and then, you open the door to a lot of questions. But as a starter this season, he has been lights out. And even this month, he had that game against Cincinnati on June 7th, that just messed up series in that lunchbox they play in, where he gave up 7 runs in 3 innings, and his ERA for the month is still under 4. And in the 4 games since then, he's given up 4 total earned runs.
And that's counting the 2 last night
that he didn't even really give up
on the first pitch from Juan Murillo, correct?
Yes.
That's
half the runs he's given up in his last 4 starts.
Goodness. And by the way, don't bury the lead. Every one of those starts that he has been part of, his last 4 starts have all led to what?
All wins.
Diamondback victories.
Wins. Yeah.
So it's sort of like when Budda Baker spent his rookie year on special teams, and he was the All-Pro, special teams, Pro Bowl, special teams guy. You're like, okay, guess what? He needs to graduate to bigger and better things.
And he did.
He did. And yes, Ryan Nelson is at that stage. I don't know what the Giants were doing. Little Jamal pro tip, if we're giving life hacks around here, can I give one to the D-backs, to the Giants lineup? Try not to swing at high heat. I mean, how many strikeouts were they swinging at?
How about you give him that in 3 days? Give him that advice.
I mean, so either A, that was Ryan Nelson just throwing some nasty stuff where they almost had to pre-decide, I'm swinging. If it's heat, I'm swinging. I don't care where it is in the zone. And, oh, no, it's up around the chest. I'm screwed. And down you go on strikes. But Ryan Nelson was really impressive, and he was in complete control. Complete control. I mean, he was dominating that Giants lineup last night. So, yeah, to your point, more please. He's got to be a permanent starter, especially when you're looking at some of the decisions you have to make, especially when you're looking at the prospect, the very real prospect of going most of next year without Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
And what is the future of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen exactly? And tonight's start by Gallen's going to go a long way, I think, in that regard as to whether Mike Hazen is or is not taking phone calls. We know that a lot of guys have knocked on his door, right, and have inquired about the availability. But right now, Ryan Nelson, I would say, is as close to an untouchable on this roster as you have.
I mean, he's been one of your best starting pitchers all season. When he has started, again, for a good chunk of the year, he wasn't starting, obviously, as everybody knows. And then his very first start came against the Mets, but it was like a spot start, and it wasn't like amazing. But since he's come back in and consistently started, he's been arguably your best starter. I mean, it's either him or Merrill Kelly or Erod. Erod has been great in June, but very clearly, those are your 3 best starting pitchers right now on July 1st. If you have to go win a game, I know it's different. If you said pick your playoff rotation, I'm sure Zach Gallen would be in there. I understand that. But if you had to win a game tonight and the rotation came up and you just spun the wheel.
Give me your power poll right now. Right here, right now, in real time, power poll, top 3 Diamondback starters.
Right now?
If you have to win the next 3 games, what's your power poll?
It's Merrill Kelly. Right now it might be Erod, but I'll go Ryan Nelson, then Erod. Those are my 3. But that's not the way this was designed at all.
I might even put Ryan Nelson right here, right now. Got to have it. I don't think there's anyone throwing better than Ryan Nelson.
No, I mean, they're all pretty even, really, over the last month or so. And Ryan Nelson, has done it. That's probably why you have to have Erod third, because Erod has really been great for the last month. But prior to that, he hadn't been. Merrill Kelly's been doing it for years. Ryan Nelson's been doing it for a year now. So it's got to be one of those 2.
So was it a mistake in hindsight? With the benefit of hindsight, to look back, you guys are out at spring training. Should he have been a part of the starting rotation from the get-go?
I mean,
maybe Brandon Pfaadt, your long guy. As much as I love the potential of Brandon Pfaadt, has he been living off the 2023 postseason for too long at this point? Ryan Nelson, think about where you'd be right now if maybe you had 3 more wins, because Ryan Nelson would have been in the rotation since late March.
Yeah. It's a fair question. I mean, I'm trying to be as fair as possible in the answer. I think it would have been tough to go to Brandon Pfaadt at the end of spring training and say you're not starting, because I think in a lot of ways him and Ryan Nelson were similar. I mean, Ryan Nelson hadn't gotten the opportunities that Brandon Pfaadt had, and Ryan Nelson's numbers were better when he was starting. But Brandon Pfaadt has pitched in the playoffs, pitched in the World Series, and Brandon Pfaadt to start the season was really good. He's just trailed off in a big way. The problem with the Corbin Burns injury is Ryan Nelson was supposed to be a bonus, right? He was supposed to be, hey, this guy's not performing, we're going to bring him in. Now it's like you need him to be one of your very best starters, and he has been, and he was last night, but then they took him out and immediately blew the lead. Here's Tory Lavell afterwards.
I know that I was the most unpopular man in the entire state of Arizona when I took out Ryan Nelson, but he exceeded his pitch count. I ran him out there as far as I could, and like I keep telling you guys, I know what Ryan Nelson deals with. I know what he wakes up like tomorrow. And we went above and beyond this pitch count. I know that you guys are going to probably ask me questions about why there is a pitch count. Maybe in chapter 13 of my book that I'm never going to write, I'll tell you why I follow the pitch count. I believe in it, and I want to protect these players. I want to protect these individuals who are like my children, and I just got to make sure that I keep Ryan Nelson healthy for the entire year. And I was willing to sacrifice what happened, knowing that there was a darn good chance it could happen. I'm not an idiot. I wanted to leave him in the game as bad as everybody else wanted me to leave him in the game. So I hated myself for doing it, but I had to.
Yeah, look, it's the heightened version of the worst case scenario when the very first pitch drives in the 2 runs, to Fitzgerald right after that. I'm sitting there watching the game the same way you are, Paulie, and everybody else, of like, do you really have to take him out? But I do at least have the thought in the back of my mind this season, when you've had how many guys have to leave for a year with Tommy John? I understand that's a tough spot Tory Lavello's in. That's a little bit tougher. There are other times where he makes decisions where I'm like, okay, I mean, you're in the playoffs and Merrill Kelly, you're going to pull him out right now. I remember Merrill just stared him down. It's like, what are you saving guys for right now? But, I mean, it just feels like a guy goes down for months or a year every other week with this team. So I understand why he's doing it. It just still really sucks in the moment when you go to the bullpen and they give up 2 runs 1 second later.
I just have this vision, because I firmly believe the pitch count goes way beyond Tory Lavell.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And so I just have this vision of the red phone in the dugout ringing and ringing and ringing. Don't answer that! And then finally you answer it, get him out. And then and Tory knows when he has to make that long walk out to the mound and he's getting booed because the fans have PTSD of going to the bullpen again.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Nelson didn't immediately come off the mound. No, they had a bit of a conversation. And, but the most ridiculous stat I heard, I don't know if it was the FS1 broadcast or if it was Chris we interviewed earlier on the radio side, the batting average each time that Ryan Nelson goes to the order goes down. It's just over 200 the first time through. It's 180 the second time through. It's like 140 something the third time through.
That's not how that's supposed to go. It's supposed to go the other way.
At that point in the game, 88 pitches, when there were 15 games a year ago, I heard Bickley and Murata say this morning, where he threw 90-plus pitches a year ago, and we're already in midseason, and I get it. He wasn't starter from day one and opening day, but still, in that moment, there isn't room for let him try and get out of the inning?
No. Well, and the other part of this, too, I mean, I talk about all the Tommy John issues that they've had, and this isn't Tory's fault, but it would be really nice if keeping guys below their pitch count, if there was like a clear payoff. You know what I mean? Like, they're not only keeping Ryan Nelson on a pitch count, they've kept other guys on a pitch count, and those guys are out for 12 months. So it's like you would like to – I understand why they're doing it, but you'd like to see some sort of reward from the baseball universe for it.
And again, it can't be a hard count, because what happens if the at-bat before goes 12 or 15 pitches?
Yeah, you're not going to pull them out mid-at-bat. All right, when we come back, over to football. Are the Arizona Cardinals a playoff contender in 2025? Or what about a safe bet to make the playoffs outright? One major publication believes that is the case. We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. And NBA free agency continues today for the latest Phoenix Suns moves. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right, well, Austin didn't call. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke. So we're going to give his tickets away. What, we give out a number here, Rick? What number? Caller number 4. Caller number 4.
4th of July, so I'm thinking 4.
All right, 602-260-9870. Caller number 4 right now at 602-260-9870. You're going to get tickets to the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July, which, of course, is Friday.
Try and be more productive than Austin. There's a new gauge of productivity at Casa Calvisi.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, thanks for asking.
Yeah, no,
it goes something like this with the 2 teenagers, the 2 young punks I have at home during the summer. Were you more productive today than Cheeto? Cheeto is our dog. Because Cheeto actually, went for a walk. He got exercise. Did you do anything that resembles exercise today? Were you more productive on your summer vacation than Cheeto?
Set the dog as the bar you have to clear.
The new question that gets posed every day when Paulie Parental Unit comes home from work.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, also, you go to that game on the 4th of July, you're going to get the huge fireworks show at the end, too.
Double ding.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Paulie, let's talk a little NFL here. And let's talk the story that is up on, it's actually up, it's Pro Football Focus is who originally wrote it. They were going through teams to make the playoffs that missed out last season. That's how they framed it up, right? It's in their NFL betting section. They go through the Cardinals as the first team they list, and they talk about, a lot of the stuff that we've talked about over the last few months. Defense is much improved, and the offense has some continuity. But they call the Cardinals a safe bet to make the playoffs in there, which is, when you say safe bet to make the playoffs, I think Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Bills, Ravens in the NFL. Those are like the safe bets to make the playoffs because so much can go sideways in the NFL season.
That's really interesting. What is the stat? Every year since 1990, there have been at least four new playoff teams.
I believe it.
Every single year. And I believe it's 7 of the last 8 years, there have been at least 6 brand new playoff teams from one year to the next. So, okay, but safe? Look at the Cardinals division. Look at the LA Rams. LA Rams might have been playing the second best brand of football at the end of last season when they narrowly lost in the snow on the road at the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. Niners are getting a ton of run right now because they have the easiest schedule in the NFL. I saw somewhere they have the easiest regular season schedule since 2015. Now that's on paper and everything changes. I get that. And then the stinking Seahawks, who thankfully no longer have Geno Smith. I personally think the Seahawks are going to be a disaster this year, but we'll see. We'll see how that turns out.
Let me just say, I could see a pretty clear path to the Seahawks being a disaster, but they're never a disaster. Like, there have been other years where we're like, all right, they're a mess. And
yeah, but Geno Smith has saved their keister each of the last 3 years.
It was kind of surprising how disposable they treated him. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, we'll just replace you with Sam Darnold. Like, okay, all due respect to Sam Darnold, and all of that respect was earned in 1 year and not the end of that year. From a Cardinals or Niners or Rams perspective, was more worried about the Seahawks when Geno Smith was their quarterback than Sam Darnold.
My hot take goes something like this. Week 4, Thursday Night Football here in the AZ, when the Seahawks come to town, Jalen Milroe will be their starting quarterback.
That could be something. If he ends up being what they are saying he's going to be, then they're dangerous.
Just because either Sam Darnold will be seeing ghosts at that point, or he'll be broken in half behind that janky Seattle offensive line. One or the other, or maybe both. But in terms of the Cardinals, there's no doubt, if this is what Pro Football Focus is looking at, that the front 7 is night and day from last year.
Yeah.
And there was evidence of that during mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
My understanding was when they went 11 on 11, and there's only so much you can do. You can't play real football. But it was really, really competitive. Like, the offense found out the hard way. This ain't the old Cardinals defense. And they were balling. Cardinals defense, and they gave the offense everything it could handle. And so if that's the sort of defense you're going to see out there, okay, then yes, you are seeing a path to the postseason.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I mean, my feeling on the defense is that this could be one of the better defenses in the NFL, like top 10, top 7, whatever by the end of the season, depending on how you measure it. There's so many different ways you can measure a defense. Wolf and I both made bold predictions or claims or whatever for the start of the season. Paulie, I'll give you mine. I'll give you Wolf's, okay? Mine was, and the Cardinals haven't done this in at least 8 years, 50 or more sacks this season, 50-plus sacks for the Cardinals, a number that I don't even know when the last time they hit it was, but it has been a long time. Wolf's bold prediction was he'd never made one. He said he was going to, but he never actually did. So the part of this story
How convenient. How convenient for Wolf, and then he'll cite, I don't want to violate the athletic process. Come on.
I like how when you fill in for Wolf, it just turns into, let's see if we can jab Wolf enough where he'll come in on his day off to make a statement.
Here's my hot take. Since Wolf won't give one sitting in this chair, somebody better.
Okay.
Week 13, Cardinals at Tampa, will be flexed into prime time.
Okay, I like
because
that.
you can flex it into Sunday or Monday Night Football at that point.
Wow, this is okay.
You're going to have 2 division leaders, Week 13 at Tampa, playing for the NFC home field advantage at that point in the season. That's my hot take. And the TV networks, they're going to be fighting for the whole Kyler versus Baker sub-storyline. I mean, there are more storylines in that matchup than Love Island these days, okay? So that's going to be a good one. Cardinals at Tampa.
That's probably even more bold than my 50 or more sacks prediction. Although the 50-plus sacks, I am happy with that pick because it is bold when you look back. They haven't done it, but I actually think it's going to happen too. So it's not like one of those crazy, ridiculous things.
Here's my other bold prediction real quick. Interceptions last year.
Yeah.
Cardinals had 9 as a team.
Spread out over 6 guys.
Double it.
Ooh.
Because of the increased pass rush, double the number of interceptions you're going to have this year. If you can truly rush 4 and drop 7, get in those passing lanes, you can be disruptive, affect the quarterback. A lot more tip footballs out there. Buda Baker and company, they're going to be able. Will Johnson, great instincts, known for jumping the pass. All of a sudden, you unlock some of these other guys. Jalen Thompson, with all that wisdom back there. Last year, the team leader, was it Philadelphia? Was it Kansas City? I forget. Doesn't matter. 24 led the NFL. 24 interceptions as a defense. Number 2 was 19. Cardinals double their 9. They end up with 18 interceptions this year.
All right. That is more bold than my sack pick because I don't know. If the Cardinals intercept 18 passes, that's a game changer.
I had to make up for Wolf.
Well, it would be great if we could just speak all these things into existence. One thing I was going to say, we can get back into this in a little bit, but Pro Football Focus did reference the Cardinals' strength of schedule of being the 10th easiest in the NFL. And I tell you, Paulie, when I look at their schedule, when you just look at it without any sort of preconceived, hey, it's supposed to be this or that or whatever, where it ranks, it doesn't look like an easy schedule, especially the second half where they traditionally have struggled. So, and they say right in the story, that's just based on winning percentage from last year. It doesn't account for a team like San Francisco probably bouncing back this year. That would change that number considerably. All right, when we come back, Bradley Beal's contract continues to limit what the Suns can do in free agency. So what's the answer here, and when are we getting that answer? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf, by the way, on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field, Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. A bunch of white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
How's the driving to as we speak? So keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, someone else will open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live.
No. Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Keep going, Dad. Oh my God, please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, and don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Be sure to check out the full line of Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs, including class-leading Tacoma and all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, July 1st. We're into July. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf.
I feel like full disclosure, I should disclose that I told Maloney that, I tried to pull an Ace Bailey, basically. I just said, I'm not coming in. I don't want to come here. I don't want to fill in with Wolf anymore. And then she did an end around. She said, well, guess what? You are coming in. You're going to fill in with Luke. Of course, I was agreeable and amenable to that.
She got you.
Yeah, but the Ace Bailey, just want to let it be known, absolutely under no circumstances should I be drafted to go ahead and play alongside Ron Wolfley.
Well, if you pull the Ace Bailey, then all of a sudden you have to have kind of like new representation that's all of a sudden like, what are you talking about? Ace always wanted to play for the Jazz. See,
by the way,
he loves Utah.
He showed up in Utah, or at least he said he's going to show up. Did you see the quote? His quote was, yeah, I have to trust my process. The Sixers was trust the process.
Well, that didn't work.
Ace Bailey is trust my process. So he's innovative. He's new and innovative. I respect that.
That should be his nickname. Who was this? There was a Sixer whose nickname was the process. His Ace Bailey should be my process.
My process.
That should be his nickname.
There you go. Get that to his agent.
I don't know who his agent is.
That's right.
He doesn't have one, or he does.
He shouldn't. If whoever that guy was, he shouldn't have that person anymore representing him.
Well, I'm thinking at some point he's going to look around and be like, hey, this guy could cost me tens of millions of dollars. I might move on. All right, so Paulie, I'm looking at NBA free agency going on now, and teams are starting to make some moves. We're seeing trades yesterday. Cam Johnson gets traded to the Denver Nuggets. You're seeing teams be active, and yes, I understand the Suns were active last week. The Kevin Durant trade was 8 days ago, right? I mean, everything that leading up to and during the draft was just last week. But they are still very limited now in what they can really do to round out the young pieces they've added into an actual team. Because they can't really do much in free agency, with all due respect to Nigel Hayes-Davis. I don't know that that's necessarily like going out and adding Miles Turner, let's say, because of Bradley Beal and his contract that they can't trade, and they're really limited in if they can even stretch and waive, because Bradley Beal would have to take about a $2.5 million pay cut each of the next 5 years for them to do that. So now we're kind of getting into that territory of like, are we just going to have Bradley Beal on the team for another year?
So you're saying, sometimes you have to dumb this down for me, okay?
Okay.
There's no forget a good exit plan with Bradley Beal. There is no exit plan.
There is no exit plan that the Phoenix Suns control.
So, because he has the no trade, the stretch and waive isn't feasible, viable, even allowable in most circumstances, is now our understanding.
Unless he's willing to take less money.
Okay.
But the Phoenix, I'll repeat this again for everybody that's kind of like, they'll just stretch and waive. They cannot stretch and waive Bradley Beal unless he agrees to a pay cut.
Okay. After considerable thought here, at least the last 17 seconds, here's what I've come up with. Calvisi Consulting, the Paulie Roundball Division, suggests the following.
We need an answer, so give us one.
CP3. Is the answer keeping Bradley Beal, but instituting a new layer of accountability named Chris Paul?
Well, that's a good layer of accountability.
Do you bring in Chris Paul, who had some brief success with DeAndre Ayton? Ultimately, he just stopped talking to him, and once again...
But they did go to the NBA Finals.
Yes! So can you somehow unlock something, maybe get a willingness, a return, to get out there and do more than just look like you're playing YMCA basketball out there with the fellas, get some actual NBA caliber intensity and production out of Bradley Beal that would be somewhere, anywhere in the vicinity of and commensurate with his compensation. Can you somehow get Chris Paul in the building, and he would be more than worth the veterans minimum if he can get you some, dare I say, any return on investment at the $50 million plus a year that Bradley Beal is owed. If somehow, some way, Chris Paul could get, because I'm not optimistic that Brian Gregory is going to get that out of Bradley Beal, even though they went to lunch. I'm not optimistic that Jordan Ott is going to be able to do that when didn't work with the two prior head coaches. So, what exactly is the answer with Bradley Beal? Maybe instead of deleting and subtracting, namely Beal himself in his contract, maybe it's adding someone or something that might actually result in some progress with Bradley Beal.
It's amazing that they are as stuck as they are, and this is just the ultimate slap in the face to Valley sports fans. If you've got an owner now that is willing to spend whatever it takes, right? All these years, you didn't have an owner that was willing to spend whatever it takes. Okay, you get Matt Ishbia, he's willing to spend whatever it takes, and now the league has decided you're not allowed to spend. Whereas, at the same time, over in Major League Baseball, you got the Diamondbacks trying to chase down a Dodgers team that can spend $1 billion every offseason. I understand it's two different sports, two different commissioners, but the fact that they cannot get rid of Bradley Beal's contract limits what they can do in free agency. And it also causes problems in terms of like if he plays, you're limiting Jalen Green's development or growth within this team, because how are you going to play Devin Booker and Jalen Green and Bradley Beal consistent minutes? To say nothing of what you would do with Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal. I mean, I would assume you're moving them at that point, but normally if you're in a situation that's this awkward and this, you can always buy your way out of it. If teams don't buy their way out of it, it's because owners aren't willing to buy their way out of it. Like, hey, you're the GM, you made this mess, you're going to have to deal with it. That's not the case here. You know Ishbia would buy his way out of this if he could, and he can't.
And what do coaches, especially brand new coaches in their very first head coaching gig, hate more than anything else? Distractions.
Yes, you don't need this if you're Jordan Ott.
So you come in and you're trying to get control of your locker room, and there's one guy who's on his own agenda, on his own plan. Talk about trust my process. Bradley Beal's over there, and he's just a one-off. He's, an island unto himself. No, we're not talking about Love Island. He's an island unto himself, and then you're trying to institute some sort of accountability that holds everyone culpable in that locker room, except, wait a minute, there's Bradley Beal with his no-trade clause and his guaranteed contract. He answers to no one. So, once again, I think you have to bring in a peer. Not necessarily a boss or a superior, especially a first-time head coach or a first-time GM. That ain't going to work. So to me, you got to bring in a hard driver, someone who's demanding, someone who's played, 21 years in the NBA?
I mean, because here's the problem. You did all that. You moved Kevin Durant, and whether people want to believe it or not, when you move Kevin Durant, when you move somebody that was 6th in the NBA in scoring last year, and he's an all-time great scorer, when you move that, you do open the door to either criticism or regret as the season goes. Now, again, I think we're all on the same page. They needed to make the move to bring in pieces. And right now in this moment, some of those pieces are pretty exciting. But how is it going to feel if we're in February and the Suns aren't winning because they couldn't go all the way with it because they're still stuck with Bradley Beal, so you couldn't fully rebuild. And the Rockets are going to the NBA Finals. I mean, that's going to be, again, another slap in the face to Phoenix Suns fans that, quite honestly, Suns fans don't deserve another slap in the face. If you're going to move Durant, you would like to be able to move everything that you want to move out. You're still in apron problems now, and you've moved Kevin Durant. So here's Fred Katz of The Athletic, who was on with he was on with us yesterday, actually, talking about teams Beal might be considering, maybe.
What's amazing about the Beal situation is that I think the question has to be, what teams does Bradley Beal have interest in, right? But you got to find a place that he wants to go to. And at least so far, I haven't really found a place that I think he would want to go to that really makes sense for them to take him in from a basketball perspective. I think winning is an important thing to him. I've heard wanting kind of to be in a place where he's actually wanted and feels comfortable is important to him. But at the same time, I know a huge thing for him, I've been told time and time again, is, he moved his family from D.C. to Los Angeles his first year when he was with the Suns. Mm-hmm. He moved them full-time to Phoenix. But I think there's got to be something that is good for him and also good for his family. Mm-hmm. And then also you got to find a team that's actually willing to, take on that money.
And that's the problem, Paulie. It's not like Bradley Beal's doing anything wrong. I'm a little surprised if he's still here next season that he would want to still be here next season. I understand there's the just real life stuff. He moved his family here. He probably keeps kids in the same school. I get all that. But I would be a little surprised professionally that he would want to still play on the Suns with the way things are going and with how limited they are with his contract here.
I buy all the family stuff. I'm not buying the he wants to win. How long did he stay in Washington?
Yeah, and they can't win here with his contract here, even if he plays great.
It didn't seem to me like he was too broken up about losing all those games last year when he's smiling out on the floor and the Suns are getting jack stomped. So, I'm not sure I'm buying the he wants to win and needs to go to a winner. Not so much.
More importantly, this is the second segment in a row where you've referenced Love Island, which prompted Jamal during the last break to ask you if you're a big Love Island guy.
Yeah, and then he denied being a fan himself, a viewer himself. Yeah, nobody's buying that either. I mean, what are you doing, Rick? Where's the lie detector around here? I mean, we got lies flying around left and right. So let's get some accountability here in this show.
This studio is a house of lies.
Just scratch off my bingo card, Paulie, bringing up Love Island.
And the bingo card is just 25 boxes of that.
It's just like,
yeah. You know what? You guys profiled the old guy over here. Didn't think I'd bring up Love Island. That's what you get.
We're printing these cards tomorrow, Jamal. We got to have these because by then everybody will have forgotten. Coming up next, we're going to take you to the top stories of the day, and Paulie will ask about Love Island with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawatch, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawatch. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tory. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the Baron of Brioche, the Sultan of Sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Day!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. And NBA free agency continues today. For the latest Phoenix Suns moves, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the San Francisco Giants 4-2 yesterday, but perhaps overshadowing the win was Tory Lavell removing Ryan Nelson after 88 pitches and Juan Murillo immediately surrendering the lead. Here's Tory Lavell explaining the decision after the game.
I know that I was the most unpopular man in the entire state of Arizona when I took out Ryan Nelson, but he exceeded his pitch count. I ran him out there as far as I could, and like I keep telling you guys, I know what Ryan Nelson deals with. I know what he wakes up like tomorrow, and you know we went above and beyond this pitch count. I know that you guys are going to probably ask me questions about why there is a pitch count. You know, maybe in chapter 13 of my book that I'm never going to write, I'll tell you why I follow the pitch count. I believe in it. And I want to protect these players. I want to protect these individuals who are like my children. And I just got to make sure that I keep Ryan Nelson healthy for the entire year. And I was willing to sacrifice what happened, knowing that there was a darn good chance it could happen. I'm not an idiot. I wanted to leave him in the game as bad as everybody else wanted me to leave him in the game. So I hated myself for doing it, but I had to.
What do you guys think about the decision by Tory to take Ryan Nelson out last night?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, you don't love it in the moment, and then obviously it immediately gets worse when the first pitch is from the bullpen results in 2 runs. It almost as a like, hey, in case you forgot, the bullpen's been struggling in here. You don't have to wait for more than 2 seconds. I understand. I'm not saying I agree with, but I understand why he's doing this. He's always kind of done this, but especially with all the players on the Diamondbacks that are facing Tommy John now, I understand he's going to be extra careful with a pitcher like Ryan Nelson. But as I told you earlier, Paulie, and this is beyond the scope of the Diamondbacks. This is a baseball problem. It'd be nice to have some empirical evidence that keeping guys on a pitch count actually helped avoid Tommy John, because it seems like the Diamondbacks have a lot of guys facing Tommy John right now.
Well, then there's the chicken and the egg argument, like a lot of old school football coaches say, is your body in football shape? It's why a lot of people believe there's such a rash of injuries to start every NFL season, week 1 and 2 in particular, because was there enough football played, enough full speed, full contact football in the month of August? Interesting to note that Jonathan Gannon has said there's going to, quote, be more friction, more pads on at Cardinals camp this year, but it takes a lot of guts, a lot of gumption for Tory Lavell to make his way to the mound, to pull a guy who's throwing a shutout, to go to that bullpen in front of that fan base. I mean, quick power poll, the most unpopular people in front of the sports fans here in recent memory. Roger Goodell opening up an NFL draft. Gary Bettman handing out the Stanley Cup, right? Especially if it had anything to do with Canada. He gets booed. And then there's Tory Lavell getting booed on his way to the mound every time he's making a move to his bullpen.
All right, sticking with D-backs pitching, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com. And it asks, who is the Diamondbacks ace? Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez, Ryan Nelson, or Brandon Pfaadt?
I'm still going to go Merrill Kelly. just because he has done this for a while and he is having a good season. I mean, so it's not like I'm basing this on a couple years ago or whatever. He's still having a good season, and we've seen him in bigger games, certainly in the playoffs, pitch at his absolute best. But I think you can make a case for Ryan Nelson or even Erod. If you're going right now, since he's come back from injury, he's been really good. But I got to go with Merrill still.
If you had gotta have a game tonight, postseason on the line, play-in game, Merrill Kelly would be my guy. Just based on the experience, been there, done that. But Ryan Nelson is right in his rearview mirror right now. He's closing quickly.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote Kelly because that's who you guys went with. And he is, well, if my poll would work.
Plot twist.
There we go. Merrill Kelly leads 47%. Ryan Nelson second, 44%.
Wow.
Brandon Pfaadt third, 4%. Tied with Zach Gallen at 4%. Eduardo Rodriguez is at 1%. I feel like I would go Kelly, Nelson, Erod as of what we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, if we're going like right now, you got a big game tomorrow or whatever. We were talking earlier, like who do you feel most confident in pitching tonight? Zach Gallen's pitching tonight. Would I feel more confident if Ryan Nelson was pitching tonight? Yeah, I would. Right now, yes. On July 1st of 2025, I would. That to me, that's not a statement about who's a better pitcher on the open market, who's a better pitcher for the next 3 years. Certainly not who's been a better pitcher the last 5 years. But right now, I feel a lot more comfortable with the guy who started last night than the guy who's starting tonight.
I'm guessing tonight, it's not just Tory Lavell, that dugout, Mike Hazen, the C-suite for the D-backs that's watching Zach Gallen. It's about 15 other teams that are watching Zach Gallen tonight to see what is the state of Zach Gallen and will we make a run at him between now and July 31st.
According to NBA insider Chris Haynes, the Phoenix Suns and star guard Devin Booker are, quote, in talks, unquote, on a contract extension. Book is eligible for a 2-year, $149.8 million extension. Is this a no-brainer?
Yeah, it is. It's easy to look at these numbers and be like, wow, you're really going to give Devin Booker $75 million a year? Like, this team's not in the NBA playoffs even. But you have to kind of reset. It's tough to do for all of us living in the real world. But $75 million is absurd per year. I get that. But in the NBA, you don't have as many players as you have in these other sports. Like, if that money doesn't go to Devin Booker, it's just sticking with Matt Ishbia. And there's a lot of guys around the league that are overpaid if you just look at the raw number. It's more in the context of the league. You're able to keep him around. That it's not a contract that's destroying your cap situation like the Bradley Beal one is. So, yeah, if you want this guy to be the face of your franchise for the rest of his career, this is a step towards that.
I went with the hashtag earlier. I'll stick with it. Free book. Get back to Devin Booker being the engine that drives this team. You saw two teams in the NBA Finals, right? SGA and Tyrese Halliburton. Mm-hmm. Now, there were a lot of pieces around him. I get it, but you're in construction mode, planting orange cones. You're building around him. To me, I would strip it down and just feature Devin Booker, anything and everything you can to get him back to the way he was a couple of years ago. And that is one of the NBA's very best, capable of taking over any game at any time and delivering wins. Get back to that formula. And with that in mind, yeah, you don't really have a choice at this point. There's got to be a reason why fans will go downtown and check out this product. And at this point, they're going to see Devin Booker.
Yeah.
All right, one quick one for you guys before we go to break. We have talked a lot today about the amount of previews at movie theaters and how long they should be. So I put a poll on our Twitter out that says how, or X if you want to call it that, at Wolf and Luke. You can go there and vote. How long should the previews be at the movie theater? I said 5 to 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. And yeah, how long should they be?
All right, this is the poll question that the audience did not expect to get today.
In other words, how many is too many? The over-under with Max Starks was 5 movie previews. That's
fine. That's about 10 minutes.
Right.
I'm good with that.
Especially in this day and age of, people's attention spans waning, and then all of a sudden, 9, 10.
But didn't you go to see a 2.5-hour movie too?
Yes, and then you add nearly a half hour of the movie previews, and they cram a couple of quick commercials in between the movie previews and the featured film. So at that point, yeah, it's like, do I have a sharp object here?
I always love how people are like, well, you can't watch a 2.5-hour movie and another half hour with the previews. You watch football. It's like, when I'm watching football, I can get up and walk around. And I'm talking to the people around me. I'm not going to be that guy in the theater.
Actually, that's a good analogy. The halftime of a college football game that runs about 45 minutes, that's your next poll. What's the more interminable?
I'd rather watch the previews than some of these halftimes.
Real quick, I got a serious question.
Okay.
Am I really the only one that doesn't show up to the movie until like 20 minutes, like 30 minutes after the actual showtime?
I do sometimes, Jamal. I do sometimes. But anyway.
Fair question.
Well, here's the other devious thing they did. They started 15 minutes late before they even played the previews because the theater was half full, so they wanted to give people more time to buy the popcorn and the concessions.
Oh, I'm suing after that.
Out. Yeah.
If they start after, like they start the previews 15 minutes after the showtime, I'm suing.
Anyway.
If Jamal gets there 2 hours late and sees previews, he's suing.
Anyway, I will not give the full results to the poll. I will just say that 5 to 10 minutes is leading at 69%.
This is the most important thing in the world to Rick. He doesn't care if they get off Bradley Beal's contract. You could say the Suns just SGA wants to play for the Suns.
No, please get off Bradley Beal's contract and I'll watch an hour of previews.
All right, can we come back? Can we go a week without a fan interfering with the Diamondbacks game? Please. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
AMC.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620. And listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. $4,700 and new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Broncos Ford stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday, a recap of the early movement in free agency in the NBA.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. And the Diamondbacks game last night, I mean, every D-backs game is eventful this season. Paulie, you had the stats, 21-21 at home, 21-21 on the road, 42-42. Like everything is so even. We were looking, they've scored 4 more runs this season than they've allowed. They're number 3 in baseball in runs scored and number 27 in baseball in runs allowed. Like everything is so even. And yet this season has been anything but even. It's just been insanity, one direction or the other, constantly. It just feels like, oh, here's a 5-game winning streak. This team's got it figured out. And here's a game where you got the bullpen blowing games. You got guys going on injured, on the injured list for a year. You've got fans yelling ridiculous stuff at Ketel Marte in Chicago. You've got what happened last night. I mean, even last night's game, if you don't follow this team, you're like, oh, Diamondbacks won 4-2. Okay. No, it's never that easy. It's 2-0. Ryan Nelson leaves. There's 2 runs immediately score right after that first pitch. And then in the 8th inning, when the game at that point was still tied, actually. Or no, it was 3-2 D-backs at that point in the 8th inning. Okay, that's what it was. Christian Kost comes up to the plate, hits one out to left center. Ball is grabbed by a fan. They first called a home run, then they called an out, then they called a double. And I think a lot of people watching the game are like, how do I know that guy? Like, I don't know the guy sitting in the front row and in the outfield. Maybe you do, because he's done this quite a few times, actually.
He said, if you're scoring at home, he says he's caught 24 home run balls.
Okay. How many of them does he say were interfering with the game on the field?
Well, he also adds he's been ejected 3 times, 2 of which he protests, sort of like I'm protesting this show because I have to sit in this seat and I've never sat here before. That's pending. Let's see, what else did he tell Bickley and Murata this morning?
Well, yeah, I got some audio. You want the audio?
Nice. Okay.
They had him on. So his name's Dave McCaskill. And, yeah, he's D-back season ticket holder. It's not like he's one of those guys that bounces to all the different stadiums in baseball, but he is somebody that goes after the ball. And I would say before we start playing these, last night, I think they got the call right. Like, it shouldn't have been a home run. He did reach over. But at least on the camera angles they had, it looked like Tawa had already kind of missed it. You know what I mean? It would have been a tough catch.
Agreed.
Now, if I'm Tim Tawa, I'm probably like, well, yeah, because there was a guy hanging over behind me, and maybe it threw me off. But I think all things considered, the double was the right call, because then they went to call him out, and I was like, look, I'd love for him to be out, but he's not out.
I'll say this. I think I'm the only person who believes that ball would have hit the yellow stripe and bounced into the stands.
Oh, for home run.
That's my, having taken a college physics class, Luke, and applying all those principles I learned a few years ago. That's neither here nor there, considering I got stuck in the class with a bunch of Berkeley engineering majors and got my face kicked in. But based on some of those principles, I would say the trajectory of the ball was into the stands once it hit the top yellow padding and in. But I know the replay reviews probably said otherwise.
Well, John Boy Media had a piece, and you can find this up on ArizonaSports.com today as well. And this is just a few of them. They posted on X, Diamondbacks fan has been involved in an umpire review in 4 consecutive seasons. at Chase Field. And they showed those 4. If you go and you look at the poster, you can go on ArizonaSports.com. They have them. And they're not all the same. Some of them, it's like, okay, that, he's just a guy in the front row catching the ball. Other ones, it's like, you are probably inserting yourself into the game a little bit.
Yeah.
They asked him, because he was on Bickley and Murata this morning. This is such a Jarrett guest. I'm sure Jarrett was giddy to get this guy. They asked him who he is and why is he doing this.
So, number one, I'm a D-backs fan. Been here in Arizona for exactly 10 years, retired military for 24 years. I caught a foul ball my first year, and then the light bulb went on, and I was like, I need to catch a home run. And I kind of follow Zach Hampel a little bit. And ever since then, it's been fun. It's one of my things. I'm a huge memorabilia guy, do a lot of autographs.
Although I'm looking at some of these, and even last night, sometimes he throws the ball back.
I've seen some of those clips, yeah.
So it's not like he's necessarily turning around and selling these. Look, all due respect to Christian Koss, I don't know what the market is online for it. I don't think Christian Koss, if that had been a home run, I don't think that ball is worth like the one where Barry Bonds broke the home run record, or Shohei hitting some record-setting home run like he did last year.
Look, let's see. How can I put this? You're old enough to get the senior discount at the movie theater, yet you're bringing your glove to the game.
Just so you know, this guy's retired military. I think he just said that.
So thank you for your service, retired military. But I just can't help but think that the D&D back in this case stands for dude factor. Dude. And we used to have this bit, where certain people just kind of cross the threshold, the line, and it was dude factor.
Well,
and
he physically crossed the threshold.
Yeah, in this case, and at one point during the interview when he told Bickley and Murata that he has learned to go up instead of going out when he lunges and attempts. Okay, so it kind of sounded like playing defense in the NBA and not drawing the foul. Go up instead of going out. I mean, this is a fan who takes himself really seriously. I mean, shades of, dare I say, the 12s in Seattle. They really think they're part of the team. They really think they're part of the show. They're more than willing to buy all their own gear with all the 12 branding. And then not only are they buying their own gear, they're buying their own hype. And that's sort of the vibe I got here. And that's why, as he was talking, and it was a great interview, I just sort of thought to myself, yeah, we've got a dude factor here.
What's the guy's name? Zach, what's his last name? The dude who
Zach Hampel.
Yeah, okay, Zach Hampel was the one. And he said right in there, he kind of, follows that guy and kind of, that's the dude who was like, I lost track of how many baseballs he had caught. But, yeah, it was
okay.
A little different.
So, yeah, once again, he's been ejected 3 times. He says he's been reviewed 9 or 10 times. He said most of the law enforcement who escorted him out of the building were very kind and were laughing, except for one officer who gave him a verbal admonishment. He said,
like, haven't I walked you out of here before? Yeah, I don't know. Here he is on being ejected multiple times.
Because they said I've been reviewed 4 times. I've actually been reviewed 9 or 10 times.
Yep, there you go.
So anytime a ball comes close, but I've only been, again, ejected 3 times. 2 of them I disagree with.
Well, now I kind of want to know about that third one that he doesn't disagree with.
What's the golden rule in the media? Cover the story. Don't become part of the story. Mm-hmm. As a fan, watch the game. Don't become part of the game.
Can you imagine, and with the way this season has gone, I'm almost surprised it didn't happen. Can you imagine if they had ruled it a home run, which I know you're saying with your engineering class?
Yes.
But even if that were the right call, can you imagine if they ruled it a home run and he had clearly reached over and grabbed the ball and the Diamondbacks lost that game last night? That would have tied it, I guess. But let's say they lose 4-3. Then now you have injuries, you have the bullpen blowing games, you have the bullpen not even really blowing games, but giving up long hits that fans are reaching over and pulling across the line for home. Can you imagine if that were the conversation today?
So now think of it in that context. A brutal, heinous loss where that play tied the game.
Uh-huh.
Tim Tawa, to your point, might have felt, sort of the shadows of this guy.
Yes, I mean, Tim Tawa plays every position.
Right.
I'm guessing he's aware of what's going on around him.
I mean, who's the left fielder? Tim Tawa or this Dave guy out in the stands? That guy's taking more tumbles in left field than Eric Burns at this point.
You guys need to at least call the ball so you don't run into each other.
So now think of it in the context of a loss. Okay.
A loss to the bullpen again. It would have been another bullpen loss.
But now the fans involved? And now, okay, so instead of everyone laughing it up and yucks and watching the montage on John Boy and all that kind of stuff and, oh, this is funny, and now all of a sudden, no, wait a minute. D-Max might have to take action because if this guy's throwing himself around the front row with impunity, and guess what? If he does impact a game, the outcome of a game, there's a lengthy track record here. Now, all of a sudden, D-Backs management might be in the spotlight. Why didn't you take action earlier?
Yeah, that's great. Great situation. All right, when we come back over to basketball, who exactly is running things for the Phoenix Suns? I got some audio over the weekend suggested that might be up for debate. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will never think of Tyus Jones and not think about how I thought he was the missing piece when they got him. Gambo brings it up all the time. About that day we were at Cardinals training camp when he told me that he thought they were going to get Tyus Jones, and I was so excited because I'm like, man, I cannot believe their good fortune that Tyus Jones just fell in their lap like this. They are so going to the Western Conference Finals with him as their point guard, and just kind of chalk him up to yet another thing that we were anticipating and so exciting about that ultimately let us down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. An NBA free agency continues today for the latest Phoenix Suns moves. Head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. Polly, I'm gonna play a cut of audio here, okay?
This is dangerous ground here because this is the area within which Wolf and I got into an argument. And, thankfully Rick didn't have any audio of the argument that Wolf and I got into about the whole Suns thing and, decision makers and how much. Okay. That's the wrong argument, Rick. Okay, so we don't need any more of that. Okay,
that
because
did actually sound like
one of these days. Okay, that was 15 years ago or so over who wasn't making the coffee at 5 a.m. And so this argument had more to do with
relevant today
with whether the Suns had made meaningful change or not. So, I'm going to tread lightly. I'm going to try and keep it a lot more professional than what happened. That's my promise to everyone here. I won't let this devolve into an argument.
Kind of want an argument here, but
Okay.
I don't know your stance on this yet. I am starting to think you and I probably have the same stance on this.
Well, let's see.
Here, let's
spin the big wheel, Luke.
Let me play this cut from the Homecoming Network. After the Suns, are able to get Come On Malwatch in the draft. Everybody's happy last week. The guy drops to number 10. Okay, well, here's Rich Paul talking to Matt Ishbia, okay?
If you guys keep 10, I'm going to mention the name and you tell me how much you like him. Come On Malawak, if I can get him there.
A lot. That'd be my first choice.
Okay, done deal. That's all I need to hear.
You can get there?
I'm going to try my best because you're our first choice. If he gets past Brooklyn, then yeah. But let me make those calls so I can let you do what you need to do.
All right, yeah, call me back when you hear.
I will. Okay. All right, thank you.
First of all, take that, Toronto.
Wow.
If he gets past Brooklyn, he's going to Phoenix. There's a couple ways to look at that, Paulie. There is the way where you can look at it and you can say, hey, okay, that's cool. This guy, one of the high top prospects in this draft wants to come play for the Phoenix Suns. That's great. That's Rich Paul on the call. You can look at it. You can say, well, he's talking to Matt Ishbia. Is this a situation where he normally would be talking to Brian Gregory? Is Matt Ishbia just running the team? Is he the GM? And I will say this, and I heard Dave Burns talking about this yesterday. I don't definitively know the answer of how many teams Rich Paul would be calling and he'd be talking to the owner. You know what I mean? Like, I got to think it's more than just the Suns where the owner's taking that call. So I'm not going to say that this means Brian Gregory isn't running the Suns or isn't doing the GM job of the Suns entirely. But when you couple this with everything else and stuff we've heard from Matt Ishbia, it kind of falls into line with he's kind of running the show now.
Okay, so I've never been an NBA owner, full disclosure.
How'd you get in here then?
If it's a free agent signing and it's going to involve hundreds of millions of dollars, then maybe the first call is to the owner. That seems plausible, reasonable, feasible.
Yes.
But we're talking about the 10th pick overall. Isn't that the domain of the general manager, the talent evaluator? The person building the roster, the person in charge of roster construction would typically be the point person in the draft room. So to me, I would differentiate between NBA draft and NBA free agency.
Yeah.
As to who the decision maker is or that first step, or in this case, maybe the final decision, either or. So to me, and once again, it just comes back to what I was trying to contend with Wolf, okay? And there are different.
Like it got contentious.
There are different kinds of sports talk radio out there, right? There's the know-it-all sports talk radio where I'm omnipotent and all-knowing, and then there's this sports analogy type of sports radio where everything's an analogy to something else in real life. And I guess that's where I would go on this one. It's sort of like you have a restaurant, and you can change the waiters and the waitresses and the hostess and the manager, but it's still the same chef. So for all the change you've made in the Suns organization, the GM, the head coach, the assistant coaches, it's still the same chef who's putting together the roster.
Yeah, this is where you and I agree. I mean, when you're talking about the front office, there's a debate between how involved Ishbia was in actual basketball decisions before and then now. But either way, he is now, and I think most people would say in the big ones, he was pretty clearly involved in the past. But then there's also the part where it's not like Brian Gregory wasn't here. He was here. Like, you just kind of moved guys around that were here. So, I thought about this a lot driving in today because it's like, okay, well, how do we know? Let's say the worst case in most people's minds is true. Let's just say that Matt Ishbia is essentially the GM and Brian Gregory is the assistant GM. Let's say that. Why is that so bad? Why is that, is there a way where that works? But this is what I land on, Paulie. It doesn't even matter who the person is. You could go pick the best GM in basketball and say, hey, he owns the Suns and he's also going to be the GM. If it's the owner making basketball decisions and things start to go wrong, you can never adjust because it's the owner. If you have a GM and the GM's not getting the job done, at some point the owner can say, hey, man, it's been 3, 4, 5, 6 years of this. It's not working. You're out. If the owner's the one making the decisions and they don't go well, you're doing that for 50 years.
Facts. Yeah. In fact, here's a true false. And Wolf didn't like this one. Suns had a chance to clean house and bring in experienced, credible, proven NBA decision makers. Instead, they promoted a GM from within. Who'd been in the league less than 2 years and readily admits his relationship with the owner was key. They then hired a head coach who has ties with the owner. So
this is Sparta!
To me, the alignment is with the owner and his comfort zone.
Yeah.
Enabling the owner to be the ultimate decision maker. And once again, cooking up the roster as the chef.
Yeah.
So
that's long term. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Whoever you think the best GM in sports is, okay, whoever that is, you throw it in. We'll say Bob Myers because he's had success in the NBA. I mean, there's plenty of other names we could use. But what if Bob Myers was the owner? I mean, as the owner of the team, he's going to want to make decisions. That's still not a good situation because eventually, if he's making mistakes and it's time for the team to move on, you can't. You can't.
Right.
I like Matt Ishbia as an owner. I really do. I like the fact that he's willing to. But
yes, the commitment is unmatched.
Yes, and I understand that the results have not been great, but I like the willing to put his money up, trying to win. Like, I mean, these are things that when people get upset about that or overlooked at, it's like, hey, do you remember previous ownership just a couple years ago? But I don't like any owner as the GM. That's even if it works for a year or 2 or 3. I mean, you're towing a really fine line there. So, like, I hear that call, and it's the first time I heard it, I was like, well, that's great. Rich Paul, come on, Malwatch wanted to go to the Suns at that point. That's awesome. Like, okay, maybe he wants to play with Devin Booker, whatever. Maybe just wants to live in Phoenix. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason he wants to play here. That's good. It's better to have your team be one where good players want to go play than not. And I don't want to overread too much into one phone call, but again, we had that like internal memo that was reported on and all these different things, and it's just like, all right. I mean, you've heard it from Wolf, yeah. Paulie, that his big stance for Brian Gregory is that Brian Gregory can tell Matt Ishbia if things are getting out of line. I don't know that he can. There's no guarantee that's the case.
He was I still don't know what the director of player programming is or was. I still don't know what that job title means exactly. I do know that Matt Ishbia at the press conference after firing Coach Bud said that he wants future Suns teams, and I'm looking at the quote right here, to feature, quote, some grit, some determination, some work ethic, some grind, some joy. We just haven't had that, end quote. That's ownership. Okay. Is he capable of delivering that? Your team needs an engine rebuild. putting new tires on it or replacing the brakes isn't going to do the trick. Are you capable? Are you a master mechanic? Can you get that done? As I devolve into more analogy radio.
Rotating the tires really isn't going to do the trick. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations, so head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details. When we come back, what has to happen by the end of Cardinals training camp, and what do you want to happen by the end? Oh, a little need or want.
Need or want. Come on down, Luke.
Or want.
Play the big game.
It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. 2 outs. Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. So at what point in the month of July will the Diamondbacks need to decide whether they're a buyer or a seller? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Willy Wonka, watch the roof come off. I pull up in that candy paint, call it Baruch.
All right, it is July 1st, which means we can now safely and not totally ridiculously talk about how close football season is. Paul Calvisi.
3 weeks
today. Yeah, I mean,
3 weeks.
Camp opens in 3 weeks. It opens this month, and it doesn't even open at the very end of the month. It opens in 3 weeks. So we are not far away from football at all. Thank goodness.
First day in full pads. When is that exactly? Usually it's 5 days into camp? I forget the rules of the CBA. Doesn't matter. It should be a state holiday. The first day in pads, full contact, full go, full speed football. Where's the O-line, D-line drill? Let's go ahead and watch these guys battle royale as they go. And look, there's going to be a lot of really good matchups in the O-line, D-line drills. Unlike the last couple of years, if you're an offensive lineman and you're looking across, oh, wait a minute, that's Dalvin Tomlinson I got to line up against. That's Calais Campbell. Check out a new and improved Darius Robinson. Walter Nolan and his lateral quickness, which has already gotten a shout-out from Calais himself. Paris Johnson Jr. squaring off against Josh Sweat. Kind of echoes the old Chandler Jones against DJ Humphries back in the day. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be some good heavyweight matchups.
Yeah. No, they have personnel-wise taken a step from, hey, this is really cool within the context of the Cardinals, to this is cool on an NFL-wide level. You got Josh Sweat going up against Paris Johnson Jr. That's an NFL. That's like a high upper echelon NFL matchup. If these guys get to where we all believe they can and should go, Marvin Harrison Jr. lining up against Will Johnson in practice, I mean, that's pretty good iron sharpening iron too. So it feels like it's a time, Paulie, for a round of need or want. Do we need a round of need or want?
You know what? It may be the only thing you've said all day that I agree with. Let her rip.
The fact that you bring your own game show music to this is unbelievable.
Need.
It's the game show sweeping Arizona here as we pose the question, and then you deem it a need or want.
Need or want.
Every training camp for every team, Luke Lipinski, you go in with questions. Now, some are vital, some are essential. You need an answer. Some are, well, okay, it'd be great, it'd be nice, we'd like and want an answer. So I'll let you determine and deem which is a need and which is a want.
I'm surprised your theme music is not You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling Stones. But anyway, go ahead.
Number one, middle linebacker.
Need or want.
Do you need to know by the end of camp who's the quarterback of your defense? Who's wearing the green dot? Do you need to know, okay, wait a minute, is this person not only capable of spitting out the call from Nick Rollis, but making the checks, the audibles, reacting to what an offense is doing and get everyone aligned accordingly?
Are there right or wrong answers and or prizes?
Good question. Valid question. There are no right or wrong answers except when Wolf plays, and then we definitely use the buzzer, okay? Just to tweak them a little bit and
Wolf.
Poke the bear. Yes.
Guaranteed to score higher than you.
Exactly.
I was going into this, full disclosure, Paulie, trying to lean more towards the want side of things, but I think that's a need. I would like to know that whoever is quarterbacking my defense is comfortable doing that going into week one.
Do you have a legitimate middle linebacker? I mean, Cody Simon did it at a really high level, the highest level possible, all the way to the national title game for Ohio State. We get it. Akeem Davis-Gaither, he did it over a course of 6 or 7 games at the end of last season, not unlike Mack Wilson Sr. did at the very end, in December and January for New England. And then based on that film, you're like, okay. But beyond the X factor in that race, by the way, can I just throw this out here? Owen Papo. All the athleticism in the world.
He's been here,
knows this system cold. Maybe he's just, I wonder, could he be an X factor in this thing? Former 5th-round pick out of Auburn, one of only 2 inside linebackers in the last 30 years of the combine to run a sub-4.40, has ridiculous athleticism. If now he has the football IQ and the knowledge of the system, I don't know. Is he a dark horse in this race for middle linebacker?
The other reason I would say it's a need is when you look at the schedule, the quote easy part of it is right at the beginning. So this is this isn't something you can be ironing out. Maybe it cost us that New Orleans game, but we'll get it figured out. Nothing can cost you the New Orleans game. You need to beat New Orleans and Carolina out of the chute here if you really want to make a run this year.
Other side of the ball, wide receiver 2. What says you, Luke Lipinski?
Need or want.
Okay, I don't want to be the guy that says need to everything. I would say this is more of a want than inside linebacker is.
But
it's a pretty big want for me, to be honest. The reason that you can push it to want is because of Trey McBride. Because I'm assuming Marvin Harrison Jr. takes a step forward, even if he's not like a bona fide elite number one receiver by the end of this season. And a step forward from Marv is pretty close to 1,000 yards and pretty close to double-digit touchdowns, even if it's a small step forward. Don't get me wrong. This is a major want of mine specifically. Like if Michael Wilson could be an 800-yard receiving guy, or Zay Jones, Greg Dortch, whoever, like you just is somebody there that's a stable second receiver option where it enables Trey McBride's production to be almost a bonus. But I think you can put it in the want category because you do have Trey McBride. You might be able to get by without a clear-cut number two receiver.
That's a valid point. I mean, Lamar Jackson has won a lot of games with his top pass catcher being Mark Andrews.
Yeah. But no Super Bowl.
I mean, Travis Kelce has been the number one pass catcher for Patrick Mahomes. 2 years ago, they won a Lombardi, right, with a bunch of randos at receiver, and they were decimated by injuries. So I get it. You know, even George Kittle has been the number one pass catcher and target with a lot of injuries to Niners receivers over the years. I get it. Okay, all right.
It was tough for me to say one. I'm conditioned to say everything's a need.
And there might be wide receiver 2 by committee. We'll see. You know, as long as Marvin Harrison Jr. is wide receiver 1, and legitimately so, then you can fill in those. All right, next one. Offensive guard.
Need or want?
You heard Max Starks when you asked him, okay, what's the biggest question you have going into and coming out of camp? He said the right side of the offensive line because Big Max knows Jonah Williams coming off injury as well. That is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah. I would say need. You said right guard specifically. I would say need. Nothing you try to do on offense happens if they're getting pressure on Kyler Murray up the middle. Like it's just not. None of it's going to work. And look, I mean, you see consistently when teams get pressure up the middle what that does to every quarterback. But I feel like we've seen enough of Kyler Murray now over the last 6 years to know that seems to really mess with him a lot more than a guy coming off the edge. A guy coming off the edge isn't great either, but Kyler's fast enough to just go the other way or just sidestep that guy. But when the guy's coming right up the middle, like Aaron Donald all those years, Aaron Donald was – Kyler Murray just never had the answer for him. And I know a lot of guys don't, but yeah, you have to get that shorn up. Now, maybe that is Isaiah Adams, but they can't go into the season and certainly go deep into the season with it being a question mark every few weeks. Hopefully it's just Isaiah Adams.
By the way, a couple weeks ago, we interviewed Isaiah Adams on the Big Red Rage. He played at about 314. That's what he's listed at last year. He says he's up to about 325, much stronger. Feels much more explosive.
Good. All these are good things to hear.
Very good. But there's an open roster spot right now. And if they get through the first full contact, full pad practice and they think they have a liability at guard, I would not be shocked if there's a reliable veteran still out in the market at that point.
Probably the most pressing position on the team, right? I mean, again, maybe Isaiah Adams will be the answer. I'm not saying he won't be, but if he isn't, that's an issue.
Final category, cornerback 1. Going into and coming out of camp, do you deem it a
need or want?
Well, nice. So, okay, clarification on this question, because I feel like this is like the final round, so I have to get this one right. Okay. Are you saying just a clear-cut cornerback 1 is defined, or that somebody steps up and is better than they are right now?
No, somebody claims the title of cornerback 1, whether it's Max Melton in year 2, whether it's Will Johnson as a rookie. Keep in mind the elite of the elite, the Patrick Surtains, the Sauce Gardners, the Derek Stingley Jr.'s, when they've been ready, they have started. Derek Stingley Jr. was delayed by injury, but they have started every single game they have played in, and they have been cornerback 1 from the get-go.
I'm going to say want if we're talking about for week 1, but by, I don't even know what it would be, the first few weeks of the season, I think it needs to be defined. The only reason I'm saying want, Pauly, is because I've kind of got in my head, I've accepted the fact that they have a lot of very young corners and that Will Johnson's probably the guy who ultimately is best suited to be the number 1 corner, and he's a rookie. That's the only reason. I'm saying maybe it'll take a few weeks, and I think they can be okay if that's the case. They're also facing Tyler Shuck in week 1. So
yeah, my Pauly prop bet over under Tyler Shuck, who is not known for excelling well under duress in the college game, and there's a lot of college film to prove that. I have the over-under at 5.5 sacks by the Cardinals defense on the rookie quarterback making his NFL debut, who will probably be seeing ghosts by the end of the game.
That'll get me very close to my 50-plus team sacks. All right, neither once. That was around right there. I won. That was great. That was good for me.
Much better than Wolf. Much better.
That's really all I care about.
Yes.
All right, we come back over to baseball. Zach Gallen gets the start tonight against San Francisco. Kind of a big game. So what do you expect from him at this point? It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts. That's not good. And you already said they're going to keep bringing it. I would too.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs. An NBA free agency continues today. For the latest Phoenix Suns moves, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
Final segment of the final hour of the show, not segment. Final hour of the show. I'm turning into Wolf.
Well, I mean, you're just going to blow out everything and just go? You're just going to go on an hour-long rant? Is that what you're going to do? Calling your shot?
You're doing the last 45 minutes of the show.
I see. Load up the phone lines.
Thanks to Chris Garagiola and Max Starks, who have joined us. Kevin Zimmerman is going to join us next segment to get a little more insight on what the Suns can or cannot do here going forward. I think everybody was pretty happy with what they did last week for the most part. I mean, I get it. It's cautious optimism. It's not like you drafted bona fide NBA stars, but you drafted some guys with upside and you were aggressive in some ways. So we'll get into all that. But Paulie, we talked to Chris Garagiola about this earlier in the show. It's almost an unavoidable conversation now, especially today. The Diamondbacks, they got to have a win in this series after what happened over the weekend against the Marlins. And Zach Gallen's on the mound tonight, and I don't know what to expect anymore. And I know, I before you even say anything, I know there's a million Diamondbacks fans yelling and screaming at the radio, you should expect the worst because we've all been expecting it for 3 months. It took me a while to get to that point. I still know there's a good pitcher in there, but when he can't get through the Rockies or the White Sox, it makes me really wonder what you can reasonably expect tonight.
Last time I was in was before those series. And what did we call Zach Gallen then? To me, at least, he's a microcosm of 2025. He is a microcosm of the Arizona Diamondbacks this season, in that he's too talented to be this inconsistent. Too talented, too accomplished, too many proven exploits in the game of baseball to be playing as many games where it just amounts to bad ball. It's just, and so to me, he in so many ways can set a tone tonight, because what's the one thing they have not done so far this year? And that's go on a prolonged winning streak. And it begins with the starting pitching. And if you keep getting these inconsistent outings from Brandon Pfaadt and Zach Gallen in particular, it's never going to happen. And hey, take a look at the standings. It's July 1st. It's not too early to take a look at where you are, because where you are is going to dictate where management is going next, where the decision makers are going next with this roster. And that most definitely could include Zach Gallen by July 31st.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go maybe one step further than what you just said. I think Zach Gallen specifically, his performances could have a real impact on what the front office decides to do. And the reason I say that is, let's just go vaguely. What are they, 4 games out of a wild card spot right now? So let's say 4 weeks from now, you're closing on the trade deadline. It'll be 2 days away at that point. Let's say they are 3 games out of a wild card spot, or 2 games or whatever, somewhere in that range where they're not quite in yet, but they're also not like so far out of it where they're done. If Zach Gallen is on a run here where he's pitching a lot better, if they are playing better as a team, but I think a lot of that hinges on Zach Gallen, unfortunately or fortunately, however you want to look at it, then I think there's more inclination to say we're still in this. Zach Gallen is turning it around. We believe we might have an ace. But if you're hanging around and every 5th start is Zach Gallen giving up 4, 5, 6 runs, I don't know if internally you're going to feel as confident that things are going to get worked out, because even if you got into the playoffs, are you really going to not have Zach Gallen in your playoff rotation and expect to win? I don't think that's a scenario that they would ever feel comfortable with.
What we talked to Chris Garagiola about earlier is that, at least in my opinion, the ironical thing, if you will, about this team right here, right now is I do believe you have enough starting pitching to make some noise in the postseason. If you got into a series, you have enough. You have enough dudes in your rotation where you could survive in advance. Question is, do you have enough as a team, as a roster to make the playoffs? It's not just 4 games back of a wild card. It's 4 teams ahead of you.
Yeah.
And so, and guess what? This just in. Here you go. Here's a hot take. D-backs ain't making the playoffs, and they certainly ain't making any noise in the playoffs unless Zach Gallen is Zach Gallen.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what it
So if he continues,
boils down to.
continues this stretch, it almost makes Mike Hazen's mind up for him.
Yeah, I think he more than any other individual player, because really, Ryan Nelson's giving you more than you should have been able to expect from him. And you did pay Erod for this type of production, but he wasn't giving it to you until the last month. But now he's pitching really well. So Zach Gallen, him not pitching is almost erasing what those – him not pitching well is almost erasing what those guys have done. You're getting these performances from Ryan Nelson. Now you're getting them from Erod too. Merrill Kelly's been good. You're getting a monster season at the plate from Eugenio Suarez. You're getting pretty amazing production from a good chunk of guys on this team. Your offense is number 3 in baseball in runs per game, and you're still just at 500. That's the problem. Imagine if Zach Gallen was pitching the way he did 2 years ago. You'd be in. You'd be the number 1 wild card right now, at least.
Yep. Well, look at last night. They got a win. It wasn't without drama. We get it. But they did it despite the bullpen. That's what you're going to have to do to get into the postseason. This just in. Bullpen is not good. It's not a strength of this team. It is a liability. Everyone from the dugout to the fan base winces. I mean, it is a cringe moment every time you got to go to the pen. Mm-hmm. So what you saw last night, in some ways, we just played need or want. That's a need. Ryan Nelson throwing shutout ball into the 7th. Zach Gallen throwing shutout a 1-run ball deep in a game. Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt. That's how this team is going to leapfrog 4 teams ahead of them in the wild card race. It's through the starting pitching, because it is not of sound mind or reason to have any expectations for this bullpen as currently constructed.
No.
To be the key to at least, heck, don't even expect them to carry their weight. It's going to be rough sledding every time you go to the pen. I mean, they weren't all that great before they suffered all the injuries. So at this point, guess what? It's offense. It's playing the sort of defense you played last night, which was back to, top echelon, playoff caliber defense. You finally played it last night after, 5 errors in 3 games, getting swept at home by the Marlins. I mean, they were making plays in that Marlins series that would get you benched in a high school ball, just inexcusable on every level. And that's why Tory went off a little bit on Saturday night and on Sunday as well, legitimately so. So if you short up the defense, the offense is there. If the starting pitching comes through, those 3 combined to me can make up for the liability that is the bullpen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and that's a tough ask just in and of itself to overcome your bullpen and be a playoff team. You can overcome your bullpen if you weren't expected to do much anyway. Hey, we overcame our bullpen. We were a 500 team. Like, that's cool. That in itself is difficult. What the Diamondbacks have done in some ways to be at 500 right now, while it's disappointing, is also in some ways almost impressive, because the bullpen has been so unreliable and they've had so many absurd injuries. You just baseball luck just mows through your pitching staff, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, they still got some hitters. Let's just have the other team start hitting their players at the plate and breaking something every time they hit them.
Well, we posed the bullpen question at the very end to Chris Garagiola, right? In a lot of ways, it's an unfair question, but he made a really good point. If you can get a legit proven back end to the bullpen type of guy that then sets everyone else's role. We know this. We know how, especially bullpen guys, love the routine, love to know their role. So to me, agree or disagree, and I know you will, to me, Shelby Miller is not a closer. He's an 8th inning guy. Really good 8th inning guy, not a closer. If this team can show some fight and put up some W's over the next 2 weeks, Now Mike Hazen says, guess what? We can do this if I can get a closer and then move everybody down one notch in the bullpen, and then you assume your roles. That, to me, that could be viable.
Yeah. I agree with all of that. I would prefer Shelby Miller was the 8th inning guy. I think you could get by with him as the closer if the rest of the bullpen was like locked in. But clearly guys have been asked to move up 1, 2, maybe even 3 notches, and that catches up with you. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen to Burns and Gambo during the 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win tickets. See the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 o'clock hours through tomorrow. Don't miss your chance. Text Firework to 620-620 right now. When we come back to basketball, what does Kevin Zimmerman think of what the Suns have done so far in free agency, and what can they still potentially do in free agency? The Umpire, the Suns co-host, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last season.
Especially on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. For this life I cannot change. In the hills, keep off in the main. M&M's, sweet like candy cane.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How different do the Phoenix Suns look after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports. All right, Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of Empire of the Suns, is joining us right now. It is Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today.
Can I screen Kevin real quick with a couple quick questions, just sort of.
Vet him out here.
Did you follow the Bezos wedding at all? On social media? Did you follow the Bezos wedding?
No, I did not.
Do you? Okay, next question. Do you watch Love Island? Do you watch Love Island?
I've watched past seasons of Love Island, like the old school UK versions. So
Paulie
I'm behind.
really wants somebody to talk Love Island with. And
Dude, I am with you if it was like the old UK versions around when the time when smoking was cool to when it became not cool on that show. Like there was a season where it just stopped happening.
Well, you're on. You had one positive, one negative, one passing grade, one failing grade. So here's the deciding question.
Oh boy.
How many movie previews is too many before a feature film?
Careful with your answer. Apparently, this is a hot
How many?
topic.
I have no idea how many is normal even, but
Do you go to the movies, Kevin?
I haven't been in a while. 4?
4. Good answer. Good.
Right,
He wins.
cool.
He wins. We can proceed with the interview. He wins.
now we
He passed the screening.
Grill him on Suns free agency.
He
questions.
passed the screening.
Let's go.
All right,
Okay.
Kevin, I've made this analogy to Wolf before, but if you're the Suns and you do everything you've done this offseason and Bradley Beal is still around next season, that is going to be like moving into a house and the previous owner is just still there. Just still living there, right?
That's a good one.
I mean, that's basically what
a good
it is, right? So can you tell me anything where I would believe that's not going to be the case? Because isn't now sort of the time we should be getting an answer on this?
That is a really good metaphor because really this represents not just like moving on, but like how much can you move on this season? Like, is our roster for the Phoenix Suns pretty much set? Because if Bradley Beal keeps being on this roster in the next few days, it's going to look more and more like that's going to be the case. Like, you look at how much free agency action happened yesterday. I know the Suns, even if they got rid of him somehow, would still be a little hamstrung, and there's only so much talent that fits you out there. But like it really would clear up like, hey, you can make a lot of more trades, you can spend more money, and as long as he's on this roster, then the roster is not going to change a whole lot. I guess where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
So head coaches haven't been successful in unlocking Bradley Beal. None of the trainers have either in terms of his availability. What about Chris Paul? If you brought Chris Paul in here, could a player-to-player accountability, that layer of accountability that starts with a Hall of Famer like Chris Paul, no nonsense, ultra competitive, do you think that might be a way, maybe the only way, to get some return on investment out of Bradley Beal?
Ooh, that's tough because it's just a logjam already, and you look at what the Suns need. I mean, look, if you have Colin Gillespie, which whatever you think he is as a backup point guard in this league, he's probably at this point a better defender than Chris Paul, probably can give you a little more there. So you consider him in this, you consider Book, Jalen Green, and Chris Paul, and Bradley Beal, and then it's just like the numbers game doesn't make sense to me. In a theoretical where it's just Chris Paul trying to get through to Bradley Beal, I think there's something to that. I mean, I think everyone listens to that guy, right? Like, and he sets the tone. When he was here, it was his team, regardless if he was the best player or not. So I see that from that's the ideal. That's why Chris Paul being back with Phoenix would be so appealing to everyone, because I think everyone here knows that. But I just go back to how he left and referencing Isaiah Thomas, and he did not seem pleased with the current ownership. So I don't. Yeah. That's where I just am like, I would be surprised if he did come back, but I understand from basketball reasons why.
I guess the analogy I would draw, Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
Now, to your point, Chris Paul left and it was more scorched earth. Calais was strictly business. And if you remember those videos Calais shot and they put out behind the scenes, he wanted to stay with the Cardinals. And Cardinals got up to about $12 million a year, which was the stratosphere at the time for that position. And then Jacksonville just blew it out with $15 million a year. So he made the business decision and there's no state taxes, et cetera. But they brought back Calais Campbell by design to work with a couple of first-round defensive linemen.
Yeah.
And Chris Paul working with not only, Bradley Beal, a head case, but some of the other young guys, the young bigs.
I would say the Bradley Beal thing might be he is who he is, whatever you think that is as far as development. Now, Jalen Green's still young enough, impressionable enough where you can make Calais Campbell, Walter Nolan comparison or Darius Robinson, where it's like, I think those young guys that are, even Jalen Green and wherever he's at in the league, being 22, I think he's more impressionable than Bradley Beal at this rate. And I would buy that a lot more than the Beal thing. I think the Beal thing's pretty much done with.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, unfortunately, the Beal thing isn't totally done with because he's still. I mean, you're saying
he's saying it's FUBAR at this point. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Milwaukee made this move where they were able to waive Dame, and then they were able to go out and add Miles Turner. And I'm not saying the Suns could add Miles Turner if they could get rid of Bradley Beal, but I mean, that's a guy that they've wanted, and he took off even more in the playoffs. And it kind of goes back to what you were originally saying, like, we got to get an answer here now because you're watching other teams make moves. If they could get Bradley Beal, I guess, bought out, I really don't see a trade, but however they could get rid of him, what would the next move for them be then? Like, what would they be looking for this roster?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the wave and stretch and they decide to go that route, I'd expect they do it soon just so they could spend that money. And they have mid-level exceptions, and it depends, obviously, what else the roster looks like. If there are more moves to be made, more trades that open up, if you get Beal stretched out 5 years, you're still paying him about $22 million for the next 5 years, so it's still hampering you down the road. But for this year, it could move you into kind of a tier where most of the NBA, I think, as of yesterday, lots changed since yesterday even, but 20 of the 30 teams were in this mid-tier where you get a mid-level exception. It's like $10 million to $14 or so million, I think. And that's money where you can spend all in one player, you can split it up. So that gives you a lot of at least flexibility where if there's a discount guy who's just not getting bites, like kind of like the Tyus Jones last year, but he got the minimum, you can spend 10 to 14 or so in that range, depending on, again, where you're at. So I think that's where they have a lot of ability if they did want to waive and stretch Bradley Beal, but then you're sacrificing 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
Yeah.
Devin Booker minus Kevin Durant. Could that be addition by subtraction for just Devin Booker?
I think he's still going to have to be not carrying the heavy load, but this is kind of going back a couple years where it was, the Ricky Rubio team, I think, is a good example to this team where it's if you put enough support around him, he's going to still look really good. He's going to maybe not be able to have to defend every single perimeter ace that the other team has, but you just take little things off him here and there, and that's using a deeper bench. That's having another ball handler like Jalen Green, even if you don't think he fits, that's less load on Book as a scorer, and he's just getting spot ups or just a couple dribble plays where the ball's kicked to the other side and he just pulls up. So I just think that that's the key here is taking little things away, making him not do everything. And the big question for this team coming forward is, like, what are you doing as far as the point guard or quotes around it? Is he running the offense? Is he that guy playing like James Harden? Or can he really be optimal Book where he just picks his spots and has control of the game only when he really needs to or down the stretch?
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of Empire of the Suns. Kevin, we haven't got to talk to you since the end of the draft. And so now seeing what they did, obviously getting Malwatch, but also getting Rasheer Fleming and Kobe Brea in the second round. Who's the big upside guy out of that? Is it still Malwatch, or do you see Fleming as potentially that guy.
I mean, Maluach is really interesting because I still think he's raw. He has a lot of developing to do, but he can contribute the shot blocking right away, probably the defense and that kind of thing. Fleming, from where his draft slot was, like before the draft, my co-host Kellen Olson and I were watching film and being like, who's around 29 when they had that pick instead of 31st? And he was the guy who stood out as just athleticism, wingspan, all that, those buzzwords, but also like he was super efficient. And when you're at a small school and you're super efficient, some people could say, well, why didn't you score more than 14 points a game? But to me, it's like, hey, he's already playing like a role player would in the NBA. He plays within himself and can defend, and there's effort there. So for me, he's really interesting because he can kind of be that 4-5. I know they're full at center right now, but he could play some 4, maybe even play down if they play super big. But just a really interesting prospect for me there.
Kevin?
You know, there was a headline at the end of the NBA draft after the NBA Finals, and the headline read, "America needs a vacation from Stephen A. Smith and his NBA coverage."
That wasn't even a question. That was just
here's something America can get behind. Yeah,
I bring that up. In this divided nation, I think that unifies everyone. I bring that up because I think America needs more Kevin Zimmerman, and his Suns coverage. That's what I think. Yes, that's what I
appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin. But please, if you could get a Bradley Beal done.
I will do that. Yeah, I'll go out right in the office.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and then deal with the federal deficit next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But Beal first.
Yeah.
Let's prioritize things. All right, that's Kevin Zimmerman. When we come back, football season, training camp's just a few weeks away. If the Cardinals play to their potential this season, which players could be up for awards in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game tonight at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will get the start for the D-backs. An NBA free agency is continuing today. For the latest Phoenix Suns moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
I had a dream last night.
This is Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with Bradley Beal? They say teams want to trade for him, but who are these people? We'll discuss it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Verona mornings.
I wonder how much they had to pay to get Jerry Seinfeld to do their rejoin.
You mentioned, what was the scenario where you sell the house, but the owner's still living there, right? You mentioned that scenario?
That's what it feels. If Bradley Beal is back with the Suns next year, It feels like you bought a house and the previous owner's still hanging out in the living room.
And I laughed because I thought of Wolf. And I thought, okay, here's the next question. What's the funnier sitcom plot? Speaking of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Wolf rents a room at the compound to a complete stranger / slacker. Okay.
Would never happen.
And the guy never leaves, and he's always there, and he's, walking around in his sweats and eating, chips and the whole thing. Or how about this sitcom plot? Ron Wolfley as the president of his HOA. Wolf running HOA meetings.
Oh, man. Those are both great.
Those would be great sitcoms.
I thought you were going to say the flip of somebody rents out one room in their house and it's Wolf, and he has to live there for like 2 years. Sort of.
Right.
Man, Wolf running the HOA, though, that's actually going to be my vote, because I feel like every meeting, because HOAs, they just quibble about the dumbest little thing.
Can we open a coffee shop in the neighborhood?
Can you just see them like arguing about a blade of grass and Wolf being like, get it together around here.
It's like when Wolf and I get, how many arguments, how many yelling arguments there might be with Wolf running the HOA. Somebody's like, oh, geez, can I put down the There's Wolf. Wolf stands up. You'll sit down and shut up if you know what's good for you over there, Hanrahan.
And he'd get to use his dais, which he always wants. He always wants to be able to stand at a podium and talk to people. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. So, as HOA president, you can have your own dais.
We might be able to actually talk him into doing that and make it a reality. He's never renting out a room of his house to some rando. But if we told him he gets a Diaz if he's the HOA.
Wolves free weekends now during the football season, so make it happen. You can just just a little side hustle. HOA president.
He'd demand everybody paint their yards like a football field, and it would just be there'd be little yard markers in everybody's front yard. It'd be fantastic, and you'd have to have a first down line out there. I was looking at a story up on NFL.com, Paulie, and it was long shot picks for major NFL awards in 2025. Okay. Now, I'm not going to read them all to you because that would be ridiculous. But it did get me thinking, with 3 weeks to go until NFL training camp, who are the Cardinals that are potential candidates? If this season goes well, like what awards would the Cardinals maybe have a chance to win? Like would Jonathan Gannon be Coach of the Year candidate if the Cardinals made the playoffs? Or any of these? You can pick any of these.
Okay, for a minute I thought you were getting metaphysical there. Who are the Arizona Cardinals?
Let's
but no,
start there.
Okay.
Who are how about even bigger than that?
Yeah.
Who?
Okay, so as far as Jonathan Gannon goes, if he gets to the Cardinals to the playoffs in year 3,
yes,
and this defense plays a brand of ball that, let me just tell you, between us, the early returns on this defense, people are bullish who have laid eyes on it. And we're talking about mandatory minicamp in particular. So if indeed that's the case, now you're a complete team. You have the defensive front. You've improved. And so all of a sudden, boom, Cardinals are into the playoffs. I think he's a viable and almost likely candidate to be Coach of the Year.
Some of these guys, like a Josh Sweat, are coming here because of Jonathan Gannon. Now, I know it doesn't get factored in when they're doing, Coach of the Year voting at the end of the season. They're not going to be like, hey, Josh Sweat went there because he likes JG. But I think, at least at first glance, that would be the most likely individual award the Cardinals would win this season. They make the playoffs. There's already some good buzz around JG. And I think for good reason, if he gets them to take the next step, then you really can take a broader view and be like, think about where this team was when he first got here to where they are now.
Has a safety ever won NFL Defensive Player of the Year?
I got to think.
See, now, Rick, that should be a cue for you, Rick, to actually look that up over there instead of just looking.
I was literally going to do it.
I bring that up because
I would guess Polamalu would be. I don't know if he ever won it, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, my guy, Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott never won NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Really? Okay.
Pretty sure. But here's the reason I bring that up.
Troy Polamalu in 2010.
Okay.
Ed
Luke, you
Reed
are a
in
winner.
2004.
Ed Reed, good one.
Kenny Easley in 1984 for the Seahawks.
Yeah, so
and Dick Anderson for the Miami Dolphins back in 1973. Those are your safeties to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Because I still think Budda Baker was underrated and what was a phenomenal year. If the Cardinals had been on national TV, if the Cardinals had been in the playoffs, Budda Baker, you look at the tackle leaders in the NFL a year ago. Okay, the top 10, it was 9 inside linebackers, and Budda Baker, number 2, with 164 tackles. If they continue to unlock him, and he really is the X factor that he was last year, and I went all of last year trying to get some intel. What exactly were they doing to get all of that out of Budda Baker and more? And we could do a whole show on exactly how they used Budda Baker, but it was brilliant. And a lot of what they did was, he's in the box more, so you can't go to one side or the other. And then he just was able to use his instincts and experience. And when he wanted to shoot his gun, he gone. And he went into the backfield, and then other guys would adjust behind him and take his responsibilities. So now if you only have to rush 4 and you can drop 7, and then all of a sudden he really can go honey badger and truly operate on those instincts, and he ends up with more interceptions, put you further in the spotlight, and the Cardinals get flexed into some more primetime games, and then they end up in the postseason. I think Budda Baker, with those sort of numbers, those kind of tackles he had a year ago, could be a viable contender for NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
That's a good call.
Also wanted to add that Bob Sanders was also a Defensive Player of the Year. However, Pro Football Reference lists him as a DB, even though I think we all know he played safe.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's a comp to Budda, as Aaron Rodgers said.
Yeah.
And, if Bob Sanders can win it, I think Budda can win it.
Fine diminutive American.
And I think I think your logic there is pretty sound too, Paulie, in the sense of there is so much trust in that secondary. Coaching staff to the secondary, coaching staff to Budda to the coaching staff, but also Budda to be like, okay, I see something. I'm going, and Jalen Thompson knows to do this, and Garrett Williams knows to do it. Garrett Williams already knowing to do it. Yeah, I think that's a really good call there too. And like, I'm looking at other ones. There's not really a comeback player of the year candidate on this team. There's not an offensive rookie of the year. Hayden Connor would have to have an amazing year. But defensive rookie of the year is interesting. If Will Johnson is healthy all season, and you talk about being able to put up interception numbers, I don't think that's. I mean, Walter Nolan too, but Will Johnson would probably be my candidate if I had to put one up.
So it was late in camp last year, and there were 2 veteran defensive linemen in the locker room who looked over at number 56, Darius Robinson, and they said, that kid has a real chance to win NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. Unprompted, they said this. And these guys aren't prone to throwing that stuff out. And that's how good he was playing before he suffered the calf injury going into week 1 at Buffalo. So week of practice.
Could he be a candidate for comeback player of the year, or did he not miss enough?
Did he play too many games last year? I have no idea. Do you have to have a track record before, But what I'm saying is, if Walter Nolan is all that and then some, Will Johnson, who's really motivated and is really impressed so far from what I understand, I think those are 2 contenders at least going into the season. They're definitely on the watch list.
Yeah.
College football loves to have their watch list. Yeah, they're definitely on the watch list.
I've seen Will Johnson, fairly high up and just the odds list for defensive rookie of the year.
Here's the other one. What's the new offensive lineman award they just created, effective 2025, right?
Protector award.
The Protector. What about Paris Johnson Jr., who's going to be playing the same position 2 years in a row for the first time since high school?
Yeah, that's not crazy either. I mean, these are all within the context of the Cardinals go out and have a good year and make the playoffs. Then I think any of the ones we threw out there, it's nice to just have potential candidates, honestly, for the first time in a few years.
I mean, Cardinals win the division. Kyler throws for 4,000 yards. The run game is really in gear. Remember his second year, maybe it was his third year, he had 11 rushing touchdowns. Kyler gets back to that. Plus, the last 2 years, the Cardinals have been number 2 in yards per carry. So it's all there. The wins, the passing game, Kyler run game, James Conner and Trey Benson, a 1-2 punch. All of a sudden, you know what? Your offensive line's going to start getting some run. And Paris Johnson Jr. could be a candidate.
Now they just need to do all this. When we come back.
It's beautiful to dream 3 weeks before camp.
What would it look like if Chris Paul did come back to the Phoenix Suns? Is it even realistic? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations. One great experience.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, this is Jarrett. Will the Diamondbacks get another win? Or will the Giants or one of their own fans try to steal victory from them again? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, final segment of the show. Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf today. The Walter Camp All-American teams. Rick, I'm going to throw this at you real quick since I don't know where Paul went. He's doing his full Wolf impression.
I'm trying to he really is doing his full Wolf impression. I sent Jamal to go find him.
Jamal looks as confused as the rest of us. Second team All-American, preseason All-American. Sam Levitt at quarterback, Jordan Tyson at receiver.
Nice.
And it's not like one of these things where it's like, well, you know, there's 4 first-team quarterbacks and 4 second-team quarterbacks. There's one first-teamer. It's Cade Klubnik out of Clemson.
Okay.
And there's one second-teamer, Sam Levitt.
Wow.
And there are only 2 receivers on the first team and 2 on the second team, and Jordan Tyson they have on the second team. So that's going to be a combination to keep an eye on for obviously the entire duration of the season, and certainly an area where ASU has an advantage on a lot of the country, not just the fact that they have a potentially great quarterback in Sam Levitt and a potentially great receiver in Jordan Tyson, but the fact that they have both of them and that they've played together now for a little bit as well. So, you have that connection. Paul, what do you think about all
that? Okay, I've come down. I think 7 movie previews.
Good.
That's what you guys were talking about, right?
Absolutely.
There were 9 or 10 movie previews before F1 on Sunday.
The best part is Rick sent Jamal out to find you, and I could see Jamal through the update window.
He's talking with the ladies in the newsroom.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I just saw him looking confused, like, now where would Paul have gone? If I were Paul, where would I go?
It's amazing, trying to save the show when as far as, oh, wait a minute. Hey, ladies, how we doing?
Well,
Okay.
He gave it a shot.
Yeah.
So Sam Levitt, second-team offense, and Jordan Tyson, second-team offense as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. The expectations are there.
That depends. Who was first-team quarterback and receiver?
Cade Klubnik, Clemson.
Come on.
And
overrated.
The receivers, since you want that context at receiver, Jeremiah Smith of Ohio State, that's a given. And
I'll give
Williams.
you Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, nobody's arguing that. Ryan Williams of Alabama is the other first-team receiver.
I'll give you those two.
And the other second-team receiver is Elijah Surratt of Indiana. There you go.
Okay.
All right, back to basketball and the idea that maybe Chris Paul could end up back on the Suns. Now, I know some people are shooting this down, and Kevin Zimmerman was just in here before and said, yeah, the thing to remember is Chris Paul maybe didn't leave on the best of terms, and that was with this ownership group. And it wasn't with this front office. It wasn't with this head coach. So,
True.
We'll see. But just living in the hypothetical here for a second, Paulie, the more we talk about it, the more I like the idea. It sounds like, according to Chris Haynes, that it's pretty much down to the Suns and the Clippers. In fact, here's that cut from Chris Haynes on NBA TV.
He wants to play at least another year. Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
I like the idea of him around Jalen Green, but you brought up earlier his track record with big men, especially like young big men breaking into the league. I'm sure San Antonio has good things to say about him with Victor Wembanyama, but obviously it goes well beyond that. Chris Paul's been in the league for 2+ decades now. I like the idea of him around Malwatch as well.
I mean, to me, it's almost as simple as, all right, Devin Booker. Devin, what do you think about CP3? And if it's a double thumbs up, if he's enthusiastic about his return, okay, that's the first filter. Then after that, okay, where is he in terms of might have been known to hold a grudge or two. Okay, where does he feel on the past? Are you able to put that in the past and move forward? And I'm guessing the Clippers are his first choice if he wants to be as close to L.A. as possible. But if that's not going to happen, then you know what? Maybe he'll let bygones be bygones in the name of the proximity of the Phoenix Suns reuniting with Devin Booker. But beyond all that, I think what's really attractive to me is in this Suns rebuild. And I do consider this a rebuild. Like I said earlier, I think we're back to the Planet Orange Cones days, right? Construction zone right here. And you have to build from the inside out. In football, that typically means the line of scrimmage. But it goes beyond that. You know the key catalyst for the Cardinals in this rebuild, beyond the head coach, Jonathan Gannon, and the GM, Monty Ossenford, bringing that accountability? James Conner and Budda Baker. Those are the two guys. They're more than players. Yeah. They are a mindset. They are a mentality. Chris Paul is a mentality. Luke, we all saw last year. Was there a softer team in the NBA than the Phoenix Suns?
Man, if there was, I didn't watch them play basketball.
Was there a team that brought less defensive intensity last year than the Phoenix Suns? Was there a team that accepted losing too often, more often than the Phoenix Suns? Guess what? Chris Paul, I mean, he's an elite competitor, pathological competitor. And if you're trying to build up players and you're going to go young and build around Devin Booker, that's the sort of mindset I want. That's the kind of competitor I want in my locker room.
They had a better team talent-wise and experience-wise. I get that when they brought Chris Paul in last time. They had an experienced head coach, but they hadn't been to the playoffs in 10 years. I'm not expecting, if they could pull this off, that Chris Paul, nobody's expecting that all of a sudden, you bring in Chris Paul back to the finals, just like we were, the first time. It's not that. It's more of, what sort of tone is he going to set? You know what he brings out of Devin Booker, and it's all good. But it's what sort of tone will he set for a guy like Jalen Green, who is immensely talented and can score. He was the Rockets' leading scorer last year, but not super efficient with the scoring. You talk to people in Houston, he's not very consistent. He's also 22, but he's a former number 2 overall pick. Like, that's a guy that a lot of your rebuild now, and I agree with you, it's a rebuild, and it's fine. I'm fine with it being a rebuild as long as you actually rebuild. A lot of it hinges, though, on Jalen Green's development and his evolution. If you have Chris Paul here for 1 year, that's only going to help. And honestly, if Jalen Green had a problem with that, and I don't in any way believe he would, but if he did, I think that would tell you something about Jalen Green. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think if somehow Chris Paul is here next year, that's going to say a lot about his relationship with Devin Booker.
Is Calais Campbell going to be here next year? I have no idea. Is he going to play season number 19?
Wolf asked him. Don't worry.
Here's what I do know is there's a reason he was brought in. Not just because he had a heck of a game against the Cardinals when he played for Miami, and the Cardinals tried to trade for him before the trade deadline last year. True. Not only because he started 17 games each of the last 2 years, his 17th and 18th season in the league, but they brought him in to mentor a lot of those younger guys in the D-line room because they've invested heavily in that D-line, and Calais is going to be a big part of that on and off the field. I could see CP3 having a similar impact if he returns.
Yeah, it would be. It's one of those things. It's another one of those things that probably hinges on Bradley Beal not being here, just because there's only so many minutes to go around. But I don't know, something worth keeping an eye on. All right, that is it for us today, Paulie. Thank you for coming in and doing Wolf's job for him.
I mean, there's no way I'm coming in tomorrow, right?
No, we'll see.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Paulie, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now?
Obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yes.
Second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years?
I'm going to say Malawach. So who are you picking
right
3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old. I'm going to go wild card here, Gamble. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay, who's the second best player on the roster?
It's Mark Williams, like if I get 60 games up him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75 plus at the bare minimum.
Right. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air. Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Farrell-This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks now back in the win column. They look to get back above 500 tonight. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants. Zach Gallen makes the start tonight. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And another large domino has fallen in NBA free agency. In case you missed it earlier this morning, the Milwaukee Bucks are signing big man Miles Turner away from Indiana on a 4-year contract. And to make room for his salary, the Bucks are additionally waiving and stretching the contract of Damian Lillard. Lillard came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade that helped land the Suns' Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic 2 years ago. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only. It's about time. John Gambadoro, everybody.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Good to have you back.
Yes,
wish
we had
were under better circumstances, but it's good to have you back today.
Yeah, I got starting to get ready for the show yesterday. Starting to prepare, get ready, sent you my email, ready to go, and then we got a call that Chelsea's mom had passed away. So suddenly, she was in a rehab facility, and she passed away. I think she was only 65 or 66 years old. So a lot to do in the last 24 hours and things like that. So her brother flew in from South Carolina, picked him up last night. There was a lot to do with, moving the body and setting up a funeral and all of that stuff. So I had to take yesterday off. And I know people were wanting me all the Suns news and everything. I got a little bit out when I got home because I had about an hour.
Yeah,
only about an hour
today. It's stuff about Chris Paul and about the addition they made yesterday and all that. But
yeah, Chelsea's mom passed away, and it was unexpected. Like we weren't expecting it to happen.
Sure.
So like everything just came crashing down yesterday, and so I had to be with my wife.
Well, of course, and obviously our deepest sympathies to the lovely Miss Chelsea and to your entire family for that, because that having gone through that a few times the last couple of years, that is not easy to deal with. It's a lot of emotional stuff, and it's a lot of financial stuff, and it's just a lot of stuff to deal with. But we're glad to have you here. It's good to be back together after being apart for like the last week and a half with me being in San Diego. You're going on your big trip coming up in a few days, so we got a lot to get to. We got a lot of fun to have. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
That's all fine and well, and no disrespect to Shelby Miller or anything else that went on in that game last night. The story of the day was when Tory Lavell went out to get Ryan Nelson in that game, and the reaction from the crowd was like the devil himself and walked out of the Diamondbacks clubhouse.
They won the game last night? They did win the game, right? The Diamondbacks won the baseball game? Okay.
You experienced, I assume you were watching the game last night. Again, knowing you had a lot that you were dealing with.
I did.
But he goes and gets Ryan Nelson. There's 2 on, nobody out in the 7th inning. Nelson's starting to wobble a little bit, right? Like
pitch count was higher than it's been all year.
All long, right?
The highest pitch count all year.
But we know that bullpen. We know our trust issues with that bullpen. Lavell comes out. He gets just his butt booed off. He puts in Juan Murillo, and the first
base hit. 2-run score.
A double to the right center field gap off of Alec Thomas's glove, and before you know it, it's a 2-2 game.
2-2 game. Yeah.
Every Diamondback fan is going, "Oh God, no, not this again!" Right? It was.
A lot of managers don't want to leave the pitcher in to be able to get the loss. Like there's 2 on, we're up 2-0. Worst that could happen here is you get a no decision. If I let you face one more batter, he gets a base hit, somebody hits a home run, you're going to take the loss. So that's always been the case. The bottom line is, like, you're going to have to use your bullpen. Yes. And I know it sucks, and it's the worst. It's the second worst bullpen in baseball. And only Washington, I think, is worse in the National League. I get it. Like, I get all of it. You can't pitch your starters 9 innings every game. Like, I know we'd all like to. We don't trust any of these guys. The bullpen, especially... And I had this all mapped out, especially after what happened Saturday and Sunday. Oh, yeah. Saturday was an epic disaster.
Epic failure.
Like a freaking disaster of epic proportions. To lose that game on Saturday.
It was biblical how bad it was on Saturday.
With Beeks, the one reliable guy, Beeks not able to, couldn't get anybody out.
Yeah.
Like 5 runs in the 8th inning. It's just like, I get it. The bullpen sucks. After that game on Sunday, I think I was like, okay, like that's it. Like they're sellers.
Who do you trust? Who do you? Right? No,
sellers. I hate to say
that. Yeah.
Listen. At some point, you get there. It's the end of June. Like I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. Like that's it. I don't think they're going to. But like this team's got a lot of fight in them, and they fought back and they won that game last night. And they're going to do everything they can to hang into this race, but it's going to be awfully hard when you've got to turn it over to this bullpen that nobody trusts.
You saw it on Sunday with Eduardo Rodriguez threw 108 pitches in that game. And
in 5 innings.
And Tory Lavell was like, I don't want to take him out. I don't want to take him out. Like, I'm going to leave you out there, and I don't want to take you out. I'm going to leave you out there as long as we possibly can to avoid having to go to the bullpen. And to hear him talk about it last night, he did the same thing with Ryan Nelson, albeit with a much smaller number.
I know that I was the most unpopular man in the entire state of Arizona when I took out Ryan Nelson, but he exceeded his pitch count. I ran him out there as far as I could. And like I keep telling you guys, I know what Ryan Nelson deals with. I know what he wakes up like tomorrow. And we went above and beyond this pitch count. I know that you guys are going to probably ask me questions about why there is a pitch count. Maybe in chapter 13 of my book that I'm never going to write, I'll tell you why I follow the pitch count. I believe in it, and I want to protect these players. I want to protect these individuals who are like my children, and I just got to make sure that I keep Ryan Nelson healthy for the entire year. And I was willing to sacrifice what happened, knowing that there was a darn good chance it could happen. I'm not an idiot. I wanted to leave him in the game as bad as everybody else wanted me to leave him in the game. So I hated myself for doing it, but I had to.
You bring up such a good point. Okay, whether it was 88 pitches, 98 pitches, 108 pitches, whenever it was that Tory Lavell walked out there with the hook to get him, at some point, somebody from that bullpen was going to have to pitch. And that is just going to be the reality. Every single night for this baseball team that you're just going to have to accept if you're a D-backs fan, that no matter how hard you try to avoid it, how hard you try to pretend it's not there, at some point the starter is going to leave and an unreliable, undependable arm from the bullpen is going to come in. And that's how it's going to be.
Do you know what Murillo's ERA was in the month of June?
It was really good.
It was 0.96.
It was really good.
For the entire month. You know how many baseball games he pitched in? 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 baseball games, 9 in the third innings. He gave up 1 run.
Gambo.
You went to the guy that was your light. He was lights out.
We had the same
You went to the right guy
yesterday about Beeks. He had given up 1 earned run all June until Saturday and Sunday combined, right? When the wheels just fell off.
2 games in a row.
He was that guy. I mean, you know, whether he was bound to fall apart or not, whether he was going to run out of gas, it didn't matter. He was one of the few guys you could trust in that situation. Murillo, same thing. Like, Backus has been really good. Like, what are you're going to use Backus in high leverage situations? That's just what you're going to do. You don't have. This is it. This is what you've got. This is the hand you've been dealt.
All right, Kenny Loggins. This is it.
Make no mistake where you are.
Okay, if now Murillo comes in and gets the job done and gets out of it, you're like, okay. But he didn't. And then I think the fans were just braced. Look,
because it was the first pitch, man. It was
the
first pitch he threw. It's like, oh, God, here we go with this again.
It's the bullpen is so bad that us in the media and we're just bracing for. We know it's coming. Like, we know the bullpen's going to implode. Like, we don't have any faith.
No.
So it's like, you got to take the starter out. Like, Mariano Rivera's not coming in. Okay. No. Now, Shelby Miller had a 4-out save last night. He was fantastic. He got the job done with
threw like 15 pitches. I mean, like, he made it look
very good.
He made it look so easy. He might be available tonight, even after getting a 4-out save, because he didn't tax himself tremendously. I'll give them credit for this too. On a night where just about everybody they're chasing in the standings lost, and whether you're watching that kind of thing or not, I think it's relevant to bring up that just about everybody they're chasing ahead of them lost in the standings. Give them credit for staring down the ghost of their bullpen and beating it, right? Like, there have been moments, and we've seen it with this team, where they just watch their bullpen screw with things like that, and you can just see the defeat in their eyes, right? They're looking at the ghost. It's like a zombie, right? Yeah. Credit to Geraldo Perdomo for what he did in that 7th inning. Credit to Gino Suarez for the home run in the 8th inning. Credit to the position players for not letting another awful bullpen-dictated result decide what was going to happen with that game. Because that hasn't always been the case this year for the Diamondbacks. Sometimes that bullpen does impact what they do offensively.
If I would have told you in January of this year that the Diamondbacks are going to be playing a game at home, a very important game that they have to win, and they're going to close it out with 3 relievers named Murillo, Curtis, and Miller, you'd have been like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What, not Thompson, Ginkel, and J-Mart? Not Thompson, Ginkel, and Puck? Mm-hmm. Not Puck, Ginkel, and J-Mart? No, they're going to close it out with Murillo, Curtis, and Miller. You're like, who are they?
I would have said, who is Curtis?
Who are they?
Who is Murillo?
Right.
And Shelby Miller, the same Shelby Miller who was a starter on this team a few years ago? That Shelby Miller? He's going to be, yes, of course.
Yeah, but that's where they are.
Yeah.
That's the hand that they've been dealt.
That is the hand they've been dealt, and they'll be dealt that hand again tonight when Zach Gallen gets the start for the Diamondbacks in Game 2 against the reeling San Francisco Giants. Boy, they are really struggling to score right now. That was obvious last night. We'll have the game for you coming up a little bit. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, text the word firework to 620, and then listen in our 4 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. Your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on the 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 o'clock hours through Wednesday. Don't miss your chance to go see baseball on the 4th. Text firework to 620 now. The Phoenix Suns I've made 1 free agent signing so far. They keep getting linked with a former member of the organization. Is the link valid? Gambo will tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs. Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A masterclass by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a great financial advisor that's going to help you through the good times and the bad times and make sure that you end up on top, I want to recommend Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. They are local. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. It's the company that I use for my financial plan, retirement plan, and tax plan. And how many financial advisors don't have a tax plan for you? Most don't have a tax plan. But at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, they understand that the vast majority of us are putting money away tax deferred. And if you don't have a tax plan and your guy doesn't have a tax plan for you, he's making a huge mistake. because you want to be able to take advantage of certain pockets of windows and pay as little in taxes as you can. And there are times to pay taxes and times not to pay them. So that's why it's important to have a tax plan, because it's very much about, not about how much money you make, how much money you save, but how much of that are you able to keep? Call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Be sure to check out the full line of Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs, including class-leading Tacoma and all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. Happy birthday, America, and my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 7th, and an additional 5% off for active and retired military. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps, because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, this is Jarrett. Will the Diamondbacks get another win, or will the Giants or one of their own fans try to steal victory from them again? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Wow.
Yacht rock now?
No. You recognize the song?
Yeah, no, the song really well.
We were just talking about it.
Yeah. This is it, Kenny Loggins.
There we go.
Yeah, like I know it.
That moment when
but
the
that's
light
the
comes
yacht
on.
rock.
Well, I know, but we were just talking about this.
Oh, yeah.
We just referenced it in the last segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that moment of realization when the light comes on.
Yeah.
It's I know.
Well, let's get to the payoff here on it.
Is this it here? No, there's a little bit more of a... We're almost there.
This music wasn't half bad. Crank it up, Lauren!
There it is.
Are you gonna wait for a sign? Your miracle. Stand up and fight. This is it. Make no mistake.
I don't even remember why we said this is it in the last segment. What how did it come up? We were talking about the Diamondbacks, but specifically, how did it come up, dude?
I don't know, but
Okay.
can I drop a Lauren song fact on you?
Please. Oh, yeah, what do you got?
You know who's singing background vocals on this?
Is it
No
Michael
idea.
McDonald? It's
Michael McDonald?
Yeah.
Michael McDonald.
He sang backup on a lot of these songs back. Didn't he do backup on Ride Like the Wind? I think that's him.
Yeah, a bunch of them recorded the same song, and then one of them released it.
Gotcha. I
Yeah,
gotcha.
look at that. Didn't know that.
Didn't know that. This is it. Referencing a conversation we had in the last segment, I'm trying to think of some clever way to tie that into what we're about to talk about next, and nothing's coming to my brain. So instead, I'll just play the soundbite from Chris Haynes on NBA Today yesterday, which we want to get Gambo's reaction to pronto.
Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
The report is incorrect unless it's coming from Chris Paul saying I would play for these two teams.
Okay.
Like if he's saying, and that's the interesting.
That's an interesting caveat. Okay.
Yeah, like when I hear that soundbite, I almost think that he's talking to Chris Paul, and Chris Paul's saying, "I would play for Phoenix, and I would play for the Clippers." Can you play it again? I mean, it's not that long. Play it again and tell me if you think that he is talking about Chris Paul rather than the teams.
Sources have relayed to me that the Clippers are an option and the Phoenix Suns are options. So both of those stops he played at before. He led the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. He had a great run with the Clippers and his pairing with Blake Griffin over there. So those are the two teams that I'm hearing as of right now that have a legitimate shot of signing Chris Paul.
Okay, the way it started, he said are options, and options to me suggest mutual. But then at the end there, he kind of at the end, I definitely got the vibe that that's maybe where Chris wants to go, which is interesting because as Kellen pointed out yesterday when he was filling in for you, it wasn't a great breakup between Chris and the Phoenix Suns.
No.
And like there were, he dropped the suggestions of Isaiah Thomas, and he kind of talked about maybe that'd be an easy thing to overcome. But at the time that he left, Kellen kind of read some of the quotes back to me, and I'm like, I had forgotten he had said all that, in which he kind of insinuated that maybe Isaiah Thomas was the reason behind the reason why he was gone in the first place. Now, maybe that's an easy thing to fix. Maybe that's something that's soothed with a phone call. I don't know. But I would assume, and I don't know this for a fact, that Chris Haynes' sourcing on this is probably more player-oriented than it is team-oriented.
Right. Because the team, and I reported this yesterday. We had talked last week while you were gone. I had let everybody know that the Suns have big plans for Colin Gillespie. Like they have big plans for him. Like he's going to play a factor for the Phoenix Suns. They think he's a TJ McConnell type of player, that he could turn into a TJ McConnell type. So, and I said yesterday after the signing of Gillespie, I doubt the Phoenix Suns would want Chris Paul too. And then I hinted and let everybody know something was coming down the pipe real soon. I said I would expect the signing of a long athletic wing more likely. A couple hours later, they signed a long athletic wing.
Nigel Hayes Davis, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just kind of letting people know they're not going to sign Chris Paul. They're going to go sign a wing. Here's some of the things you got to think about, too. So this team is building with a lot of 20-year-olds. A lot of, the roster's really young. It's really young. The draft, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, all in their 20s. Mark Williams, all these guys are in their 20s. Some very young. What if you're not going to compete for a championship this year and next? Why would you give minutes to a 40-year-old guy over one of your 20-year-olds?
Okay.
Why would you do? You're not going to compete.
I'll bite. I'll bite on that. All right. First thing that comes to mind is because if you are trying to create a different culture, winning is always easier to create that culture than losing. And Chris Paul is a winning basketball player. So if you're trying
didn't win that much in San Antonio last year.
But he's for the most part in his career, he's on good. He's a good basketball player on good teams. All right, and last year, their focal point was a 20-year-old kid. But I think if you're trying to create a winning culture and teaching young players how to win and the right things to do, I think we would both agree Chris Paul is a good person to have in your room for something like that. He's very good with that.
I mean, I get it.
And number two, it's, and you've said this many times, I mean, if the goal is to be a better more competitive basketball team than you were a year ago. Chris Paul, I think, makes you a better, more competitive basketball team than you were a year ago. Like, I get that he doesn't mesh up with the young guys, but if you really think they're going to win more games than they did a year ago, Chris Paul helps that. I mean, just undeniably, he makes you, whether he's starting and playing 25 minutes or coming off the bench and getting 18 or 17, he makes you a better basketball team than you would be without him. Those are the two reasons why I think it would match up a little bit, even though you're kind of going with youth on the team. Agree?
Yeah.
Disagree?
I mean, I understand your point. I mean, I see it. I'm not going to does Chris Paul affect winning by a few more games? Probably. But, this team really liked what Colin Gillespie did last year. And we had told everybody last week, they're going to play him. Now, you're going to play Booker and you're going to play Jalen Green. You're going to play those guys. And you're probably going to have a lot of point Book. And when Book's not playing the point, you're probably going to have Gillespie come in and play. So that's the plan. If you brought Chris in, Chris starts, but then Jalen Green's on the bench. They're not going to do that.
No.
Chris comes in and he's your backup point guard, but that means Gillespie doesn't play. They're not going to do that. There's not a fit. So Chris starts. That means that Jalen Green is a bench player, and they don't want Jalen Green he was the leading scorer on the Houston Rockets all year long. They're not going to start. They're not going to put him on the bench. And then, we could have Chris could be the bench guy, but then that means Gillespie doesn't play, and they like him, and they really do. They feel like he is a T.J. McConnell type. He's a spark plug. He could do a lot of good things, and he's youth. They're getting younger. They're getting more athletic. They're getting bigger. Chris is not younger. He's not bigger, and he's not more athletic. But he's smarter. I get that. He's still a good basketball player.
So competitive. He's just... and
he's 40 years old.
The room could use... I'm not sitting here... You were busy yesterday, obviously, with more important things. So I didn't... But yesterday, I had even said... One of the reasons why I wouldn't want Chris on the team is I kind of want to see how Devin Booker does when he's not under the influence of Chris Paul or when he's not under the influence of Kevin Durant, when it's just him, kind of his team. He's the guy. He's not sharing that, man. That to me is the biggest argument for why you wouldn't do it. But I wouldn't deny why there are reasons to do it. I think there are reasons to do it if you're the Phoenix Suns, especially if you're trying to remain as relevant as you can next year. He keeps you relevant.
This report definitely makes it. Chris Paul plans to decide between the Suns and the Clippers. It makes it seem like it's like both sides are interested in doing this. I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay.
I don't believe it to be the case.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we will turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks as the dominant outing last night. Does Ryan Nelson wish he could have at least finished the inning? He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show, so stay tuned for that.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. That's reason number one to go to Liberty GMC or to check them out online. But for me, a close second is that service department that they have. It's unmatched. It's unrivaled. They've got a late night shift. You drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night. You're on the road the next day with your car all good and ready to go. Most importantly for me, it's this tire deal they have because I really do not like buying tires. I don't like spending money on tires. And not everybody needs tires right now, right? So Liberty GMC, it's the best tire deal in town. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. It's not just in July. It's not just this summer. It's all year long. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1. All year long at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
I'm Mitch Vorel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back in the win column. Now they're looking to get back above 500. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants tonight. Zach Gallen will make the start. He opposes the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And another large domino has fallen in NBA free agency. The Milwaukee Bucks are signing big man Miles Turner to a 4-year contract. And to make room for his salary, the Bucks are additionally waiving and stretching the contract of Damian Lillard. Lillard came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade that helped land the Suns' Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic 2 years ago. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
It is our weekly visit with a Diamondbacks player, and once victory was secured last night, I kind of had a feeling we'd be talking to our next guest. 6 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts, 3 coming against Rafael Devers. Joining us right now here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We welcome him back to the show. Last night's starter, Ryan Nelson, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Ryan, welcome back to the show, man. Hope this call finds you well. Thanks for the time today.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You know, we always wonder what pitchers are saying when they're talking into their gloves. Were you booing Lavello last night when you were talking into your glove?
No, absolutely not.
Are you sure? I mean, a lot of people booing. I mean, if you would have been booing too, like, we would have understood it.
No. I was just maybe a thank you to the fans for the standing O as I was walking off.
It's a tough situation, right? You had thrown more pitches last night than you had in any other game. You're in a tough spot, 2 guys on base. I know a lot of managers never want to let you put the next guy on base because then you can actually take the loss instead of a win or a no decision. Give me your thoughts. Did you feel like you had anything left in the tank? Did you want to try to finish that inning?
Yeah, I think you always want to finish your inning when you got guys out there, and but I did know that the pitch count was 85. I was actually surprised I got the extra batter that I did, so that was nice. But I think there's when I look down there and I see Murillo coming into the game, I feel pretty good that he's going to come in there and get me out of it. And it's just part of the game. Sometimes you give up a hit, and I put the runners there, so that's on me. But I think as a starting pitcher, you definitely would want to be in that situation. But it's kind of a lot of moving parts in that situation.
Ryan Nelson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, coming off his masterpiece last night. You were brilliant in that game against the Giants. As Tory, after the game, and I know you were asked this in the clubhouse afterwards, but I'll kind of ask it again. Tory, after the game, talked about knowing how you're going to wake up this morning and how you're going to feel when you wake up this morning, suggesting that there might be some sort of physical condition that has caused this pitch count to be where it's at. Is there some sort of a physical ailment that you're dealing with that is the reason for this pitch count, or is it largely because of the uniqueness of the role that you've been asked to play this year?
No, I don't. Nothing going on my side for sure. I think it's a lot of it just comes down to the little bit of a back and forth at the start of the year, and then kind of easing my way back into the rotation and not just going full blown into it right away. And I think that there's some medical staff input to what they think that my pitch count should be in order to keep me healthy, and that's it's something that they study a lot. So I think that when they tell me that this is the best decision, then that's what I'm going to go with.
It's obviously a unique role you've been asked to play. I mean, having started last year, long relief, for a while there, it looked like you might be ticketed for short relief, but now you're starting again. What's been the biggest challenge for you in kind of ping pong and back and forth between those two roles?
It hasn't been too bad, honestly. I think very, very detail oriented with my routine, and it's kind of something that I've been doing is I just have a different routine for each role. And when they told me I was going to have a spot start against the Mets, I was like, all right, I know what I'm going to do this week leading up to it, and that was my routine. And then go back into the bullpen. It's like, all right, here's my daily bullpen routine. So I feel like that's been super beneficial to be able to bounce back and forth. I wouldn't necessarily say there's any one thing that makes it super difficult, but I think that just putting the work in on the front end has made it a little more seamless.
How different is that lineup with Rafael Devers in it now? And here's a guy that's hit 30 home runs multiple times, driven in 100. They make the trade for him. You faced San Francisco earlier in the year without him. Now you're facing him with the San Francisco with Rafael Devers. How does it change your approach to how you pitch to him?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big bat that they just plugged into their lineup, which has got some real quality hitters in it to begin with, and then you go out and get Devers. I think probably similar to when I faced them last time because they had Chapman in there too. So I think that they had Chapman go down with an injury, and then you plug in Devers. I think it's kind of keeps that lineup similar. But when Chapman comes back, there's definitely going to be a few extra big bats in there that you're going to have to, game plan for and study for.
You've had a lot of success, this season. You're having a great year. But if I look at your last 4 starts, You've got at least 5 innings in 4 straight starts, the 6 2/3 against San Francisco, and given up 1 run in 3 of them and 2 in the San Francisco game last night, and they were just inherited runners. Do you feel like right now you're pitching the best baseball of your career?
Yeah, I definitely feel like where I'm at right now as a pitcher is the best I've been, and I think that, if you ask me 2 months from now, hopefully I'm saying that too, and that I'm even better than I am right now. It's just try to come in every day and get a little bit better and learn a little bit more, and always keep improving. Next year I want to be better than this year, and then continue that as long as I possibly can.
We saw this team walk 10 batters the other day in a baseball game. You almost want to pull your hair out. How important was it to you to get through that lineup last night? Not only, not giving up a lot of hits, but not walking anybody.
Yeah, for sure. That's always a big thing for me, especially. I know the team walked a few guys, and you put free runners on. It's just making your job a little bit harder, and I think that's something that I've been frustrated with myself a little bit over the last couple. Walking some guys, and that's not how I like to pitch. I like to attack guys and get ahead of guys and control the count. And when you're falling behind and putting free runners on base, they tend to score.
Ryan Nelson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show after his brilliant performance last night against the San Francisco Giants. I'll ask you one more about the pitch count because it popped into my head and I'm curious. Do you think this number that you're at, 85, 88, what you did last night, do you think that's how it's going to be, give or take, the rest of the year, or is there room for that to grow in the last few months of the season for you, knowing that you're going to be in the rotation the rest of the year?
Yeah, I think that it should start going up soon for sure. I don't think that it's not going to be a whole year thing. I think maybe a couple more on the limited pitch count, but nothing more than that.
The Suns just added an Oregon Duck. I don't know if you guys cross paths or not. I think he's like 2 years older than you. But Dylan Brooks, who is an Oregon guy, is now on the Phoenix Suns. And you guys may have overlapped by a year or so. You familiar with his game at all?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I was a freshman his last year there when we had that team that made a pretty good run in March Madness. And that was a fun team to watch. It was like him, Jordan Bell, and then a couple other guys like Dylan Ennis, and yeah, that was a fun team to watch. We were all getting out there to the Matt Knight Arena to watch those games.
Yeah, he's turned into a little bit of a badass in the NBA, a little tough son of a gun right there. So hopefully you'll get out to go see him in a game.
Yeah, 100%. That'd be sweet.
That Oregon connection.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, congratulations on another great start last night. You're really turning heads around here, giving us a lot to talk about. Congrats on the win as well. Thanks for coming on for a few. We appreciate it. Of course, we wish you the best the rest of the year.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Nelson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. 7 strikeouts last night, no walks, 2 earned runs in 6 2/3 innings. He was very, very, very good. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, there was something else that happened in last night's game that could have made things really interesting for Arizona. And then you dig a little deeper and you find out there's a fascinating story behind it. What happened in left center field in the 8th inning last night? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. You know Christian Brothers for plumbing, right? If you need a plumber, they're going to do a great job of helping you clog drains, a toilet bowl not running properly. You need a new water heater because yours is old. Christian Brothers can help you. But don't forget about Christian Brothers as well, because they are experts when it comes to your AC unit. They've been handling AC units since 1976. Since 1976, they have been helping people with all of their AC needs, whether you need a new AC unit or you just want to get your unit repaired. Nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. So if you need a repair, or maybe somebody came to you and told you, hey, you need a new AC unit. You're like, my unit's only 7 years old. They get free second opinions at Christian Brothers. Free second opinions. Don't let hot temperatures take your AC unit down. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we just got done talking with Ryan Nelson here on Burns and Gambo. Lauren is here now with our poll question. It can be found on X, the artist formerly known as Twitter, at Burns and Gambo. Of course, you can watch us on YouTube. You can subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube. You can check us out on X. You can check us out on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of the deal. And you can watch the show on YouTube whenever you want, either on the Arizona Sports app, the ArizonaSports.com, or just subscribe like I mentioned. Now that we've got that out of the way, you've got a poll question for us. What is it?
I do, and Ryan Nelson is an option in our poll question today, which is, right now, which D-back starting pitcher do you trust the most?
Merrill Kelly.
Great, done. Answer.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Thanks for listening. Goodbye. Yeah, it's Merrill. It's Merrill. This is one of those questions where Recency bias. I'm curious to see who finishes second and just how big of a is it recency bias or is it reality who finishes second on this poll question. That's why I think it's a good one today.
And looking at the results, I will tell you it's reality because 50% is going with Merrill Kelly, 42% going with Nelson, 5% going with Erod, and 2% going with Gallen or Fott.
Okay, that's closer,
yes,
than I ever would have thought it to be. Like that, 50 to 42?
50 to 42.
That's closer.
I'm going to vote on it right now.
I would have thought it. I would have thought it would have been a Merrill Kelly runaway.
Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching well lately. He's been pitching well.
Sub-2 ERA in the month of June. He's
pitching
been
well.
Good. He's been good. Like everything you would want him to be in that Corbin Burns.
How about the fact that Zach Gallen is in the 2% range?
Yeah.
Come on, Zach. Let's get it going tonight, man.
Big start for him.
Come on,
tonight.
Zach.
Big.
2% with Fott.
With Fott, combined with Fott, who's it's kind of hit some rough times lately. But big start for Zach Gallen tonight.
It's not smooth sailing.
No, it's we haven't been playing a lot of Fott Rock lately. Not that joke's on hold, but that bit, it's kind of on hold a little bit. It's just let's take a pause from that right now. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. Last night's top of the 8th inning. Oh, this happened. Everybody experienced it in real time.
There's the 2-0 pitch. There's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Going back is Tawa to the track, to the wall. Leaping effort, and it's gone, but it might be fan interference. And yes, immediately fan interference is signaled by the second base umpire. And now the umpires are going to come together, and Tory Lavell signaling here to challenge.
Oh, he's calling him out.
And now they're calling him out. And Bob Melvin with a few four-lettered words that he's sending out towards Adrian Johnson.
The call on the field is overturned. There was no spectator interference. However, during the review, it was ruled that the ball would not have left the ballpark. The batter runner is awarded second base.
Crazy situation. The headlines in San Francisco were San Francisco Giants robbed of game-tying home run as bad-behaving D-backs fan strikes again. The same fan, Giant fans on social media is like, wait a second. I know that guy. July 6, 2022. Giants down 4-0 in the fourth inning. 2 runners on. Joey Bart crushes the ball to left center. Ruled a home run. But the exact same fan reached over the fence and caught the ball. The exact same guy.
Oh, yeah.
Reached over the fence and caught the baseball. So instead of Bob Melvin ends up getting ejected from that game last night. The umpires had to confer, but they ruled it fan interference.
John Boy Media went and decided and figured out through video replay that this Diamondbacks fan, and I'll get to him in just a minute, that this particular Diamondbacks fan has been involved in an umpire review in 4 straight seasons at Chase Field. 4 straight. The morning show tracked him down.
Yep.
Dave McCaskill is his name. They had him on at 9:45 this morning. And they asked him, who are you and why do you do this?
So, number one, I'm a D-backs fan. Been here in Arizona for exactly 10 years, retired military for 24 years. I caught a foul ball my first year, and then the light bulb went on, and I was like, I need to catch a home run. And I kind of follow Zach Hampel a little bit. And ever since then, it's been fun. It's one of my things. I'm a huge memorabilia guy, do a lot of autographs.
He went on to say he's not trying to interfere with the baseball or the game.
I never try to interfere. Mm-hmm. If you look, there's been some other videos. I have been ejected 3 times officially. 2 of those were so close to the line, just like last night. If you watch the video, I catch the ball and my glove comes down. The angle of the camera, I mean, it wasn't the best angle, but that's my defense. But I apologize to the D-backs. I apologize to the D-back fans.
One more, and he talks about he's like a season ticket holder out there in the left field bleachers and has been for several years. And he talks about a competition that he has with other guys, season ticket holders out there.
There's 3 or 4 of us out there. We're all good friends. We all kind of little challenge. My buddy Rob has 23 or 24. I have 24 now. My buddy Mike has like 21 or so. We've been there. It's a little competition between all of us.
I mean, I don't know what to make of this. I mostly know what to make of this. Stop interfering with the baseball game, right? Like, I mean, that's number one. Stop interfering with the baseball. Like if you're gonna have a competition with some of your buddies out there for catching,
make sure it's over the wall.
That's fine. Just last night, you almost fell onto the field. You were so far over the fence.
He leaned. That ball. The momentum of the ball carried him down. Like a few feet.
Yeah, like I thought he was going to tumble onto the warning. Now, he's retired military. He was former collegiate athlete, played football, played baseball. He said he was always in complete control. He was never going to fall on the field. I got no problem with fans out there having fun, but like step back 2 rows. You know what I mean? Like don't be sitting in the front row and tempt yourself with the idea that you've been part of an umpire review for 4 straight years. You know what I mean? Like at some point there's a line.
Should the Diamondbacks move his seat?
Yes.
I mean,
they should.
You think they should?
At least a few rows back.
How about just a warning? Like, we can't have this happen again. Yeah. Like, it can't happen again, or we're going to have to move your seat.
We can't have you on John Boy Media one more time interfering with a home run, because that could have been a pivotal moment in last night's game. Put the runner on second base.
Well, they
were able to get
ruled him out, but then they looked at it and they actually said, okay, ground rule double. Tar would have never caught the ball.
Yeah, and because of that, Curtis had to do some work striking out, Devers, and then they brought Shelby in for the 4-out save, and he struck out to end the inning. I don't want to be a fuddy-duddy here and say the guy shouldn't have fun at the baseball game. But you also don't want to go around bragging about how many times you're interfering with these things. You know what I mean? You don't.
He said 2 were really close to the line.
You don't want that to be a point of pride for you. That's all.
It's a tough spot. I mean, the guy's not trying to do any harm. He's out there. He's having fun. He's a season ticket holder. He's loyal. I mean, it's the Diamondbacks need fans like that. They need fans like that. But I do think maybe you're like, hey, like you can't become part of the game. Like, you can't do this again. Like, we can't have another close call that gets reviewed. Like, you have to wait for the ball to clear. There's got to be a spot to where your glove could be where you're safe. But, it's a tough situation for the Diamondbacks, too. I mean, he's a good, loyal fan. He pays his money. He's a season ticket holder. Sure. You appreciate those fans. You need those fans. You need them. But there's also a part where you're like, okay, how many times has this guy interfered with the baseball game?
Exactly. And you don't want that to be. I mean, the headlines in the San Francisco paper, national websites, like, man, this happens a lot with it. You don't want that to happen either. I'll be really curious to know how Derek Hall and the organization handled this with him. You know what I mean? Like, I know they kicked him out last night. I saw the video of him getting booted.
Right.
But moving forward, I do wonder how they handle this with him for the exact reason that you said. He's a good fan. He clearly loves the team and doesn't want to hurt them. But at the same
apologized.
Time,
he apologized to the Diamondbacks. He doesn't want to, I don't know. I don't think you do anything, but I do think you got to let him know, hey, this is not good. We can't have this anymore.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a shocking move happened in the NBA today for so many different reasons, including the biggest one for Suns fans. Somebody went and did the big buyout before you did. That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in the win column. Now they're looking to get back above 500. It's Game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants tonight at Chase Field. Zach Gallen makes the start. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And another large domino has fallen in NBA free agency. The Milwaukee Bucks are signing big man Miles Turner to a 4-year contract, and to make room for his salary, the Bucks are additionally waiving and stretching the contract of Damian Lillard. Lillard came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade that landed the Suns' Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic just 2 years ago. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
The
This is Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with Bradley Beal? They say teams want to trade for him, but who are these people? We'll discuss it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Oh.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. I'm just going to let that one slide.
I'm glad I put my headphones on late.
Yeah. Normally, I would say let's replay it for you, but I'm
happy to not hear it.
I think we can avoid replaying. If you were a
No.
If you were a Seinfeld fan, I'd say maybe, but I know you didn't watch the show. So
I did not watch Seinfeld.
Yeah, no, it was a Jerry Seinfeld impersonation, and it was not great. The shockwave move of the NBA offseason so far. I mean, there have been a few tremors. A few interesting things here or there, a few interesting signings, but so far, free agency has been kind of quiet. Boy, the tremors this morning were set off all across the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks waived and stretched Dame Lillard today. $113 million. And then, with the money saved in doing so,
Miles Turner.
They acquired center Miles Turner and signing him to a 4-year, $107 million deal. It is, as Bobby Marks points out, the largest wave and stretch in the history of the NBA. It will cost the Milwaukee Bucks $22.5 million in cap space for the next 5 years. And all I could think about was Bradley Beal. It was all I could think. It was like, oh my God, is this our future?
Is
this our path? Is he going to sign off on this? Because they just went and did the thing in Milwaukee.
Yeah. It's like getting divorced and then realizing how many years of alimony you have to pay each and every year in the divorce settlement. Yeah, I'm divorced. It's going to cost you every year. You're going to pay that alimony every year.
You'll circle the year you don't have to pay it anymore, right?
$22.4 million. $22.4 million over 5 years is what they did. By stretching the remaining 112, 113, whatever it is, he had a 2026 option year of $58 million. That's included in the total money that they owe him. Tore his Achilles tendon. Remember, they went for it. They decided to trade Drew Holiday and get Damian Lillard. Decided to try to keep their window open for a little bit, and it just didn't work out. Lillard's going to be 35 years old in 2 weeks. He'll be 35 years old. He's going to miss probably all of next season. Yep. So that'll be 36 when he comes back. The terrific player. But this is what you had to do if you're the Bucks, and now you're doing it to be able to go sign Miles Turner. The Suns are going to do it, I believe, in some capacity. If they can't trade him, they'll explore trading him first. But I believe that the best thing to do is to get off of Bradley Beal and get yourself under those aprons.
Absolutely.
Get under those aprons. They're handcuffing you.
There are only 2 teams that are over the second apron right now. The Phoenix Suns are one, the Cleveland Cavaliers are the other. The Cavs are obviously in a window of contention, so it's justifiable there. It is not justifiable for the Phoenix Suns. It's handcuffing them, it's ankle cuffing them, it's got them strapped to a floorboard right now. There's nothing they can do until they get this done. The problem is, and continues to be with Bradley Beal, the power that he holds in both of these conversations.
Yeah, because of the Naz Little buyout.
Yep, because the Naz, they can't. I think if the Suns could just do what the Bucks did today,
it'd be done.
It'd be done.
Yeah,
they would have done it by now. It'd be over. They'd wave and stretch him. They'd take the hit, and it would be done. They can't. Kevin Zimmerman from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, went and ran the numbers again today because they officially put the cap where they did and put the second apron where they did.
Crunch those numbers.
It's about $14 million.
Run the simulation.
He's got to give back about $14 million. It isn't, but what compels him to do so? What's
going somewhere where you can play? You're not playing here. They traded for Jalen Green. They got Booker. They got Green. You're not playing.
If it's that simple, then why hasn't he done it?
Because they're trying to trade him first.
If it's because it doesn't. Everything I've read about this, and I know you're the source guy on the show. Everything I've read on this is that he's just not inclined to give any money back. He's just not. And if he's not inclined to give money back, he might as well have a no trade clause when it comes to this. You can't do it unless he gives money back. He can't. You just can't do it. So you've got to figure out what compels him to do. What compels him to waive his no trade clause? If you can figure out a place to send him to.
Does he want to play?
I don't know.
Because if you want to, like the Suns could say, go home. We're not like
that's an option.
If you don't want to accept this, then just go home. You're not going to play. You're not part of our future. Like we're moving on. We're moving on. Like Durant's gone. You've got to go. We don't want you.
I gotta think he knows that. But again, it goes back to my point. Then why hasn't it happened yet? You know what I mean? Like
his agent's got to feel comfortable that they can secure that type of money from somebody else. You know, nobody wants to. I mean, so it's what?
Is he not confident that he can secure $14 million in a deal with somebody
high-end,
else?
mid-level exception money?
That's, again, look, this is what's baffling. Like on the surface, all of this, everything that you're saying suggests this shouldn't be that tough to figure out. Like this should be fairly. Then why hasn't it happened yet? You know, like if it's happening with Damian Lillard, the fact that it hasn't happened here makes me think that they're running into difficulties, that they're running into snags, because everything you're describing about the situation paints a picture of there should be no obstacles here. Bradley Beal should understand that this is not working out for you here and you need to go somewhere else. Why hasn't it happened?
It's a good question. You know, last year I told you that, Eric Gordon and Drew Eubanks weren't going to come back. Those guys weren't coming back. Well, they have player options. They get to determine. Oh, there's a way around that. You're not going to play. Right. You pick up that option, you're not going to play. You're not. I mean, does Bradley Beal have a passion to play basketball? Because if he does, then you gotta figure out. Now, I do think the Suns try to explore trade options first. I had heard last week that there might be some minimal interest in him. So if you could do a trade, you'd rather do that. Because here's another thing. Could you trade Bradley Beal to a team for a player that the other team doesn't like and that you don't want either, but that guy has less of a buyout?
Sure.
Let's just say you had traded him for Jordan Poole. Oh, okay. Do you want Jordan Poole? No. Okay. So buy Jordan Poole out at a lesser money. So I'm sure that they're looking at that as an option as well. Can we trade him to another team? We'll take back the player you don't want, but that player makes less money, so now I could just wave and stretch that guy instead of waving and stretch Beal.
Perfectly logical. Makes a ton of sense. But once again, the impediment is Bradley Beal and his no trade clause and whether he wants to go there or not. And I know what you're going to say. Do you want to play basketball? Do you have a passion to play basketball or not? And and I don't know the answer to this. Maybe the conversation hasn't yet gotten to that point of, hey, look, if you don't accept this trade or if you don't accept this lesser buyout, we're going to keep you and we're going to send you home. Is that what you want? And maybe we haven't gotten to that point yet. Maybe the conversation hasn't reached that crescendo yet. But
what does it say about him if that's true? What does that say about him?
I don't know.
I'd rather sit home than play in the NBA.
Because the only thing I've read time and time again about this, he doesn't want to uproot his family. He likes it here. He moved everybody here. He doesn't want to do it again. And I, as a family guy, and you're a family guy too, I respect that. But at some point, if you know you're gonna be that vilified here, and you've got to make a decision for your career, and you can put your kids in nice schools wherever you live, Bradley.
Yeah.
Like wherever you go, there are nice schools, there are nice communities, people move for jobs all the time. It happens all the time.
Listen, I liked living with mom and dad, and mom doing my laundry, and mom cooking my meals for me, and my chicken cacciatore, and my eggplant parmesan. I like that, but eventually it was time to go. Eventually, my parents were like, "It's time to go."
Yeah,
you got to go. This organization, they don't want Bradley Beal.
I know that.
He knows they don't want him.
Course,
what are we doing here?
Of course, and that's again. I just don't know why it hasn't happened yet. To the point where I'm just a little bit nervous that we're gonna get to the point where he's just gonna keep saying no, and when that does, then it's doomsday scenario time. Then it's either, okay, you're here, but you're going to play, which is absolutely the worst thing that could happen. Bradley Beal cannot be in that locker room this year. Cannot. So the second worst thing is that they keep him and they just send him home and he doesn't play, which I'm just starting to wonder, is that actually an option here? If he just keeps saying no to everything they want him to do. I don't know.
I can't say with certainty that it's not an option. I think Beal's going to come to his senses here. I think they'll explore trade options as best they can. And if they can't explore trade options, He's got to be off this team. He's got in order for the Suns to move forward, he's got to be off the team.
The other thing, real quick, that is not being talked about as much with this deal, boy, the Indiana Pacers are getting ripped for this. Just ripped. You had a team that was in the NBA
and
Finals.
You just lost Miles Turner.
And you wouldn't go into the tax to pay for Miles Turner to keep him? What the hell is wrong with you guys? And you sent him to the Milwaukee Bucks?
Right.
A competitor. A competitor in your division, in your conference that you hate?
Totally right.
Ripped for this across the NBA. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, how much of a market does Eugenio Suarez have, and when is the moment to begin exploring that market? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. green gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The fan ejected from the Diamondbacks game defends what's gotten him reviewed 9 or 10 times. Corbin Carroll says he's operating with the intent to return before the MLB All-Star break. And here's the complication for a Bradley Beal wave-in stretch. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo back together again after Gambo not here yesterday, and then I was off all last week. It's good to have us back here together, if just for a couple of days before Gambo's big vacation coming up next week. John Morosi, speaking English, I presume, and not in Italian or Espanol either. Remember we had John Morosi on?
Sí, è vero.
Yeah, there you go. Talk about Eugenio Suarez and how, depending on what the Diamondbacks decide who they are and what they are, the marketplace for Eugenio Suarez and what it might look like.
Eugenio Suarez right now of the Arizona Diamondbacks is one of the names we're hearing about the most in the industry now, and there's a lot of uncertainty, honestly, about whether or not he is truly going to be available. Here is what we know. There is only one man in the National League with more home runs this season than Eugenio Suarez, and his name is Shohei Ohtani. That's how great Suarez has been this season, playing third base for the D-backs.
Okay, one more from Morosi this morning on the MLB Network.
We also know the D-backs are exactly at 500 in one of the deepest and best, perhaps the best, division in Major League Baseball. So the D-backs are now faced with a very difficult calculation, Lauren. Do you go for it when you've got 3 quality teams above you, or do you take a look at Eugenio Suarez, realize he is probably the best power hitter in the game who is on an expiring contract, and see what you can get for him? Now, I will say this. The number of teams that have a clear need at third base and are definite contenders and buyers is sort of small right now. That actually works against the potential of a Suarez deal. But the one team that I think is a clear fit, abundantly obvious fit, the Seattle Mariners.
That last part was the most interesting thing
Seattle?
to me. Not Seattle specifically, but that the market for Suarez right now might not be fully developed because there aren't a lot of teams that are, A, clear buyers, and B, have a clear need at third base. Now, could Suarez be your DH? Just be, yeah, of course. Like, it doesn't have to be just be third base, but he's good enough over at third base. You'd want him to play there. I thought that was the most interesting part. Like, okay, we know how good he is. How many teams right now need him specifically?
The Yankees.
And specifically, he mentioned Seattle.
Seattle and the Yankees are the 2 teams to keep your eye on. The Diamondbacks know this. If they're out of it, Suarez is getting traded. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was a lot of fear when Gino got hit in the hand that if he had, like Gabby Marino and Corbin Carroll, if there was some hairline fracture there that was going to keep him out 4 weeks, that was going to cut it awfully close to the trade deadline. There was a belief that might have cut his value in half. A team trading for Suarez off of a broken hand and he hasn't played in a month and he loses his rhythm.
Makes sense.
That there was a lot of fear in that organization that if Suarez was hurt and was going to go right up to the deadline, that teams were just not going to give you fair value for him because, 1, he's coming off a broken hand. 2, the rhythm that he's on, he would have lost it. And you don't know if he's going to get it back or not. So with him playing now and not having to go on an MRI and being on the injured list, that's good news. Hit another home run last night.
Yeah,
Got his 900th RBI last night. He is the first guy that will be traded. The plan is, if Jordan Lawler is healthy, the Diamondbacks are going to force feed Jordan Lawler third base, and that's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's going to play. And he's going to play every day. And if he hits 120, he's going to hit 120. But they're going to force feed him third base. So if Jordan Lawler overcomes this hamstring injury by the deadline and they trade Eugenio Suarez, Jordan Lawler will be the third baseman from now until the end of the season. They know they're out of it if they're trading Suarez. There's nothing to do but give Lawler all of that opportunity to play and play every day. And whatever you do because there's still a feeling that he should be their third baseman next year.
Lawler makes Suarez the easiest player to trade. I mean, by far, he's the of all the names that we all know and that we've all talked about, he's by far the easiest one to move because of Jordan Lawler. Now, I'm not saying Jordan Lawler is going to be all that right away, and the fact that did he suffer the hamstring injury when I was gone on vacation? I didn't
that's
realize,
why they called up Blaze Alexander, because
I didn't realize Lawler had a hamstring
he had
injury.
He had missed a couple games, so they called up Blaze instead of calling up Lawler because he just wasn't right.
Yeah, okay. Well, admittedly,
keep Ryan the Yankees.
That makes me a little uncomfortable. He mentioned another name too. Morosi did. He goes into depth about Seattle. He mentions another one here too.
They had him once before. He helped them make the playoffs several years ago. They've had a young third baseman and Ben Williamson playing third base, but Williamson has just one home run so far this season. So they've not gotten a lot of power at a power position. So that Mariners D-backs link, again, he has been a Mariner before. That to me is the clearest one. The other somewhat fringy but interesting possibility, Lauren, the Los Angeles Angels. They're right behind the Mariners for the final AL wildcard spot. They really want to make it back to the playoffs. They've got to need a third base too. Stay tuned on that other possibility.
It's interesting. I never would have thought the Angels as contenders, but they're there in the standings.
Well, one of the things that you also look at is that Geno Suarez may end up getting a 3-year deal. For a guy that may hit 45 home runs this year at 33 years old, like you talk about trying to re-sign him. Could you bring him back if you wanted to? I'd even thought, boy, could you bring him back on a 1-year deal and just in case Lawler's not ready, he could be your DH, he could be your third baseman. But you talk about, go look at what Christian Walker got. He doesn't hit 40 home runs. Yeah. He hit 26 last year. And go look at what Christian Walker got. Geno Suarez is putting himself in line to probably get a 3-year deal for a lot of money. Would he give the Diamondbacks a discount? Probably $2 or $3 million. He likes it here. But you look at what Walker got coming off a career year. It's, and the way Hazen plays these things out.
Yeah, he's very smart about stuff
Yeah,
like this.
why that's very, very likely he's the first guy traded.
Yeah, now look, obviously, we're still a ways from the deadline. And unless some team comes to Mike Hazen and blows him away with an offer right now, I imagine this thing is going to go to the deadline, which gives the Arizona Diamondbacks time to figure out exactly, or at least more time to figure out who they are. Now, maybe this is exactly who they are, and they're going to be a 500 baseball team, and they're going to ultimately be. And if they're in this exact same position on July 31st, then sell everything you can sell. Figure out, hopefully, make trades that are similar to the Zach Gallen deal. Where you're getting players who are closer to major league ready and not some distant, far off prospect. But if it comes down to the deadline and this is who you are, a 500 baseball team, 5 games out of the last wild card spot, sell. But I do like the fact that we're not there yet. We're still a month away from being there. And not that last night's win is the, oh my gosh, the light bulb goes on kind of moment. But I do like that there's still time for them to show Mike Hazen that they don't have to be sellers necessarily. I don't think they're going to get there, but at least we've got another month before we say for sure they are. The only thing that changes that is if somebody calls up Mike Hazen right now and says, I've got an unbelievable deal for Eugenio Suarez, but you got to take it right now. And then they'll have to decide whether they want him or not.
And right now, I would take the deal.
Yeah, I don't think that call comes in until we get closer to the deadline. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, a lot of movement in the NBA so far. What does Yahoo Sports' Kevin O'Connor make of all the movement? We're going to ask Kevin. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawach, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawach. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. 10 branches throughout the valley. An easy-to-use mobile app that puts you in control of your finances. When it comes to banking, there is no reason not for you to not do your banking with Global Credit Union. Global's members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get higher interest rates than they can at the bank. When it comes to checking accounts, when it comes to savings accounts, when it comes to loans, Global Credit Union, that's why I chose them. It's why I bank with them. Global's members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It's a better way of banking. It's a better way for you to bank. And Global has proudly served Arizona for over a decade. They're your credit union here in the Valley. And you can become a member today. All you need to do is go to globalcu.org and check them out. You're going to love everything about them. Global Credit Union. Check out all the benefits that come by becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks now back in the win column. They're looking to get above 500 tonight. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants. Zach Gallen makes the start tonight. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And another large domino has fallen in NBA free agency. The Milwaukee Bucks are signing big man Miles Turner to a 4-year contract, and to make room for his new salary, the Bucks are additionally waiving and stretching the contract of Damian Lillard. Lillard came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade that landed the Suns' Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic just 2 years ago. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
it's Paulie Pinch Hitter. Which Cardinals hot takes am I going to bust out on Luke tomorrow as I continue to carry Wolf's keister around here? We get going at 10 a.m. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
A lot of NBA to discuss, a lot of NBA that's been happening in the last 24 hours or so since free agency opened. And, of course, the Phoenix Suns had themselves a busy, busy week last week with the Durant trade and everything that happened at the draft. And joining us right now here on the Burns and Gambo Show to talk about all of it, we welcome him back to the program. You can see him if you're watching at ArizonaSports.com, host of the Kevin O'Connor Show. There's our guy, Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports. How you doing, Kev? Good to see you, man.
I'm doing excellent today, guys. Always an honor to join you guys. And Gambo came on my show the day of the KD trade. Appreciate you joining me again on that time, Gambo. Was on top of everything, man. On top of all of it through this whole process.
Thanks, Kev. Thanks. We had talked when the trade was made, and it was tough to evaluate it because you had 5 second-round picks, you had the 10th pick overall. We didn't know who it was going to turn into. Now that you've seen what they've done with the 10th pick and getting the Duke center Malawach, and you add in Brooks and you add in Green, how do you feel about the trade the Suns made, getting rid of a soon-to-be 37-year-old Kevin Durant for what they got?
I feel awesome about it. I mean, look, this is going to be a younger team. You're not going in with finals expectations if you're the Phoenix Suns at this point, but you feel good about the roster specifically if you're Devin Booker. If you look around the locker room right now, you're like, okay, I got some dogs by my side. I got Dylan Brooks on my team. I got some bigs. Mark Williams, maybe we can tap more out of him in Phoenix. Come on, Malawach, with everything that he brings as a rookie out of Duke, as a lob threat, as a guy who can maybe be a floor spacer and a lockdown defender in the paint. You feel good about that. You feel good about your role players. Rasheer Fleming, getting him as well. So I think Jalen Green is really the big X factor here in all of this, because over 4 years in Houston, we saw flashes. Like, there were stretches where Jalen Green went on a tear, averaging 25, 30 points per game over month-long periods. But then, as we see in the postseason, there's stretches where he has 2 for 10 games, 1 for 6 games, 4 points, frustrating, you're face-palming, you're hating him as a Rockets fan and as a Suns fan. We'll see. I mean, like, is he gonna, in a new situation, be like a lot of guys and be the same? Or maybe in this new situation, Jalen Green becomes a steal of a return for Kevin Durant. So I think over time, Gambo, like, you know, when you and I talked on that day, initially I was like, how do you not get your future picks back? How do you not get those back? But I think as things have settled and in time, as you've seen their draft picks and you think more about it, it's like, okay, Jalen Green, after 4 years, entering his 5th season, he is the upside guy, and we'll see how he develops for the Suns, especially if they make room for him getting rid of Beal.
Yeah, let me get your thoughts on Kevin Durant, too, because, you know, he hasn't impacted winning here the way, you know, we would expect him to. They couldn't get Castle. They couldn't get the number 2 pick. They couldn't get Jabari Smith. They couldn't get Ware. They couldn't get Zubac. They couldn't get Jovic. They couldn't get those guys. What do you think that says about Kevin Durant and what his value was?
I mean, it wasn't great. He's, you know, in his late 30s, and he's got only 1 year left on his contract, and him and his agent, Rich Kleiman, were trying to push their way to their preferred destinations, and there were certain teams that I'm sure would have been willing to take a risk, and there were certain teams that preferred not to, and clearly Minnesota was one of those teams that wasn't going to go all the way in, among other teams that weren't going to go all the way in for a disgruntled Kevin Durant, on top of the fact he's always moody and always unhappy. So I think for KD, the Houston situation, though, is pretty ideal.
Yeah,
for KD there with the Rockets. And so I think for him, it's an outstanding opportunity with that team, especially with the changes that they've made. But Phoenix, it's just unfortunate, like, things have happened the way that they have, but I think ultimately Ishbia and that remade front office did a really nice job this offseason overall.
Kevin O'Connor is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Specifically, the fit with Devin Booker and Jalen Green. How do you think that will work? What does that look like to you when you kind of close your eyes and envision it?
I mean, look, I think Booker, we've seen him toggle between being this off-ball guy who can hit threes off of screens and curl around and attack off the basket. We've seen him be point book. We saw that pre-Chris Paul. We saw that a little bit post-Chris Paul as well. So I think Booker, you know, at this point, he's going to be 29 years old next season. He's a seasoned veteran. You know what you're going to get from Devin Booker. I think it means more point book. I would imagine, for the Phoenix Suns this season and moving forward. And Jalen Green is just more of an off-ball guy. Green is that guy coming off of screens, coming off of handoffs, being a floor spacer, attacking closeouts, also a lob threat in the half court as well with his elite athleticism. So I think Booker is going to be that primary creator for the engine of the offense, and then Jalen Green is going to be that kind of athletic flank next to Book, offering like different style, different speed next to him. So in theory, I like the combination, but so much of it comes down to Jalen Green's consistency, because he's one of those weird guys where like he has elite touch from the free throw line. He's an 80% guy from the line going way back to high school, but he's never been a consistent three-point shooter off the catch or off the dribble. So I've always wondered, is it something mechanical in his hands that just hasn't been corrected? Or is it something mental with him? Is it something with like how he's transferring power from his lower body into the release of his shot? It could be any of those things or all of the above of those things. But if he can develop into a consistent three-point shooter and translate that elite touch from the line and near the basket into three-point range, that's when you're cooking. That's when you have a dominant backcourt. And so we'll see if he can ever do that, though.
Obviously, the Damian Lillard news caught everybody today. I saw your tweet about it, and it was shocking to see it. All I could think about was Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns and wondering about the cards that he holds and the power that he has in his situation, whether it's the no-trade clause or his willingness to take less money when it comes to a buyout because it needs to happen. What do you think is the most likely outcome for Bradley Beal's tenure with the Phoenix Suns, Kev?
I mean, it feels like a trade is highly improbable at this point. Teams are, running out of money in free agency, and it's just not a lot of destinations that you can imagine getting to that number for him in a trade. So I would imagine that a buyout would be most likely involving Bradley Beal and him perhaps giving something back. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Damian Lillard didn't give anything back. He's going to get all of that money. And so if you're Bradley Beal and his representation, I'm sure you could make the argument, well, Damian Lillard just had that when he's Damian Lillard and he's out for a season. With Bradley Beal, why would we have to give anything back? So I'm sure those negotiations will happen, but ultimately, if you're Bradley Beal and you really want to go to a situation where you're wanted in a team, because you could sign anywhere, maybe giving something back is advantageous for you. And so I think that's the most likely outcome for him.
Yeah, sure, because he could get 2 years mid-level with somebody else, I would think. He's still going to, even if he only plays 45, 50 games a year, you're going to get 20 points out of the guy. He can still score the basketball. He should go somewhere where he's happy. The Suns have to move on. They have to. Addition by subtraction. They've got to get rid of that guy. So
big time. They have to, for Jalen Green's sake, and like also for the young guys. Like Rasheer Fleming is a guy who's going to be getting three-point shots. Kobe Brea, their second-round pick, is going to be a weapon. So it's like you want those younger players, not to mention Jalen Green, getting those opportunities in those minutes, not a guy who, A, you don't want to be there, and B, doesn't even want to be there. He's not part of your future. So like they have to get rid of him regardless of what it has to be, whether it's waiving him or buying him out, stretching the contract, like whatever the way you got to do it, you got to get rid of Bradley Beal. Have to.
I want to sneak one in here on this one because I'm curious the level of urgency for the Suns to get this Bradley Beal business wrapped up as soon as possible, given the unlocking that it would create for the rest of the roster with the second apron. What level of urgency needs to exist to come to a resolution with Bradley Beal soon so they can get on with the rest of the business when it comes to the roster by getting out of that second apron?
I think there's urgency for both sides, really. I think for the Suns, there's urgency, and if I'm Bradley Beal's representation, I want him to be let go as soon as possible as well, because eventually those mid-level exceptions, $14.1 million, are going to get dried up. Teams are going to offer those elsewhere, and the preferred destinations aren't going to be there for you anymore. And so I think for Bradley Beal's side of things, there may be even more urgency than there is on the side of the Phoenix Suns, considering those situations could dry up, and suddenly you're like, okay, well, what are we looking at here? We're not looking at $14 million. We're looking at vet minimum or the room mid-level exception, and that's a hell of a lot less money for Bradley Beal.
I was blown away by what the Suns did in the second round. To go from the end of the second round with two useless picks that were going to be guys on two-way contracts to get to the number one spot to get Fleming. You usually don't see 3 trades before the draft even started to go get their guy. Fleming was the guy that they wanted. They had a top 20 grade on him, and they tried to move up at the end of the first round, didn't do it. got him in the second round with all of those maneuvering. I read what you said about you loved the Suns draft.
Love it.
Malawach, Fleming, Brea, what did you love about their draft?
I mean, with Malawach in the first round, you get just an upside two-way big. He's an elite lob guy. He got great touch. He could become a shooter, and he's an excellent rim protector who's rapidly improved. He's raw, had 0 rebounds in his last game at Duke, so there's ways for him to improve, but major upside. Rasheer Fleming with the 31st pick out of St. Joe's. With him, you're getting typical 3-and-D style guy. He hasn't faced a high level of competition at St. Joe's, struggled in some tougher opponents, especially towards the latter end of the season, but knockdown shooter, can do the simple stuff on offense, plays hard on defense, has just great size as well. So to get him at 31, and it was kind of a bidding war for that 31st pick, it seems like, was a win. And then you get Kobe Brea after that, one of the best shooters in this entire draft class. And with Brea, he's going to come in right away from day one. I think in Summer League, Suns fans are going to see right away, like, whoa, this dude is lights out. Like, he has a skill that is going to allow him a lot of chances over the years of the NBA. I had him, I think, ranked in the late 30s or early 40s. And with him, he can do more than just shoot as well. The only question with him is defense and how much he'll be a reliable defender. But offensively, he can shoot off a movement and he can shoot off the dribble. And so I think with him, he's not just some specialist stand still in the corner. He's a guy you can use in creative actions, and he can hit a 1 or 2 dribble pull up or sidestep off the dribble as well. So I think like all 3 of those picks, the Suns, I mean, look, maybe Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia, those guys know exactly what they're doing, because I thought they nailed it on draft night. All 3 of those picks I love for the team, and I love for the fit around Devin Booker as well, because they're upside guys and great fits with Book.
Kevin, we appreciate the conversation. Thanks for carving out a few minutes of your day for us. Really enjoy your work, and we thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure to come on with you. Have a great day.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Kevin O'Connor, Yahoo Sports, the Kevin O'Connor Show, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and we are very appreciative of him coming on for a few minutes. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations, so please head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. The Suns dipped their toes in the free agency pool yesterday. Nigel Hayes-Davis. We'll tell you what we know next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $6.99 with Clip or Click coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through July 1st.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Luke. Will Zach Gallen deliver tonight against the San Francisco Giants? We'll be reacting tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, again, I want to thank Kevin O'Connor, host of the Kevin O'Connor Show, for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Always good conversation. Appreciate his insight on the Phoenix Suns and what's going on there. Speaking of the Phoenix Suns, Nigel Hayes-Davis so far is the one acquisition they've made in free agency. Obviously, they're a second apron team. They can only do veteran minimum contract. There's only so much they can do, and certainly that's why I asked Kevin that question about getting off of Bradley Beal as soon as you can, getting out of that second apron to allow them to aggregate contracts, put multiple guys together, maybe give out better contracts than veteran minimums. You could go mid-level, things like that. You can't do any of that stuff while you've got Bradley Beal on your roster.
You're handcuffed with the things.
Getting off that contract as soon as you possibly can kind of gets the Suns into a different level of a game,
Yeah.
But for now, this is the part of the store they're shopping in. Nigel Hayes-Davis is an interesting guy, given that most of his stuff is overseas, but by all accounts, given his limited time in the NBA and the G League, going overseas has been dominant, very beneficial for him in his career to kind of reinvent himself a little bit as kind of a stretch four sort of guy.
I asked the question, is there any chance this guy could end up being the D-back version of Merrill Kelly, who came into the Major League Baseball at age 30. Here you've got this guy coming back. He barely played when he was in the NBA, but he's coming in at 30 years old. He's 6'8", he's 227. He's played in that EuroLeague since 2018. He's got a big wingspan, a big vertical reach. Played 4 years at Wisconsin, went undrafted. And now all of a sudden, you pick him up. You take a flyer. It's not costing you a lot of money. Guy wanted to get back to the NBA. He's obviously worked incredibly hard. I was looking at his stat on Synergy Basketball. It says he made 41% of his spot-up and off-screen three-pointers, shot 51% in the post, and scored steadily, rolling and popping as a screener this season. So there was some impressive numbers there.
Yep.
I don't know a lot about him. But he seems to be what they were looking for. I hinted yesterday when I knew this was about to come down. When everybody's talking about Chris Paul, I said I don't expect Chris Paul, but I do expect they're gonna go sign a tall, long wing player. And about a couple hours later, it came out they signed a tall, big wing player. We'll see. We'll see what he's able to do. But I imagine he's going to come in here and he's going to work his ass off to kind of prove himself that he's worthy of being in the NBA.
Those are the two words here, right? We'll see. And with a signing like this, you never really know. The Merrill Kelly comp is interesting because I don't think Merrill Kelly was Merrill Kelly right away. It took him a while to be that, in terms of that trust and trying to figure out what exactly the Diamondbacks had. Now he's the most trusted starter they have in the rotation without question. Nigel Hayes-Davis, 2025 EuroLeague champion. He was the EuroLeague Final Four MVP. He was the Turkish Cup champion. He was the MVP with the Turkish club. I think the big thing here is, and Kellen pointed this out in a Twitter post he had a couple of hours ago because he's kind of started watching the film a little bit. He shot 41% on, as you mentioned, on three-point field goals. He took about 4 a game. He's kind of changed his game to understand I need to become more of a shooter. I need to work out there a little bit more. And given the modern NBA game, which isn't that modern anymore, it's been like this for a few years, that's where a 6'8" guy has to live, right? Like you're not going to dominate in the post. You're not going to dominate down low. You've got to be able to shoot the basketball. And it sounds like he went overseas with the idea of I've got to get better at that part of my game if I want to get back into the NBA. And if just going by the numbers, now I know the competition level is clearly on, it's so different here than it is there. And he's going to face that when he comes back. But it sounds like he went there with the express idea of I've got to improve that part of my game, and it looks like he did.
I was looking at a Wisconsin story about the kid, and they said Badger fans may remember him for becoming the second player in Big Ten history to log at least 1,800 points, 700 rebounds, and 300 assists. He was the 6th man on their Make 'em Believe 2014-15 National Championship runner-up squad. But, you look at those, 1,800 points, 700 rebounds, 300 assists. It looks like he's got a do-it-all type of player, and he's blossomed into the best player in the EuroLeague. He set a single-game scoring record, had 50 points in a game. He's done a lot of great things, and he's earned this opportunity to come back and play. Now, listen, this is all about scouting and developing and scouting and developing and scouting and developing. They had their eyes on this guy. They got him, and now they got to see if he can come in here. And even at 30 years old, right? I mean, he's like the second oldest guy on the team now next to Royce O'Neal.
Yes, it's kind of crazy to think about it, but he is. But it is. It does speak to, one of the things, and again, I want to reiterate, we don't know. We'll see. Are the two key words to any conversation to have about Nigel Hayes-Davis. We'll see. But I think something that kind of loops back in here a little bit is Jordan Ott as the head coach. One of the things that gave him notoriety was his ability to develop Evan Mobley. And I think that is, if you look at this roster now with what they did on draft night and in the second round of the draft and the 3 players that Kevin O'Connor was just talking about, now Nigel Hayes-Davis, even though he's an older player, doesn't have a lot of NBA experience, it's going to really lean on the developmental skills of Jordan Ott, right? That was one of the big things on his resume and what he was able to accomplish in all of his stops. The Suns, I would think, are going to lean on that part of his resume big time with the makeup of this roster now, with a lot of guys who need developing, right? Who aren't plug and play, ready to go. They're all going to take some work. And I hope that that's what Jordan Ott's strength is, because it looks like that's what the need is here on this roster.
Yeah, it is. And it's a problem. There was a time when they had 4 young athletic wings, and you're like, oh, they got too many. And then you got to the point where, you don't have any. You don't have any of these guys. You've got to have that, those versatile defenders that, those long wingspans that can, not only, help deflect a shot or block a shot, but also get those hands in the passing lane and create turnovers. So, to me, it makes sense to give this a shot and try. Look, you're not going out there and filling the roster up with a bunch of guys that you're paying $15, $20, $25 million to.
Can't.
So you got to try to find some guy. Now, let's be honest. We liked Keita Bates-Diop when I got him. I loved Utah. You loved Diop. I loved Utah Watanabe.
Keita Bates-Diop.
They both sucked.
Yes, they did.
They both sucked.
That's why we're saying we'll see when it comes to this guy.
Azubuike, Chimeze Metu, like we're raving about what the Suns were able to build with all the signings that they were getting. And but I don't this guy's going to come in and he's going to have a role as, you know, a 9th or 10th guy on the roster is what I expect. Now, the other thing is everybody keeps waiting for all these Suns moves. Their roster's pretty full. They're like 15 roster spots.
Oh, I know. That's
what are Suns going to do? Like, not much.
There's not much they can do.
Like, they got
until they trade Bradley Beal.
Right.
Until they trade Bradley Beal and they can start aggregating some salaries and some trades and maybe reshaping the roster a little bit so it's not so 6'5" dominant or not so center dominant and move some things. Or maybe a Nick Richards trade, perhaps, because they guaranteed his salary. There isn't a whole lot they can do right now because of the roster and the way things stand. Reset time when we come back. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. That's next here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Stay with us.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing because it's hot outside. It is hot. It's the hot weather does a lot of damage to your roofs too, especially that underlayment. That underlayment gets cooked. Your roof is like protecting your house 24/7. Your roof, when that sun is out there, 5 a.m. to 8 o'clock at night, your roof is protecting your home. It's an incredible barrier, and that's why I tell everybody every day about JLC Roofing, third-generation roofers right here in Arizona, ready to help you, whether it's monsoon season, which we're in right now. We may get some rain this week, I believe, and then the hot summer months, they take a pounding on your roof. You need to know about JLC Roofing. If you need a new roof, they offer $1,500 off a full replacement roof for our listeners, and our listeners only, $1,500 off a full replacement roof. But they also give free estimates. You might just need a simple repair that's not going to cost a lot of money to keep your roof in working condition. Give them a call at 602 Roofing. That's 602 Roofing.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 $1,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are now back in the win column. They're looking to get back above 500 now tonight. It's Game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants. Zach Gallen will make the start. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And another large domino has fallen in NBA free agency. The Milwaukee Bucks are signing big man Miles Turner to a 4-year contract, and in order to make room for his salary, the Bucks are additionally waiving and stretching the contract of Damian Lillard. Lillard came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade a couple of years ago that helped land the Suns' Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Tuesday afternoon. Here is Lauren with the 4 o'clock reset. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day to you, by the way.
That's right.
Thank you.
You know, in
Thank you.
an era in which deferred salaries are insane, with how much money, Bobby Bonilla, it seems so quaint, doesn't it?
Just $1 million every July 1st.
1.13 million or whatever it is every July 1st. Like,
when does it end?
1.193248 and 20 cents. And it ends in 2035.
Gee, so guys got 10 more years of getting paid.
10 more years of getting $1 million. But it's like,
I'd like some deferred money.
Shohei Ohtani says, hold my beer. You know, Corbin Burns says, hold my beer.
Okay, but at the time when Bonilla got that deal,
at the time it was like, you're going to do what? You're going to pay him $1 million till he's... How old is Bobby Bonilla now?
It's got to be...
He's 62.
60, yeah, I was going to say 60.
72 when this
Bonilla, Bonds, Van Slyke.
Oh, yeah, it was a good team.
It was a good team.
It was a good team. All right, Lauren, what you got for us today? What's going on?
Besides money planning tips,
yes,
we've also got to talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks because they got a 4-2 win over the Giants last night. Ryan Nelson, he was spectacular. He joined you guys earlier in the show today and discussed when this pesky pitch count he's on will go away.
Yeah, I think that it should start going up soon for sure. I don't think that it's not going to be a whole year thing. I think maybe a couple more on the limited pitch count, but nothing more than that.
So you guys can hold off on booing Tory Lavell.
I asked Ryan Nelson if he was booing him when he was talking into his club. Were you booing too with everybody else?
And he said no. And
he said he was not booing the manager.
Thanking the fans for being there.
I was just thanking the fans. I was not booing Tory Lavell.
Even last night, he seemed relatively cool with how it all went down. Like, it helped that they won. You know, I don't know if he would have been cool with it if they had lost that game. But he seemed to understand, and I think this is less about how Ryan Nelson, like some medical issue he's dealing with now, and just more about how unique of a situation it is. He was the long reliever, now he's a starter, then he went back to long relief, now he's starting again. You know, there have been guys in the organization who were converted relievers into starters and vice versa, who suffered elbow injuries because of it. They're being very cautious with Ryan Nelson for that reason alone, right? These varying pitch counts, they don't want to mess with him and his long-term health. That's why they're doing it.
I mean, that's what all the, like, everybody's got all the studies on this stuff, and they've got a diagram to follow and a plan to follow, and they're not throwing guys 125 pitches anymore. They're just not. They're building them up slowly to protect their guys' arms. And even with all the protection, they've still got 17 guys going out with Tommy John surgery this year. Or maybe it's 5, but it's not 17, but it's a lot.
Yeah. And coming down just seconds ago.
I stopped listening to Gambo because I was reading what you're about to read.
All right, what happened?
Gambo was talking.
Gambo, I'm sorry. I also stopped listening to you.
It's okay.
I don't know what you just said.
That's right. I have a wife that doesn't listen to me. I'm used to it.
All right. Well, listen to this, because the Arizona Diamondbacks have released a statement on the fan situation from yesterday saying, quote, while our policy is not to publicly disclose information about our season ticket holders, the Arizona Diamondbacks are making this statement due to public speculations and multiple media inquiries regarding the fan interference incident during last night's game. This particular fan has been involved in multiple offenses at Chase Field. Consequently, we have terminated his Advantage member account, and he is prohibited from returning to Chase Field for the remainder of 2025. This fan will have the opportunity to return to Chase Field in 2026 so long as he meets certain terms and abides by our fan code of conduct.
Okay.
So he's out for the rest of this year.
He is out.
And he can come back next year as long as he promises to be nice and not interfere with baseball games. Okay.
Go to Bickley Murata, get his number. Let's see what he has to say about that. You've been killing. I want to hear what he has to say. What's his name?
Dave.
Dave. How do you feel about what happened? McCaskill, I think.
Right? Yeah.
Dave McCaskill. Yeah, Dave McCaskill.
Thank you for your service, Dave.
Yes.
How do you feel about them kicking you out?
He's been kicked out.
You're not allowed to go.
I think the fact when he showed up on John Boy Media as somebody who's done this again and again and again and again, this is probably where we were going to end up.
Can I ask you a crazy question? What is John Boy Media?
Oh, it's just a online media. It's the one that
Tory Lavell is very aware of.
Yeah.
When he got thrown out of the game, then they always
I just got the statement sent
dub
to me.
what everyone says. And
they like read lips and they dub what everybody says, and they do a good job of kind of looking at video and things like that. So yeah, it's just another media. I'm familiar with them just because they put a lot of interesting content out there. But yeah, the one that, Dalton, the guy who tweets about the Diamondbacks all the time.
Yeah.
He works for John Boy Media.
He does?
Yeah,
Dalton? Nice guy, Dalton.
Yeah.
There you go. Brought it around full circle there.
Nobody needed to know, but there you go. You got it.
All right.
And the San Francisco Giants, they have exercised the 2026 option for manager Bob Melvin today.
Got himself kicked out of last night's game.
I don't blame him.
Well, he wasn't even upset about it. It was something later in the game that got him run. But Bob Melvin has obviously done a very good job with that baseball team, given where they are and how nobody expected him to be in this spot. So it's not a surprise at all.
Think about Bob Melvin was the bench coach on the Diamondbacks World Series team.
Yeah.
He was the bench coach.
He's had a hell of a career.
He's had a hell of a career.
Yeah, I mean,
25 years later, still going strong.
D-backs, A's, Padres, Giants, contract extensions, things getting picked. Yeah, he's had a hell of a managerial career. He's lasted a long time in this game.
I think he was one of the spot. Who were the two of the teams that you just mentioned?
The Diamondbacks, the A's, the Padres, and the Giants. Were the Mariners in there too?
I think there was one other
team. I think
the
Mariners were in there too. I forgot about the Mariners.
Was it the Mariners? Yeah.
I think he's managed every West Coast team except for the Dodgers.
Yeah, he managed Seattle.
Yeah.
2 years married. I knew there was one other team in there.
Sorry, we totally got just
Diamondbacks, A's, Padres, Giants, Seattle.
He's Chris Pauling it. Yeah, he'll be the Dodgers manager.
Had a hell of a career, Bob Melvin.
Yes, bravo, Bob.
And in a little bit of NBA news, the Milwaukee Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire free agent center Miles Turner. Here is Brian Windhorst earlier today.
If the Pacers had matched this offer, they would have gone significantly into the luxury tax, something they haven't done in 20 years. And I do believe if Tyrese Halliburton had not become injured and would have missed this season, the Pacers probably would have been willing to go to this level. but clearly they got to a point where they weren't willing to go. And it's very difficult for them to replace a player of his quality. He's obviously been their center for a decade. So this was really a monetary-based decision. And look, in Indiana, they're an organization that has limited resources. They haven't paid the tax in 20 years for a reason. They've had to build their team around some of the advantages that other deeper-pocketed organizations have. And this is where the reality of their situation has really come to bite.
I'm going to steal this point from Gerald Bourget because he made it this morning on social media, but it's a real good one. Say what you want about Matt Ishbia and whether he's too meddlesome as an owner. A Matt Ishbia-led team would never have allowed Miles Turner to walk to another team because they were afraid to go into the tax. Matt Ishbia would have written that check in record time to keep Miles Turner on the Phoenix Suns, even without Tyrese Halliburton services for a year with a torn Achilles.
And I think that's the kicker. When Horst went on to say that Tyrese Halliburton missing all of next year is kind of the catalyst to
sort
all
of like,
this.
yeah, well, we really shouldn't pay him that money because we're not going to be very good next year. Say what you want about Matt. He would have written that check in record time to bring Miles Turner back.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a really good point by Gerald.
I can't read the Indy papers because I got all these
paywalls.
I'd like to this guy Doyle Turner, his agent Bucks taught us lessons, some uglier than others. Greg Doyle.
Yeah.
I'd like to read the column. I just can't get into it. But yeah, I mean, you just went to the freaking NBA Finals.
Yep.
How do you let that guy go?
Yeah. And then on the other side of the equation, I saw Bobby Marks tweeting today about how you should sign, I'm not saying the Suns, just an NBA team, sign Dame Lillard now. Sign him now so he can rehab in your building so you can keep an eye on him.
37?
Yeah, he's like, I would sign him right now and get him in my building
If you
so
were
I can
who?
watch him. He didn't say. He just said, I would re-sign him. I'll go find the tweet.
People saying, oh, the Suns should do it. Why?
No, he didn't say the Suns.
No, but I've seen a lot of people like, well, we should sign Dame. Why?
Yeah, no, there's no reason for them to.
He's 35 or 36 years old. He's got Achilles injuries are brutal.
Even with the injury, Lillard should be one of the most sought-after free agents. A team should sign him to a 2-year contract and let him rehab in your own facility right now. Bobby Marks tweeted that today. I thought that was fascinating.
I just saw the headline up on ESPN just seconds ago was Mark Spears saying 20 of 30 NBA teams have reached out to Dame.
To get him for 1 year when he's recovered. Sign him now, get ahead of the curve.
20 teams have reached out to him.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
First of all, age is a huge factor here. The guy's 35. The Achilles is another major factor. That is a brutal injury for a basketball player, an Achilles.
No doubt.
Brutal injury. And number 3, he's not going to play next year. So you're talking about 20, he's not going to play 25, 26, 27 season. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Yep.
And quickly, a little bit of news from our NBA reigning champs. Jalen Williams underwent a successful procedure to address a torn ligament in his right wrist. He will be reevaluated in 12 weeks from now. That's September 22nd. So we'll see about that one. And SGA has agreed to a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract extension to stay with the Thunder through the 30-31 season. It is now the richest annual salary for a player in league history.
And well-deserved for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. A lot of money.
Such a great player.
Yes, he is.
Such a great player. Happy he's got that championship. He brought to Oklahoma City what Kevin Durant couldn't.
Indeed.
Take that, KD!
And on that note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
I'm not sure where that angst came from, but that's all right. That's what we're here for every now and then when we come back here on Burns and Gambo. Thank you very much, Lauren. We do appreciate that. We will turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly is the correct answer, but after that, who do you trust when it comes to the Diamondback starters? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A masterclass by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right, it is time to announce our qualifier for Diamondbacks tickets this 4th of July. What better way to celebrate the independence of our nation by going to a baseball game? Javier Mendoza from Glendale. You have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870 to win 2 tickets to see the D-backs and the Royals this 4th of July. If we don't hear from Javier Mendoza within the next 10 minutes, we'll open up the phone lines to somebody else. And if you did not hear your name, you can still qualify by texting firework to 620-620. Listen for your name tomorrow in the 7 a.m. hour, 11 a.m. hour, or 4 p.m. hour. Once again, Javier Mendoza from Glendale. 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870.
1976. I remember that celebration really well.
You do?
How old were you then?
5.
You were 5.
I don't remember it very well.
I was like 10.
Okay.
So I totally remember the whole neighborhood getting together and doing this incredible block party.
Bicentennial celebration.
For the bicentennial celebration of 200 years of America. Yeah, totally remember the whole neighborhood getting together. Every cookouts, the whole day was great.
Yeah, well, 4th of July is always fun, and it's especially fun now. They got the roof they can open and close again with fireworks and all that stuff. They haven't been able to do that for a while. Last night, Ryan Nelson once again flexed and showed his dominance, and it continues to be. I know the story last night was Tory getting booed when he took him out. I get it. I understand. It does detract.
We have Troy tomorrow?
We have Troy tomorrow, 2:30.
Should we start the show with boo?
Come on.
No, we should not start the show with that.
The last time we had Tory on, at least the last time I was here, you went right out of the gates by asking him why he's pitching to Vlad Guerrero. Now you're going to boo him?
Vlad Guerrero? Wow. Going back a way back time machine.
Vlad Jr.
Well, I mean, not that far.
Vlad Jr.
He does have a son.
Vlad Jr.
Yeah, okay, Vlad Jr. All right. I'm just thinking Vladimir Guerrero with the Expos.
I'm sorry. Show of hands here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Right.
Who understood my reference?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's what I thought. Okay.
All right, bad job by me. Bad job by me.
Gambo, you're going to get me in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, no, I don't think we should boo Tory when he's on tomorrow because he's nice enough to join us on a Wednesday, not a Friday. The story should be Ryan Nelson once again wowing us in the starting rotation.
4 straight starts, he's been unbelievable.
I get it. The story is going to be Tory. The story should be Ryan Nelson to the point where our poll question that we've got today is which Diamondback starter do you trust the most right now? Merrill Kelly is winning. It's really close between him and Ryan Nelson. And I know there's a little bit of recency bias when it comes to that with what we saw last night. But Ryan Nelson, just like he did last year, has kind of establishing himself as that guy in this rotation, right?
I think he's. What's incredible to me, there's 2 things about Ryan Nelson that I think about with guy who's going to be a bullpen guy. Wanted to make the team out of spring training, rather be a bullpen guy than be a starter in Reno. Would rather just be on the major league roster, but they were keeping him stretched out because he was their number 6 starter. I'm amazed at one. I think he's blown by Brandon Pfaadt in the pecking order of young Diamondback pitchers.
Amen.
I think Brandon Pfaadt at one point was like leading the National League in wins, but he's pitched so poorly as of late, and you can only rely on him for 5 innings. I think Ryan Nelson has passed him by. The other thing I think about is a rotation that may not have Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and Corbin Burns in it next year. And I look at Ryan Nelson, and I'm a big believer in you got to have a 1 and a 2. 3, 4, and 5s you can go get. I can go get a 4 and a 5 anywhere. I get 3, okay, a little bit more difficult, but you got to have a 1 or a 2. The way Ryan Nelson is pitching, let's be honest, he's pitching like a 2/3. And that's good because 4 and 5s, you could go sign 4 and 5s to 1-year deals for $10 million, and you've got a 4th starter or a 5th starter, or promote a young guy that you like that doesn't make a whole lot, and he could be that guy. But you got to have a 1, you got to have a 2, and you got to have a 3. And I think Ryan Nelson fits into one of those categories for the future.
I think that's kind of in line with what I was thinking watching last night's game, too. Like, I know there's this thought out there that next year the Diamondbacks are going to take a step back, because they're not going to have Corbin Burns for the whole year, and they're not going to have Justin Martinez for the whole year, and they're not going to have A.J. Puck. And what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not saying I've reached this conclusion yet, but what I'm trying to figure out is with Ryan Nelson's emergence, and if you can bring back Merrill Kelly on a 2-year deal, as you and I have discussed, can you put together a competitive enough rotation so that next year doesn't have to be a down year in terms of your ability to compete in the National League? I think a lot of people think next year is just going to be a down year because of all the injuries and all the Tommy John guys being out for most of the year next year. Does Ryan Nelson's emergence allow you to make next year more competitive?
Yes.
And that to me is the real question about Ryan Nelson. Yeah, I mean, this year, we'll see what happens this year. But I don't want to just throw next year into the wind and say, well, that's it. They're not going to be very good next year because all the guys who are hurt and they're losing everybody in free agency. If you can bring back, I mean, who knows? Maybe you can bring back Zach, too. Maybe he decides he wants to come back on a 1-year deal to reestablish some value. But even if you can't, I still think you can bring back Merrill. And if you've got a rotation that kind of starts with Merrill and Ryan and Eduardo and Pfaadt as your 5th guy, can you go out and get one more arm in free agency or through one of these trades to give yourself an opportunity to be competitive again next year?
I lost Montgomery's $25 million.
Yep.
I might lose Naylor. I might lose Suarez. Yep. I might lose Gallen.
Yep.
There's a potential for a lot of money to come off the books.
Yep.
And if that happens, you still now, Lawler replaces Suarez. Big savings right there.
Mm-hmm.
Big savings right there.
I still need a first baseman, but Ketel's in his prime. You see what I'm saying?
Ketel's in his prime. I don't know what you do at first base.
You have to pay. You have to spend. You
got to spend a little bit of money and get a
spend some
first
money and bring
baseman.
in a first baseman.
I like Pavin. I do like Pavin Smith, but man, he strikes out way too much for me.
He's not.
He's striking out way too much.
I know
as a number 3 hitter.
He's not a number 3 hitter anymore. He hasn't been for most of the last month and a half. He's been hitting 6th or 7th in this lineup because for that exact reason, he's after that brilliant first month. Pavin Smith has been just kind of okay out there.
Strikes out way too, and I like him, but he strikes out way too much.
I think you're going to have to invest in a power corner bat, especially with the uncertainty about Lawler. I'm just saying the path to being good next year. If this is who Ryan Nelson's going to be, and if Eduardo Rodriguez has turned some sort of corner and you can bring back Merrill Kelly, I think you can still be competitive next year. I don't think it's asking that much for them to still be competitive, which is why I don't know if I subscribe to this idea of sell everything. You know, if you're going to do that, trade for players who can help you over the next few years and not for prospects who are in single A.
Do you have a true number 1, though?
No, you don't.
I mean,
you don't.
I love Merrill as a 2.
You don't.
If Ryan Nelson's a 3, Erod's a great 4.
You don't have a
Fott's a 5. You don't have that 1.
You don't. But I still.
But you know what? You haven't had a 1 all of this year either, except for a short stint with Corbin Burns.
Exactly.
No, it's true.
Exactly. You haven't.
But look where you are.
Yeah, you're
500.
You're competing though. You're still in it.
You're in it.
You're in it. Mm-hmm. You're still competing. You're not done. You know, you might be close to done, but you're not done. That was a good conversation. I enjoyed that very, very much. When we come back on the Burns, do we have a winner yet, by the way? Has Javier? Okay, come on. Javier Mendoza. Come on. You got like a couple minutes left.
You know what? I'm going to boo Javier. Boo! Boo, Javier! Boo!
Javier Mendoza, you've got like 2 minutes to call us at 602-260-9870 so you can go see the Diamondbacks on the 4th of July. When we come back, the center market took a massive turn earlier today. The Suns don't need one, but one team definitely does. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs. allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in the win column. They're looking to get back above 500 tonight. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants from Chase Field. Zach Gallen will make the start. He opposes the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, they've released a statement regarding an incident that took place during the top of the 8th inning of last night's ball game involving a fan in the outfield. Per the Diamondbacks, they have terminated their Advantage member account, this being the fan, and they have prohibited the fan from returning to Chase Field for the remainder of 2025. The Diamondbacks go on to say the fan will have an opportunity to return to Chase Field in 26 as long as he meets certain terms and abides by our fan code of conduct. Close quote. And then a big move in NBA free agency today. Miles Turner going on a 4-year deal to the Milwaukee Bucks. And in order to make room, Milwaukee is waiving and stretching Damian Lillard. Lillard, as you recall, came to Milwaukee in a 3-team trade that the Suns were a part of, where they moved off of DeAndre Ayton and landed Grayson Allen and Yusuf Nurkic. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
You gonna boo him? Boo! Javier!
Boo this man!
I was waiting for that drop. I knew it was coming. Boo! Javier Mendoza did not call. Sorry, Javier. We hope you have a happy 4th of July anyway. In the meantime, caller number 10 at 602-260-9870. You will go to the Diamondbacks game on the 4th of July and watch the fireworks and eat hot dogs and drink beer and watch the Diamondbacks against Kansas City Royals. If you're caller number 10 at 602-260-9870. And it is my duty to remind everybody to text the word firework to 620-620. Listen tomorrow in the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs and the Royals this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours tomorrow. Do not miss your chance. It's your last chance. Text the word firework to 620-620 right now.
And for all those out there, be careful around fireworks this July 4th.
That public service announcement is
PSA right there.
We don't usually do a lot on the 4th of July. Freaks the dogs out. We kind of like to stay at home and just, calm them a little bit. The fireworks set them off a little bit. Yeah. So, yes, be safe. A little lesson from your Uncle Gambo. Be safe around the fireworks, please. Be careful. Okay, so the big deal in the NBA today was this Dame Lillard getting waived and stretched, and $22.5 million he's getting for the next 5 years for doing nothing. Miles Turner going from the Pacers to the Bucks with the space that they created. One of the potential offshoots of all of this, and this is interesting, I don't know, maybe we're no longer interested in him anymore or where he ends up, but one of the interesting offshoots of all of this is that it was thought, according to Brian Windhorst, that the Milwaukee Bucks might have been looking at either Miles Turner or DeAndre Ayton. And now that DeAndre Ayton's not going to Milwaukee, the Lakers might be the home for DeAndre Ayton.
I'm not sure how they did it. So that's number one. Number two, this has Lakers ramifications because the Lakers were competing with the Bucks for DeAndre Ayton. And so this leaves DeAndre Ayton to go to the Lakers to be their starting center as a possible ramification of this.
Can you imagine DeAndre Ayton and Luka Doncic on the same roster?
And neither one of them on the teams that drafted them. Right?
I know.
Imagine that draft. DeAndre won, and then Luka was fourth.
3 or 4.
Yeah. And neither one of, and after that season, and I would tell you, hey, listen, 2025, DeAndre's not going to be with the Suns. Luka's not going to be with the Mavs. They're going to be on the same team together, but not on their original teams.
He's going to be playing with LeBron in Los Angeles.
They'll be playing with LeBron. If they're playing with LeBron.
If they're playing, we'll get into that in a second, too, because that's kind of interesting, too. Yeah, now, look, DeAndre Ayton, we talk about Bradley Beal taking less money to get bought out. DeAndre Ayton took like a $10 million haircut to get out of Portland so he could go where he wanted to go. I'll tell you this, if LeBron is still in L.A., DeAndre Ayton better mind his P's and Q's if that's where he goes, because I think LeBron James will have little to no tolerance for DeAndre Ayton doing DeAndre Ayton things in L.A. You know what I mean?
I wasn't able to make the game today. There was too much traffic.
Yeah.
I had to turn around and go home.
Too much ice on the road. Couldn't do
it.
It
was popping.
like it's the... You know what I mean? Like LeBron, I just don't think he's
not going to tolerate that type of behavior.
No tolerance for that kind of nonsense.
There was a story on The Athletic from one of those guys that covers the Blazers, and they said the Blazers just couldn't abide DeAndre Ayton's bad ways. It says they could live with him missing shots or his man scoring on him, the injuries, but in the end, they couldn't live with his bad ways. The tardiness to team flights and practices, the skipping of rehabilitation appointments. Fans saw him slam chairs when he was taken out of games. There were tantrums in the locker room when he was sidelined by poor effort. In the end, that's why they drafted a center the last 2 years. Traded for DeAndre Ayton, and they drafted a center the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. So DeAndre Ayton, like, his best basketball may have been the year that they made it to the NBA Finals. He may never regain that level again. Never.
I was listening to you and thinking to myself how far he has fallen, how fast from this guy's going to get a bag. This man's going to get a bag. Was that the Denver series when Chris Paul was doing the post-game interview, right? And he was talking about DeAndre. Yeah. This guy's going to get a bag, man. Yep. How that was, what, the summer of 2021? And this is now the summer of 2025.
It was the summer of 69.
No, it wasn't the summer of 69.
Oh, no.
It wasn't. Oh. It was the summer of 21.
Boo this man!
Boo this man for making a Bryan Adams reference.
Summer of 69.
4 years. 4 years. How quickly he's fallen like that. And if he does go to L.A., boy, buyer beware. Now, as for the L.A. thing, here's Shams Charania on SportsCenter yesterday talking about the latest with the Lakers and LeBron after LeBron picked up his $52.5 million player option to come back to L.A. And then his agent kind of putting a veiled threat out there about how LeBron's going to be watching the Lakers organization to see what they do to stay competitive.
Right now, LeBron James understands the Lakers are prioritizing the future in a lot of ways that really centers around Luka Doncic. And he knows they're going to go younger at different points. They are really prioritizing 2-year contracts right now. They want to have max salary space in 2027. But for his part, at this point in his career, at his age, at 40 years old, going on 41, he wants to compete for a championship, wherever that may be, in Los Angeles, or there are conversations to be had at another point. The Lakers, their president, Rob Pelinka, they're being active. They're trying to figure out how to get a center right now in free agency, try to get some wing depth. LeBron James is very closely evaluating essentially how this goes with the Lakers and where he would want his career to be as he winds down, whether he has 1 year left, 2 years left, or 3 years left. What we're seeing right now is essentially a moment of truth between LeBron James and the Lakers.
I've hinted at some of this stuff in the past with you. LeBron does not like playing with Luka. Reeves does not like playing with Luka. Reeves does not like getting the ball with 2 seconds left on the shot clock. LeBron is not fond of playing with Luka. The Lakers are going to turn their attention to build around Luka, not LeBron.
Of course.
So this is Luka's team now. I would not be shocked if, like he'll probably come back, but I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed no-brainer LeBron comes back to the Lakers, because there are guys that don't like playing with Luka. And maybe LeBron, this is the first time, maybe his ego's so big, he can't handle the fact that there's somebody else now that's on top of the pedestal.
Sure.
You know? It's kind of like
I can see that.
You know, I've been the king of the jungle for so long, but now I'm getting older, and this new lion comes in, and he takes over the pride. Like, you know, and that's what's happening. I think LeBron sees it, but I don't think he likes playing with Luka, and I know Reeves doesn't like playing with him. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens.
Yeah, it is on a couple of fronts. I mean, number one, that $52 million salary, like, who's going to absorb that? Where could he go? Like, if contending now is the goal, who could make that trade for $52 million worth of LeBron that he would want to go? But I think the other thing, and maybe this is an oversimplification of it, is the whole Bronny thing. I mean, this time a year ago, that's all anybody could talk about. Was the Lakers drafting Bronny and LeBron are together on the same team, and Bronny this and Bronny that, right? Like after making the organization go through all of that, are you going to leave him with the bill? You know, I kind of feel like LeBron leaving the Lakers, not wanting to be on the Lakers, would be like, yeah, hey, thanks for drafting my kid and all and playing him when you shouldn't have. Bye. See ya. You got the check, right? Because I'm going to go somewhere else now. You got dinner, right? This one's on you. Man, that's a thing to do. Now, it's LeBron. His ego is limitless, so to him that's not that big of a consideration. But for as much work as went into being on the same roster as his kid, that would seem like a shocking way to kind of undo that.
He got to play with him.
He
got to play with him.
He did, but
what do you think, he's going to play him for 5 years? He got to play with his kid.
I don't know. I don't know what the plan was.
Ken Griffey got to play with Ken Griffey Jr.
Maybe it was. Maybe one season was enough to scratch the itch, and he can say he did it, and he can go on somewhere else. I'll tell you this: if LeBron does go somewhere else, how quickly will Bronny James become an ex-member of the LA Lakers? Right? Like, how long would he even be in the organization anymore after that? Would they? Doesn't seem like he's got a future in this league outside of his father being on the same roster to protect him. For
it's a fair question.
I don't know. I don't even know how much
it's
longer
a fair
he lasts there.
Yeah, nobody ever thought of him as a great prospect.
No,
right? Nobody's ever thought of him as a great prospect. He got to play because, but LeBron's not LeBron is not pulling the strings anymore.
No, he's not.
Like, there was a time when they won it in the bubble, he made every decision. LeBron made every decision.
Sure, I believe it.
Nothing went through that organization without LeBron approving it.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has now set the annual average for star players. Has he set it for years to come? And will Devin Booker break it sometime in the next couple of weeks? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620. And listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for an eye doctor, look no further than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor of your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. For some of you, you just need an eye exam. For others, you might need some new glasses or contact lenses. Nobody does a better job than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center of giving you the best eye exam available and making sure you get the right glasses for you. They also help a lot of people with a vision correction procedure. I had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center many years ago, and it's one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. You can get a LASIK surgery done, too, by the best in the business. He's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures, and that is Dr. Jay Schwartz. All you have to do is call him at 480-483-EYES. Ask about the free thorough eye exam. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. But if you're struggling with your eyesight, you're not seeing the way you'd like to, let's get you in and make an appointment with Dr. Jay Schwartz. That's 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
We referenced this poll question a couple segments ago as kind of a Kickstarter for a conversation about the Diamondbacks rotation. When we introduced this at 2:45, it was shockingly close between the top two guys on the list. Are we still shockingly close on this one, Lauren?
It's only gotten closer.
Closer.
All
right, share.
Right now, which D-back starting pitcher do you trust the most?
Merrill Kelly.
Yes.
Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly is still leading the way, but only with 48% of the vote, 43% going with Ryan Nelson.
It's like a swing state right now. It's close.
Merrill Kelly.
We're counting the
Nelson.
counties.
Like a swing state.
We're counting the counties right now. We're waiting for all the precincts to report. So that leaves, 9% to be divvied up among the other three?
Erod and Gallen and Fott. Gallen and Fott getting 2% of the vote.
Wow. Tonight's This has been a rough season for Zach Gallen. I don't know what to make of it. I don't understand why it's happening. And I'm not saying he corrects that all with one start tonight. Tonight's a big night for Zach Gallen.
He could turn it. There's still time to turn it around.
There is.
But like every 5 days that goes by that you don't turn it around.
Yep.
Like a position player, you're looking at, I got 20-something games. You're starting pitcher, you might got 4 or 5 games in the month. Like, you blow a start, you're not pitching again for a while.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll talk about Zach Gallen coming up in a little bit as well, because it is a big start for him. That is the poll question. A little bit surprising of the results. Please go to our X account at Burns and Gambo. One word is where you can get it. And as always, you follow us on X, follow us on Insta, follow us on Facebook. YouTube, subscribe to Arizona Sports at YouTube. You can watch our show either on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or just subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube, and you can watch our show. We wave to the YouTubers. Hello, YouTubers.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Our podcast is also available on Napster. If you have that, it's now available on Napster.
No, it's not, Gambo. No, it's not. No. Something else happened in the NBA today. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder. 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract that will pay him $63 million, $68 million, $73 million, $78.7 million. That's in addition to, I know, right? Like it's just... as the new media deals continue to come in.
4 years, $285 million.
Yeah, and you know what? He's a guy that you can say because of his age and his success that you just go, yeah, blank check it. Give it to him.
He could have waited till next summer, and then he could have signed a 5-year, $379 million deal. Seriously. If he would have waited one more year, he could have got 5 years and $379 instead of 4 years and $285.
He joined a very exclusive list this past season, winning the MVP and Finals MVP in the same season. Guys like Jordan, LeBron, Bird, Duncan, Shaq, Hakeem, Magic, Moses Malone, Kareem, and Willis Reed are the only guys who have ever done it.
Wow.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's on that
How
list.
is he's going to make $71 million a year? Is there that much revenue coming in?
Yeah, there is.
$71 million per year is going to be his average salary.
These new media deals that the NBA has signed with Amazon and with NBC, yeah, there's that much money coming in. There's that much. And the funny thing about it is, depending on how this goes, if you're looking at average annual value anyway, at some point in the next couple of weeks, Devin Booker could pass him, potentially. He's eligible for that 2-year, $150 million extension that would tack on 2 years, the $75 million in average annual value would set a new league record if that's what he ends up getting.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you've heard anything about whether he's getting it or whether it doesn't really matter. He's still under, I mean, it matters. I don't want to say it doesn't matter. He's not going anywhere. He's obviously the cornerstone in the face. They've made it that abundantly clear. But to solidify that with a contract extension, and I believe he's eligible to get it on July 6th. It's like the first day he can get it. Everybody seems to think that it's just a no-brainer and it's going to happen and he's going to get paid.
Yeah. I'll check. I mean, I would imagine it's going to happen too, but I haven't spent a lot of time on that between the Durant trade and the draft and all of that stuff. I do know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was smart enough to fire his agent not too long ago. Like, I don't need you
for, right?
It's super. He fired his agent because, you know, this was just a formality. He knew he was going to get this big contract. Why pay 2-3%, whatever it is, to somebody?
I guess the only thing it would, there are lots of things that it would say, but I think the main thing it would say to me, if Devin Booker is offered this contract extension and signs this contract extension and tacks 2 more years and another $150 million on his contract, is that while it certainly is a lot of money and money talks, and at the end of the day, it's probably about the money, it does also, I think, serve as his endorsement for everything that's gone down this offseason. The hiring of Jordan Ott, the hiring of Brian Gregory, the internal memo of Matt Ishbia, the Kevin Durant trade, whatever they do with Bradley Beal. I mean, like, right? Can't we look upon a Devin Booker extension as his rubber stamp of approval for everything that they've done over the last few weeks?
I think you would.
Because if he doesn't sign an extension, that to me almost becomes the bigger story than if he does. Like, if he does, He got offered $150 million. Of course, what's he going to say? No.
Is he waiting to see how this year plays out?
But if he doesn't, is he waiting to see how it plays out? Is he trying to, I think the story becomes more interesting if he doesn't get the extension. At this point, it's just assumed that he is going to. I wonder if he doesn't.
If he didn't.
Or if he didn't.
Sure.
You
would think about, is he holding his cards close to his vest to see how the year's going to go? Listen, we've always believed that Devin Booker likes it here and wants to be here, and he's the face of the franchise, and that's not going to change. He's more the face of the franchise now than he's been at any other time. Because when he was the face of the franchise before they were good, they were winning 21 games a year. You were the face of nothing. Then when they got Chris Paul, it was like, Chris Paul got so much of the credit. Then they got Kevin Durant. Oh, he got rid of the greatest one. Now, he is more the face of the franchise today than at any time in his career, I think.
You are correct. You are absolutely right.
There's nobody to share the mantle with.
No, there is.
Not sharing it with Durant, Beal. You're not sharing it with Chris Paul. Listen, say what you want. Chris Paul gets so much credit, and rightfully so, for dragging that team to the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
He does.
He does, as he should. As he should. I was just thinking about if he does sign it, if for whatever reason the parties change their mind, the Suns change their mind about their rebuild, or Devin Booker changes his mind about not wanting to be a part of it, the window to trade him, if you wanted to re-explore that, it's still open for a few years for the Suns.
Sure.
He's 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it closes in a year or two because of his age. He's still very much in his prime for the next 3 to 4 years. You could move him
$75 million a year going to prevent guys? That's the thing I think about. We're talking about Bradley Beal at $50 million, right? And how bad of a disaster it is. How much of a risk is it trading for somebody making $75 million?
Yeah, I would assume because everybody's salary is going to go up, it's probably all proportional to itself, right? The guys that you're trading him for, they're all going to be making more money too. So cobbling together the salaries to trade for a $75 million player is the same as it was cobbling together the salaries for a $50 million player, because everyone's going to be making more across the board, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. There does come a point, if that player for some reason is not wanted anymore, man, it becomes a hard salary to trade, in my opinion.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we've been teasing this one. We'll come back and talk about it. Zach Gallen getting the start tonight for the Diamondbacks. How important is it for him to pitch well tonight, to pitch well this month? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Where does your mind go first when I say, does an Arizona Cardinal reach the top 100?
Buda Baker, to me, you're not going to find a better football player than Buda Baker. It's impossible. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of guys that have actually played the game of football. And yet nobody plays it better than Buda because of how he plays. Trey McBride he is stepped on stage, has he not, as one of the finest tight ends in the football universe. So Trey McBride, where he's going to be, I don't know. But those are the first two guys that I think of.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Wolf. You've been hearing me talk about Tim Hovig's Santan Ford for years now, and for good reason. The people are awesome, and they don't leave. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you. Experience or no experience, the requirement is to be a good person. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and ask for a sales manager. That's why I say I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in the win column after last night. Tonight, the goal is to get above 500. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants. Zach Gallen is making the start. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, the team has released a statement following an incident in the top of the 8th inning last night. After it was determined that the fan involved with disrupting play was also a repeat offender, the Diamondbacks have terminated his Advantage member account and banned him from Chase Field for the remainder of the 2025 season. The team says that he has the opportunity to be reinstated for the 2026 season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Jarrett. Will the Diamondbacks get another win, or will the Giants or one of their own fans try to steal victory from them again? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Since we're talking Diamondbacks here, 5 o'clock hour, Burns and Gambo. Hi, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Now seems as good a time as any to point out the good news and the bad news about the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. You ready for this?
Okay. All right,
down?
good news.
Okay.
Good news.
The good news was that Josh Naylor was put back in the lineup for tonight's game after
Let's
missing
go.
the last few. It was good to see
Let's
him
go.
back. Good to see them start getting guys back. The bad news is he was just scratched from tonight's lineup.
That happened last week, too, where they put him in the lineup and then they scratched him.
Did it happen last week?
Yeah. Did they say why he was scratched?
Did Tory say why he was scratched? We have...
I'm going back through the audio now, but he's been dealing with, I think it was neck stiffness
neck and
or
shoulder
spasms.
stiffness. Yeah. So they thought he was good enough to go tonight. He is not good enough to go tonight, so no Josh Naylor.
So that's bad. So good news turns into bad news. So there's not you get good news and bad news. You just got good news that turned into bad news.
Yes, exactly. I kind of manipulated the truth there a little bit, but it was good news, and then it turned into bad news. The thing about tonight is it's a Zach Gallen start. And we've got this poll question that we're asking about which Diamondback starter do you trust the most right now, and it's a dead heat, neck and neck, between Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson. And there's some recency bias in there, obviously, with Nelson and how he's pitched. I think you and I would both say it's Merrill Kelly. It is a shockingly low number how many people are saying Zach Gallen. And I guess it's not shocking considering the season that he's had. But what is shocking is trying to get to the bottom of why Zach Gallen is having such an awful season. He's one of the worst in baseball when it comes to qualified ERAs in terms of, having the number of starts.
Lots of walks.
Tons of walks. His strikeout to walk ratio is the worst of his career. I mean, he's not even close to the kind of pitcher that we're used to seeing him being. And it's kind of shaking us all, right? Like even the most casual Diamondback fan, you're just used to Zach Gallen being good, and it's so weird when he's not, because he is not right now.
Did we have Zach Gallen on last week when Burnsy was away? Yeah, we had him on last week, and we had a really good conversation with him, like a real good conversation with Zach Gallen. And I asked him again, like the contract, like, are you sure like this hasn't played any factor in, the decision here? Like you're struggling, and he didn't think it did. He talked about something that was pretty interesting, too, is like, with all the Tommy John surgeries, he talked about, like, the pitch count, like, having to throw the ball, not having enough time to recover on my pitches. And the pitches, he thinks, affect some guys with the elbow. And I wonder if that relates to him, too, just in pitching. But he's not, he's not locating the way he is. The walks are really high for him. He's going to have so many more walks this year than he did in previous years, so the location's not there. And look, when your fastball has 3 miles per hour or less giddy up on it, it's going to affect all your breaking pitches too, and I think that's what's happened to him.
Tory Lavell last week on Gallen struggles.
We need Zach Gallen front and center to get to where we need to get to, and he like embraces that pressure. He loves that. He chews that up and just says, let's go, I want to get it done. So this isn't for a lack of trying or a lack of effort or lack of understanding. I'm not sure exactly what the data is showing. I haven't dug into it too deep. But I do know from what my eyes are telling me that it looks like he is working, trying to work counts, throw perfect pitches instead of throwing convicted pitches and sticking with his strength. So if I had to say one thing to you, it's pitching too much to a game plan where he's trying to poke holes in what's going on through the hitter's weakness, versus him going out there and saying it's Powerball, I'm Zach Gallen, let's go ahead and get it on.
Yeah, and so to say this is a big start for him tonight is obvious. It's a big start for him. I think every start for him between now and the trade deadline is big because we're just trying to assess what does it all mean for him. I would assume if the Diamondbacks do become sellers, that Zach Gallen would be a commodity on the market.
At what level? Because I don't know that anybody looks at Zach Gallen with the way he's pitching and says, this guy's starting game 1 or game 2 of a playoff game for me.
And that's exactly the point I was going to make. But the return that you would get on Zach Gallen, would be shockingly low. It would be
right.
To the point where you'd have to question yourself, is it worth just keeping him for the rest of the year? And if he walks, you get a comp pick, and you might be better off doing that versus trading him when his value, you still get something for him because he's a starter who can help a team. but he's certainly not going to a team and being a 1 or being a 2, not with the way he's pitched this year.
He's a 3 or 4 on these teams.
You might be better off holding on to him. Merrill Kelly's probably more of a commodity at the deadline than
no
Zach
question.
Gallen
And
is.
especially with his postseason performances, too, and how clutch he was. Yeah, if I'm a team out there, I could trade for Gallen or Kelly. I'm trading for Merrill Kelly. Now, this hurts because, I like Zach Gallen. I hate seeing him struggle the way he is. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Amen. He's been a great Diamondback.
I really like Zach Gallen. I hate seeing him struggle like this. Like, it pains me to see him struggle. But I do think if it comes to the trade deadline and he's pitching the way he is, I don't know if there's going to be any takers. Like, he's a commodity at what level? At what level? I mean, nobody's going to look at Zach Gallen and say, that guy's going to pitch in a playoff game for me right now.
If you can get him for dirt cheap, somebody might. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe people would. My brain has a hard time saying there'd be no takers for Zach Gallen.
Okay, but you're sending scouts to watch Zach Gallen pitch tonight. Zach Gallen continues. Scouts are coming back. What are you seeing in Zach Gallen? Fastball's got no pop to it. He walks a lot of guys. He's got no control. It's like your scouting reports on him are not going to come back very good. So this isn't bad luck here. He's just not pitching very well.
He's given up 20 earned runs in his last 4 starts. He's and then the previous
one was 6 runs in 1 inning.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this thing here real quick. I shouldn't do it because it's probably going to make me. God, this is crazy. So he had, of his last 9 starts, he had 1 really good one against Atlanta where he went 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 total. The 9 starts, including that 1 good one, he's got an ERA of 7 in his last 9 starts.
He's
7.
He's projected to walk 81 batters this year. You know how many batters he walked last year?
35?
54.
Okay.
The year before, 47, 49, 25, 36. He's projected to have over 80 just walking too many batters.
Yeah.
Strikeout to walk ratio is not that great.
But something you said earlier is true. And maybe this is wishful thinking, or maybe this is glasses half full thinking. There's time for him to turn it around. You know, it's not nobody's given up on him. No one's saying he can't. No one's saying he won't. He's certainly there's time for him to still contribute either to the trade deadline if the Diamondbacks are out of this, or to the starting rotation if the Diamondbacks are in it, which is why every single start from here on out is almost must-watch TV, right? Like, is this the night that he turns it around? Is this the night that he looks like Zach Gallen? Because you just want to believe that guy is in there somewhere.
There was, the projections for what his contract was going to be was through the roof. Tim Britton from The Athletic projected that Gallen could land a 7-year, $187 million contract on March 13th. On March 13th, Tim Britton from The Athletic projected Gallen 7 years, 187.
You ain't getting
He's
that.
getting 1 year and $10 million right now the way he's pitching.
Yep.
Spotrac valued him at $138 million. People said, well, okay, look what Corbin Burns just got, 6 years and 210. Like, this is a guy that's had Cy Young consideration in each of his previous 3 years. He was about to cash in on a gigantic deal, and now he's looking at a 1-year prove-it deal, probably.
Vitalence is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame, this week here, it's the lowest week of the summer for donations. They could really use your help. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details on this blood drive coming up this Sunday. When we come back, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal, what can they do? What will they do? And how big of a hurry are they to do it? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, Shelby ready. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that's barreled. Deep center field. Thomas back now. He settles, and he'll make the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. A master class by Ryan Nelson. The bullpen shows its muscles late in the ball game, and for the first time in his career, Shelby Miller records a 4-out save as the D-backs win 4-2.
1 down, 3 to go versus the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
love telling you about Sanderson Ford, and you can take advantage of this great deal going on right now because it's going to end July 7th. Ford Motor Company has announced it's going to end the employee pricing. So it's Sanderson Ford. You can still get employee pricing right now for one more week. Now is the time to save thousands on new Ford vehicles during the final days. Not only will you receive employee pricing, you'll also get additional Ford rebates, Sanderson Ford discounts, and special finance offers. Get Bronco Sports for $27,900, Escapes for $28,700, and the F-150 STX Super Crew trucks for $41,700. Plus, get an additional $1,000 military recognition discounts for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. They also, you can stop by, pick up a pair of Diamondback tickets with no test drive required. Online for more info at sandersonford.com.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with Bradley Beal? They say teams want to trade for him, but who are these people? We'll discuss it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
We'll just skip right past that one and tell you about what Kevin O'Connor had to say when he was on with us earlier today as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Always a pleasure to have Kevin O'Connor on the show. From Yahoo Sports, the Kevin O'Connor podcasts. Gambo was a guest of his, when the Kevin Durant trade went down?
The day the Durant trade went down, I got hit by so many different people to do hits. I did Cam Cox, because I like Cam, so I did Cam Cox's show on Channel 12, and then I did Kevin O'Connor's podcast. So we have a good relationship. When he asks me to come on, I come on, so that if I ask him to come on, he'll come on with us.
Yeah, so we had him on today, and now that the Kevin Durant, we'll tell you what he had to say about the Durant trade because he's had some time to process it. About the Suns draft, he had some very strong comments about that. But Bradley Beal, that would seem to be the next thing on the to-do list for the Suns, is to figure out, do you have a trade partner? Do you waive and stretch him like the Bucks did with Dame Lillard? We asked Kevin O'Connor today what he thinks the most likely outcome is for Bradley Beal and the Suns.
I mean, it feels like a trade is highly improbable at this point. Teams are, running out of money in free agency, and it's just not a lot of destinations that you can imagine getting to that number for him in a trade. So I would imagine that a buyout would be most likely involving Bradley Beal and him perhaps giving something back. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Damian Lillard didn't give anything back. He's going to get all of that money. And so if you're Bradley Beal and his representation, I'm sure you could make the argument, well, Damian Lillard just had that when he's Damian Lillard and he's out for a season. With Bradley Beal, why would we have to give anything back? So I'm sure those negotiations will happen, but ultimately, if you're Bradley Beal and you really want to go to a situation where you're wanted in a team, because you could sign anywhere, maybe giving something back is advantageous for you. And so I think that's the most likely outcome for him.
Yeah, because that is ultimately the point of all of this. Bradley Beal cannot possibly, under any set of circumstances, feel like he's wanted by the Phoenix Suns. He just
guy's made $318 million in his career. Like, it really, I know you never want to give. He's made $318 million in his career, and it's not like you can't go sign with somebody else.
Sure, of course.
Like, at this point, like, go find some place to go play and be happy.
I know.
You're 32. You're going to be 32 years old.
But I know I sound like a broken record on this one, and I don't mean to. All of that is logical, and it makes sense, and it's rational, and it just makes me wonder why the hell it hasn't happened yet.
318 doesn't even count the 110 he has left to make.
Why hasn't it happened yet? Because it all makes it, you're not wanted here. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows you're not going to set foot in that locker room again. Even if they were to bring you back, they're just going to send you home. They don't want you there
explore
anymore.
Every option to trade them.
But I mean, at this point, and Kevin O'Connor even said he's got to think that market at this point is probably dried up. That there's not a whole lot there.
But you're trading him. If you traded Bradley Beal, you're not trading him for like a player. You're trading him for another team's bad player.
I totally get that.
You take my bad player, I'll take your bad player. And then I'll buy out your bad player who might be making less than Bradley Beal.
But again, given the urgency on the Suns' side to get something done quickly so they can get out of the second apron, so they can start doing anything else they might want to do in terms of aggregating salaries or signing players to mid-level exceptions, or they can't do any of that until they trade Bradley Beal, which is why I asked O'Connor about the urgency in this situation.
I think there's urgency for both sides, really. I think for the Suns, there's urgency, and if I'm Bradley Beal's representation, I want him to be let go as soon as possible as well, because eventually those mid-level exceptions, $14.1 million, are going to get dried up. Teams are going to offer those elsewhere, and the preferred destinations aren't going to be there for you anymore. And so I think for Bradley Beal's side of things, there may be even more urgency than there is on the side of the Phoenix Suns, considering those situations could dry up, and suddenly you're like, okay, well, what are we looking at here? We're not looking at $14 million. We're looking at vet minimum or the room mid-level exception, and that's a hell of a lot less money
it's
for
such a good point.
Bradley Beal.
If you want to make up the money that you're going to lose in a buyout with the Phoenix Suns, you better agree to that buyout pretty quick before those teams that can offer that spend it.
Use it up.
You better do it now. And so to me, this isn't fake urgency. This is very real. Everybody's got to get this done very, very quickly. And I trust me, I hear everything you're saying about trading him for another bad contract and waiving and stretching that guy, or Bradley Beal giving money back, all of it. I get. I just would have thought, like, if you had told me Dame Lillard is going to get waived and stretched before Bradley Beal, I wouldn't have had that on the old bingo card today. You know what I mean? Like, I would have thought Bradley Beal would have gotten done
easier to do
before. I know, because
Brad is just more complicated because of the Nas Little, and
Brad
he's
has
got
to
approve it, and there's a no trade clause. There's a hey, you're going to buy me out, I'm going to lose $20 million a year. Like, I don't want to lose it, like, or whatever the buyout number is.
It's like $14
million a year. It's the mid-level.
$14 million total.
Yeah.
It's $14 million total that he's given back.
This should be nothing. The guy's going to make over $400 million in his career. Over $400 million. $14 million. Okay, taxes, agent fees. What are we talking about here? $8 million you're going to walk away from? Go play somewhere where you can be happy. The Suns don't want you. Like you're not wanted.
Yeah.
Now, again, I mean, if you could find a trade partner, find a trade partner. But this team is moving on. And you can't look in the past. I mean, Bradley Beal's, that's why I don't think you bring Chris Paul back either. It's time to move forward. And I think it's easier to move forward once Durant and Beal are off the team. Durant's gone. I think Beal needs to be next.
Kevin O'Connor thought the Suns absolutely nailed the draft.
I think like all three of those picks, the Suns, I mean, look, maybe Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia, those guys know exactly what they're doing because I thought they nailed it on draft night. All three of those picks I love for the team, and I love for the fit around Devin Booker as well because they're upside guys and great fits with Book.
Specifically Maluach.
I mean, with Maluach in the first round, you get just an upside two-way big. He's an elite lob guy. He got great touch. He could become a shooter, and he's an excellent rim protector who's rapidly improved. He's raw, had 0 rebounds in his last game at Duke, so there's ways for him to improve, but a major upside.
Fleming?
Rasheer Fleming with the 31st pick out of St. Joe's. With him, you're getting typical 3-and-D style guy. He hasn't faced a high level of competition at St. Joe's, struggled in some tougher opponents, especially towards the latter end of the season, but knockdown shooter, can do the simple stuff on offense, plays hard on defense, has just great size as well. So to get him at 31, and it was kind of a bidding war for that 31st pick, it seems like, was a win.
And he liked Kobe Bryant, too.
He did love the Brea pick.
I got that. I got that cut here, too. I'll play that time.
And then you get Kobe Bryant after that, one of the best shooters in this entire draft class. And with Brea, he's going to come in right away from day one. I think in Summer League, Suns fans are going to see right away, like, whoa, this dude is lights out. Like, he has a skill that is going to allow him a lot of chances over the years of the NBA. I had him, I think, ranked in the late 30s or early 40s. And with him, he can do more than just shoot as well. The only question with him is defense and how much he'll be a reliable defender. But offensively, he can shoot off a movement and he can shoot off the dribble. And so I think with him, he's not just some specialist stand still in the corner. He's a guy you can use in creative actions, and he can hit a 1 or 2 dribble pull up or sidestep off the dribble as well.
He was raving about the Suns draft the moment it was over. Like, wow. Like, oh, my God. Well, yeah, he loved what they did.
A's for all three guys,
he
if I remember his
loved
tweet.
it. Absolutely loved their draft. And they did. The Suns killed it. And, maybe they know maybe these guys really know what they're doing. So, I think that I think with all the positive that are going on, with what they did and what they accomplished, there's some momentum. And I said this when you were gone last week. Did last week feel like turning the page? Did it feel like the start of something new with Phoenix? And the answer is yes. But part of that also is like you can't bring back Bradley Beal.
Yeah, no, you can't. No, you can't bring back. Look. I know we weren't on the air together when it went down. I didn't love the Kevin Durant trade. I didn't like what they didn't get back.
Where'd you
from
find
Houston.
out about it?
Yeah, you called me about it on Sunday morning. It was from you. I didn't like it, and I told you on the phone. I'm like, I don't like this deal. I don't like that there weren't more draft picks. I don't like that there weren't more younger players, and I don't like that Green wasn't in the pick.
The 10th pick was always the key.
To me, other stuff needed to be the key. You know, like I don't think the 10th pick was enough of a key.
I think it was. I think it was a big factor.
Like I wanted Jabari.
Yeah.
I wanted some of their younger players, or I wanted more of the draft picks. It wasn't enough. But the draft, I loved. I don't know if I like Mark Williams, but I love the rest of it. I thought the rest of it was really, really good. I'm not a big fan of Mark Williams.
You got to include Maluach as part of the KD trade, though. Like you have to. They wouldn't have had that pick if they wouldn't have had the 10th pick if they didn't make the trade.
I still hated it. I just didn't like it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we keep our attention on the Phoenix. We turn our attention, I should say, to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Scenarios for the Diamondbacks that they could explore at the trade deadline. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last season.
Especially on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of like get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Terrific time to buy right now. The Lund Mortgage team helping so many people out, refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. This is a buyer's market. Sellers are a lot more likely to negotiate a good deal. Rates are now looking more promising as well. If you've been sitting on the fence about buying a house, I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team. They're waiting for your call. If you're a renter, they can help you get into a house. How do they do it? They get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. That's right. You can be pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free with the Lund Mortgage team. That's the first step in being on your way to owning your own home. The American dream, owning your own home. You don't have to rent anymore. Again, great time. A lot of houses on the market. Prices are coming down. This is a good time to jump everybody in line and get involved. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks back in the win column after last night. Tonight, they're looking to get above 500. It's game 2 of 4 against the division rival Giants. The lineup card was released. Josh Naylor was in the initial lineup, but he has been scratched as of late. He's been dealing with a neck/shoulder issue. Zach Gallen makes the start tonight. He'll oppose the young right-hander Hayden Birdsong. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, the team released a statement following an incident in the top of the 8th inning of last night's game. After it was determined that the fan involved with disrupting play was also a repeat offender, the Diamondbacks have terminated his Advantage member account and banned him from Chase Field for the remainder of this season. The team says that he has the opportunity to be reinstated next year. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight. Game 2 in their series against the San Francisco Giants. That one starts at 6:40. No Mercury basketball until Thursday when they'll take on the Wings. So no Mercury basketball tonight. There, of course, is baseball on as well across the bigs. If you want to check that out as well, if you're into scoreboard watching. Probably a little early to do that, though I did notice last night that just about every team the Diamondbacks would want to have lost last night.
Yeah, so they pulled a 4 out of the wild card instead of 5. The problem to me is still the amount of teams that are between them and where they got to get to.
No doubt.
Because you've got a lot of games left, but there's still so many teams ahead of you.
No, yeah, I took a screenshot, and I did this yesterday too. I'm probably going to do this a little more often every now and then. The wild card standings now and the wild card standings a year ago, because the record is almost exactly the same for the Diamondbacks. The record is actually a little bit better this year than it was exactly this time a year ago last year. It's the number of teams in front of them that has changed. Last year, only the Mets and the Cardinals were in their way from a wild card spot. This year, it's the Reds, the Giants, the Padres, and the Cardinals. 4 teams instead of 2. This time a year ago, it was 2 teams that were in front of them. Now it's 4.
But you also weren't dealing with the massive amount of injuries that I know every other team has injuries. I get it, but the Diamondbacks have had a massive amount of injuries.
Yeah, especially in their bullpen, and Corbin Burns and Corbin Carroll, who maybe will be back in time for the All-Star break. We'll see. That is what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening. We also played this sound earlier for you. This is John Morosi on the MLB Network this morning talking about trade deadline stuff. We're a month away, July 31st. We'll have all kinds, because who knows where we are and where things stand, and the Diamondbacks obviously in a position to be premium sellers if that's the way the season goes. And Morosi today in particular was focused on Eugenio Suarez.
No, the D-backs are exactly at 500 in one of the deepest and best, perhaps the best division in Major League Baseball. So the D-backs are now faced with a very difficult calculation, Lauren. Do you go for it when you've got 3 quality teams above you, or do you take a look at Eugenio Suarez, realize he is probably the best power hitter in the game who is on an expiring contract, and see what you can get for him? Now, I will say this. The number of teams that have a clear need at third base and are definite contenders and buyers is sort of small right now. That actually works against the potential of a Suarez deal. But the one team that I think is a clear fit, abundantly obvious fit, the Seattle Mariners.
You mentioned the Yankees.
The Yankees are playing Jazz Chisholm at third base. It's a disaster. The Yankees could use a third baseman.
He later on went to mention the LA Angels as well as a team that is surprisingly a contender and could be in the services for Suarez. But I did think it was interesting that he said there's not a ton of teams yet, which is why, Mike Hazen said it a million times, if not more, that most of these deals, and he's referencing pitching more so than positional players, but most of these deals really don't crystallize until closer to the deadline, because that's when that desperation kind of kicks in, right? Like it's if somebody were to offer a sweetheart deal for Eugenio Suarez right now, today, on July 1st, it would have to be good enough to convince Mike Hazen that he couldn't get better at the deadline, which means it would have to be a damn good deal for him to do it now instead of waiting when he can leverage multiple teams against each other, right? So it's just deals, yeah, of course.
That's why deals don't usually happen right now.
Of course,
they usually come down
the
to the
Devers
deadline.
deal happened. Last year it was a Rise happened. Of course, deals happen early, but for the most part, most deals happen in the last few days because these teams that are selling want to leverage as many potential buyers against each other as they possibly can to get the best deal. So I just don't think we can talk about the Diamondbacks being sellers and what they might sell, but where the rubber meets the road and where it actually happens, we're still weeks away from this happening.
So if this team falls out of it and they trade Geno Suarez, the plan will be to call up Jordan Lawler as long as he's healthy and play him every single day. And if he hits 115, he hits 115. But they got to get him the experience, and they can't in and out of the lineup. They just got to play him. So I would expect that's going to happen based on what I know. Suarez gets traded. Lawler comes up. He's not a second baseman. That experiment's over. They don't want him to play second base anymore. He's a third baseman. So he'll get a chance to prove himself, to show, and that'll showcase him to see if they need a third baseman next year, or he's the guy. So I would expect Suarez gets traded. Look, he's on the verge of probably getting a 3-year deal. If he hits 45 home runs this year, he's going to get paid. We can look at Christian Walker. He had a career year, and he got $22 million a year. Suarez is going to get a really good contract if he continues to play the way he's playing, because he has had a great year. But, yeah, I expect if I got a phone call right now and they blew me away with an offer, I would make the trade. I'm going to look at my team, and I'm going to say, listen, I know I'm shorting you guys of about 4 weeks of – when's the trade deadline exactly?
July 31st.
I'm shorting you guys of 1 month of baseball. And I know that says I don't believe in you, but in my heart, like I wouldn't believe that this team could do it. I'd have to get blown away.
Blown away.
But if not, I'll take it to the deadline.
Yeah, and that to me is the distinction here. That's why whether the Diamondbacks should sell or not it's a conversation worth having, but it really doesn't have any meaning to it until we get closer to the deadline, because I just don't see that offer coming in. Now, there's no reason. It's just not how it works. It's not how the trade deadline works. Every now and then you're going to get a deal before the deadline, but for the most part, they come down within about 72 hours before the action. So if somebody blows them away, I would agree with you on this. If somebody calls the Diamondbacks and makes an offer for Suarez, and Mike Hazen, who's very smart, looks at it and goes, "I'm not going to do any better than that. That's an unbelievable." Then take it. Take it and deal with it. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You're going to get Corbin Carroll back. You're going to get Gabby Moreno back, but you're not getting Corbin Burns back.
No.
You're not getting A.J. Puck back. You're not getting Justin Martinez back.
But I'll tell you, and I know you're not going to have Corbin Burns next year, and you're not going to have Puck, and you're not going to have Martinez, and that's a bad beat, okay? But I also think that with the emergence of Ryan Nelson and with the way Eduardo Rodriguez has been pitching as of late, I don't think next year is hopeless either. Like, I don't want to see
I don't either. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think next year is this, I'll burn it all down, start all over, reset, and wait for Corbin Burns to come back. I don't think you have to do that next year with the emergence of some of your young pitching and the fact that you're going to have money to spend next year. So much money comes off the books.
Yeah, Montgomery's
so
money,
much money.
Suarez, Gallen, Naylor. Like, there's a lot of money that will come off the books that you could use for other pitching.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we will preview Game 2, Giants, Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it on D-Backs on Deck. That's next here on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Right now, Ryan Nelson, I would say, is as close to an untouchable on this roster as you have.
I mean, he's been one of your best starting pitchers all season. When he has started, again, for a good chunk of the year, he wasn't starting, obviously, as everybody knows. And then his very first start came against the Mets, but it was like a spot start, and it wasn't like amazing. But since he's come back in, he's been arguably your best starter. I mean, it's either him or Merrill Kelly or Erod. Erod has been great in June, but very clearly, those are your three best starting pitchers right now on July 1st.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Recent studies just showed that 72 Sold certified agents are chosen by Phoenix area home sellers just like you 4 times more often than agents who sell homes the traditional way. Why? It's no wonder. 5.8%. 72 Sold certified agents are selling homes at a 5.8% higher median price than agents who sell homes the traditional way. A better agent, a better price at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
That 4-game losing streak in the rearview mirror for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are back home tonight, continuing their homestand and continuing their 4-game series against the division rival San Francisco Giants. Game 2 of that 4-game series. Coming up next here on Arizona Sports. Stay with us for Diamondbacks baseball as we preview the game. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Zach Gallen getting the start. The 29-year-old right-hander is 5-9 with a 5.75 ERA. Still shocking to see that both the number of losses and how high that ERA is. He is opposed by 23-year-old right-hander Hayden Birdsong, who this year, splitting time as a reliever and as a starter, is 3-2 with a 4.13 ERA.
Yeah, no relation, I don't believe, to the former basketball player Otis Birdsong, who I remember with the Nets.
Doubt it, but we'll check.
Yeah,
we'll check. See.
Yeah, 8 started the season. He, like you said, he was in the bullpen, 6th-round pick out of Eastern Illinois, and made his major league debut last season. He struggled a little bit last time out, gave up a season-high 7 runs on 4 hits with 2 home runs, so keep your eye on that. This will be his 4th career appearance against the Diamondbacks, so he has faced them a few times before.
Last 2 outings have not gone very well for Hayden Birdsong. He's given up 12 runs, 11 earned in 8 1/3. As far as Zach Gallen goes, we've had some conversations about Zach Gallen today. We're all very familiar with the struggles that he's had. His last 4 outings combined, he's given up 20 earned runs in those starts. A lot of contact, a lot of walks. Although I will say, in back-to-back starts, he's walked only 2 combined batters in his last 2 starts against the White Sox and the Rockies. Now, you can say those were the White Sox and the Rockies, and you'd be fair to do that. And he also gave up 12 earned runs combined in those 2 starts against those 2 teams. But at least the walks got a little bit manageable in his last 2 out. Every start for Zach Gallen is big because we keep searching for the Zach Gallen of old, wondering when he's going to come walking through that door.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a good nugget. This isn't the key to the game.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead.
But this is a good nugget. Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Okay.
In his last 13 Tuesday starts, dating back to April 4th, 2023,
okay,
he's 9-1 with an ERA of 2.95. He likes pitching on Tuesdays.
Man,
if he has a good game today, I might only pitch him on Tuesdays.
Boy, you know what? For your next workout, use that stat as a stretch. That's your stretch right there.
There you go. You're just going to pitch every Tuesday.
For half a second, I thought that was the fact.
What
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
Period.
You know what? No, I knew where he was
9-1 with a 2.95
but...
ERA. Opponents are batting .223 against them. Hey, he has a good outing today. I'm just going to say, look, Zach.
Tuesdays.
No Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, just Tuesday. Every Tuesday you pitch.
Okay.
Every Tuesday you pitch.
That is a
What
bit
if we have an off
stretch.
day on a Tuesday, but then you don't pitch that week?
You never have an off day on a Tuesday. Have you ever noticed that? You never have an off day on a Tuesday. Tuesdays,
Never.
You're always
there
playing.
You go.
You're always playing on Tuesdays.
We
Always.
have-
Off
I
days
have-
on Thursdays, off days on Mondays. Never an off day on Tuesday.
Listen, if he has a good game tonight, I'm coming in. I'm saying I just found the key to success.
Well, you can tell Tory about that when we have him on tomorrow at 2:30. That's it. Tuesdays.
Where's your analytics not telling you that, Lavello? Huh?
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The update that we got today, unfortunately, this is Troy Lavell pregame on the manager talking about Josh Naylor. He was in the lineup. So before he got scratched, Tory Lavell talked about how excited he was to have Josh Naylor back.
He is in the lineup right now, yeah. Once it gets to that point, I like to do that. I like to put him in the lineup, and then if he can't go, we pull him back.
Okay, he can't go because they pulled him back. They scratched him.
Yeah, they did that last week, too. There was a game last week they did that with him.
Moments after he made those comments, they scratched Josh Naylor, which is too bad because you'd like to get as whole as you can be, especially offensively, to give yourself as many runs as possible. Josh Naylor not available.
And he's had such a good offensive season.
Oh.
He's been such a good offensive player.
Been a great find. I mean, not find. I mean, I make it sound like he was like some obscure ball player. He's
That was a good bounce
ball
back
player.
from losing Christian
It
Walker.
was a great bounce back. And the sooner he can get back in the lineup, the better. That is not going to be tonight. No other real injury updates for the Diamondbacks. Everybody else is good to go. We obviously know Mike Corbin Carroll and everybody with the Tommy Johns and all that, but in terms of like the here and the now, they're fine in that regard. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks starting the day in the West find themselves 10.5 games back behind the LA Dodgers. Okay, that's not really the story. The story is the wild card. And in the wild card standings, the Diamondbacks right now at 42-42 are 4 games back of the Cardinals for the last spot in the wild card with roughly half the season to go. The Reds are in front of them. They're 2.5 back of the Cardinals. The Giants are in front of them. They're a 1.5 back of the Cardinals. The Padres are in front of them. They're a game behind the St. Louis Cardinals. So 3 teams plus the Cardinals that they'd have to jump to get there with half the season to go. doable, very doable.
Yeah.
But you got to win games. I mean, it's not impossible for them to do it, but winning games puts them in a position, obviously, to be able to do that.
Yeah, and, you've got to listen. I mean, I didn't get to talk about this yesterday, obviously with Chelsea's mom passing away, had to take the day off. But, before you had left, we had talked about you got it 6-3 is on that road trip. 6-3, wanted 7-2, would accept 6-3. They went 4-5.
I know.
Against the three teams that you're looking at and saying, you got to beat these teams. The White Sox, the Rockies, you got the Marlins, you got to beat these teams. Yeah. They went 4-5 in that stretch.
I can see why going 4-5 in that stretch caused everybody, yourself included on social media, say they're sellers. That's it. Right. They're done. And while I don't disagree with that, there's also 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the trade deadline when,
to get right.
Not only to get right, but just to give yourself more information, is it really that bad? Because if you're in this position around the trade deadline, there's no question about what they should do. They should sell. They should sell everything they could sell if they're in this spot. But you've still got 4 weeks before you're there, just to see what happens.
See if your team could light a little fire here. And
who knows?
I mean, it
seems unlikely given all the injuries, but who knows?
It is hard to look at a baseball team that's played 84 baseball games and sit there and say, and they're 42-42, and think that they're somewhat much better than the way they played. This is what they've been.
Especially with the injuries. I think that makes it, that to me is the big factor. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game. Hopefully it's not about Tuesdays.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
Is it?
I am the key master.